Chapter 494. Indeed, my potential has been exhausted. Li Xiaotian didn't deny it. A 20% immortal body isn't even a half immortal body, let alone a true immortal body. I can only do whatever I want in the mundane world. Of course, I can also cultivate true qi and become an immortal. However, the chances are slim. If one's potential is exhausted, one should be able to use immortal pills and external forces to achieve an immortal body, right? Xiao Han blurted out subconsciously. Tisk, how ignorant. Li Xiaotian snorted disdainfully. Yes, immortal pills can indeed defy the heavens and seize fate. For example, if I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can indeed break through the shackles of my bloodline and create a 30% immortal body, 40% immortal body. Theoretically speaking, if I have enough Earth Emperor's body refinement pill, I can even directly soar into the clouds and create the perfect Earth element, the starry sky dominator body. That is a true immortal body. I can soar beyond the 9 heavens and ascend to a higher level. From then on, I will be immortal and indestructible. Li Xiaotian's eyes shone with a dreamy and hazy light. There should be many Earth Emperor's body refinement pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone, right? Xiao Han frowned. Wouldn't you be able to create an immortal body if you use thousands of them? Idiot. What a fool. Li Xiaotian roared. How can a mortal use an immortal pill? Yes, there are all kinds of immortal pills in the treasure vault of the Genius Zone. I have also exchanged for a portion of the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I am still immortal. Although I have a special body, I can't recklessly use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. Even one will cause my body to explode. A mortal using an immortal pill is courting death. There is no doubt about it. I have to leave the Genius Zone first. I have to return to my hometown and find the strongest alchemist in my plane to refine a neutral medicine. Only then can I use the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill. However, I'm afraid such an alchemist can't be found in my plane. I couldn't find it anywhere. Heh. I, on the other hand, can consume immortal pills as I please because I possess the immortal golden body technique, a body refining technique that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. TSK, the profundity of the immortal golden body technique is becoming more and more vivid. In the beginning, I only thought of it as a divine technique that can take a beating, but now, it actually manifests the heaven-defying miraculous ability of refining immortal pills and creating an immortal body. Xiao Han could not help but feel pleased with himself for not being able to refine it. Just then, but... Brat, even though I, Li Xiaotian, have exhausted all of my earth attribute potential, you still possess the lightning attribute. You are young, but you have a lightning-type bloodline gene in your body. Li Xiaotian stared at Xiao Han with a crazed look on his face. It's definitely stronger than my earth bloodline. You've improved so much in such a short period of time. The lightning-type bloodline genes in your body are extremely pure. However, due to your young age, you have yet to perfectly develop this gene. Ha 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 ha. As long as I kill you. Then, I'll refine your corpse. After absorbing and refining the lightning-type bloodline genes in your body, my genes will mutate. Ha 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 ha. Gene mutation? Xiao Han's expression changed slightly. Yes. Gene mutation. Absorb your lightning-type genes. My physical body is tyrannical enough, and my physical strength has reached 1 trillion cauldrons. Although I can't covet the medicinal power of the immortal pill, absorbing your bloodline genes is not a problem at all. But absorbing your genes isn't a problem at all. I can accept it. If that's the case. Ha 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 ha. In my body, I will have the earth and lightning attributes. I will become one of the few people in the human world with a special dual attribute physique. In this way, I will be invincible in the human world. The probability of becoming an immortal and creating an immortal body will also increase by a lot. With a dual attribute physique, defeating a demon of the same age, even if it's that cold-blooded Naga, will be as easy as flipping his hand. Ha 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 ha. Brat, tell me, are you my fortune? Isn't this my lucky chance? What luck! Originally, the potential of the earth attribute genes in my body had been exhausted, but now, I've encountered a fellow with the lightning-type bloodline genes. You are my Li Xiaotian's tonic. Ahahaha. I'm going to completely refine your genes. Hearing this, Xiao Han finally understood Li Xiaotian's ambition and thoughts. This fellow actually wants to refine my thunder god tyrant body. Make him a heaven-defying expert with a dual attribute physique. But stupid. Really stupid. He said a lot. In fact, although there is a trace of reason, there are many places where he is completely wrong. Xiao Han's mind kept flashing. I, this young master, have taken thousands of immortal pills. Inside my body, immortal light is circulating, and there is a trace of being able to communicate with the lightning of the immortal world. But you can't even take a single immortal pill, and you still dare to refine this young master? Hee, I'm afraid that even a drop of this young master's blood can make you explode alive. Yes, this Li Xiaotian was indeed completely wrong. He actually wanted to refine Xiao Han alive and obtain the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body. However, he never thought that Xiao Han had already taken thousands of immortal pills. His body was filled with the medicinal power of the immortal pills. It was far from what Li Xiaotian could covet. At this moment, a vague thought suddenly gripped Xiao Han's mind. Wait. Dual attribute special physique? So there is such a thing as a dual attribute physique in this world. This Li Xiaotian wants to refine the lightning attribute in my body. Then, is it possible for me to obtain the earth attribute physique in his body, thus making me a dual attribute physique as well? Or, I might as well find the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill and use the indestructible golden body to refine the Earth Emperor's body refinement pill like how I refined the Thunder God's body refinement pill? In short, is it possible for me to create a dual attribute physique? This sudden thought suddenly occupied Xiao Han's mind. However, before Xiao Han could brew this thought, Li Xiaotian's entire aura rose infinitely. Alright, kid, that's all I have to say. You will be the cornerstone of my rise. You should feel honored. Then, die. Suddenly, a strong wind blew violently from Li Xiaotian's body. From every pore cell, a tornado that could shatter mountains sprayed out. Li Xiaotian's body began to expand at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. His flesh and blood became pure, and his breathing became more condensed. His aura became even more berserk. The strength of his body, explosive power, endurance, defensive ability. All of them were rising steadily. Very quickly, Li Xiaotian transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was dozens of feet tall. His entire body was suffused with an earthen yellow color like the earth, emitting a strong aura of earth. There was a flow of air swirling around his entire body. It was like an ancient statue that had existed since the ancient times. In the next moment, his muscles twisted again. Inch by inch, his skin turned into armor. Faint earth god inscriptions faintly flickered on his body. Kid, die. However, I will try my best to leave your corpse intact. Li Xiaotian opened his bloody mouth. There was a rumbling sound. Beneath his feet, streak after streak of talismans appeared as well. They were all ancient formations, their surfaces containing extremely faint immortal energy. Transformed. Xiao Han's body did not move at all. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiaotian, who had transformed into an ancient giant. This is a special physique of the earth attribute. It is indeed magical and extraordinary, revealing a kind of terrifying defensive ability. It seems that it is the earth attribute. The biggest characteristic and the biggest advantage is defense. Ha 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 ha. Kid, release your thunder and lightning attribute. Let's fight head on. Li Xiaotian burst out with a thunderous voice. His current voice did not sound like that of a human. Instead, it was like that of an ancient devil, a giant. I like the way of fighting with fists to flesh. Your true chi cultivation base is lousy. It is a special physique and a tyrannical flesh shell. Just what I want. Come on. I will let you die with dignity. The strength of your flesh shell is 700 billion cauldrons, plus your special physique. In terms of defensive ability, there is a certain blessing. Then, I will use 60% of my strength to play with you. Ha 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 ha. As soon as his voice fell, boom, Li Xiaotian's palm slammed down on Xiao Han's head. This palm contained 60% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a huge force of about 1.6 billion cauldrons. With a palm strike, the wind and clouds surged. In all directions, it was the color of earth. A thick aura of earth pervaded everywhere. This palm of his suppressed the heavens, broke through the void, and obtained reality. On the arena, the yellow war flag danced, smoke rose everywhere, and the space collapsed. It was as if there was an eye of the wind in his palm, sucking in the air of the entire arena, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. In Xiao Mingxu's wooden house, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He was restless and worried as he stared at the light screen. Suddenly, as Li Xiaotian struck out with his palm, the entire light screen violently shook. It seemed as if the light screen was about to explode. Then, a dazzling golden number rose up, 1.6 billion cauldrons. 1.6 billion cauldrons. This Li Xiaotian has unleashed a violent force of 1.6 billion cauldrons, crushing ghosts and gods. And 3 days ago, junior brother Xiao Han's maximum attack power was only 700 billion cauldrons. Can he withstand it? Moreover, this Li Xiaotian's strength is far more than 1.6 billion cauldrons, Luo Tianyo's wooden house. Luo Tianyo's body could not even stand steadily. With one hand supporting the light screen shook, causing Luo Tianyo's body to also sway. He said in a trembling voice. 1.6 billion cauldrons against little brother Xiao Han's 700 billion cauldrons. Although little brother Xiao Han has a special physique that increases his defense, Li Xiaotian must also have a special physique. For Li Xiaotian to be able to transform into an ancient giant, he must also have an extremely powerful special physique. At this moment, many of the spectators had also noticed the duel between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian. When they saw Li Xiaotian unleash a power of 1.6 trillion cauldrons, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Han. The duel between these two had nothing to do with technique, true qi, or comprehension. It was purely a fight of strength, using violence to curb violence. Whoever was stronger, who was more resilient, who had greater stamina and explosive power, would be able to defeat their opponent. This was a simple and violent match. It was also a shocking match. In the arena. Boy, die. You have a special physique, so I don't think that this palm of mine will be able to directly smash your body into pieces. However, you will definitely die. Leaving your corpse intact is also a form of respect for you. Li Xiaotian's wild laughter was filled with confidence. He believed that a strike of 1.6 billion cauldrons would definitely be able to kill Xiao Han. You want me to die? Not necessarily. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body released the spirit turtle true qi, and the aura of the thunder god tyrant body gushed out. Endless lightning intertwined, and the thunder god's inscription swept across the sky. A faint immortal quality bloomed from Xiao Han's body. Within Xiao Han's body, not only was the sound of thunder rumbling, but there was also celestial music drifting out. Do you think that 60% of your strength can kill me? Good. I will also only use 60% of my strength. Explode for me. Xiao Han's body straightened, and his figure was perfect and invincible. He also used 60% of his strength and struck out with his palm. Boom! Xiao Han struck out with his palm, and his palm suddenly enlarged. Moreover, the color of this palm was almost transparent, pure and flawless. It was the color of jade. One could clearly see that every blood vessel and meridian under the palm, and the inner walls of these blood vessels and meridian had condensed into a spatial crystal wall. Within it, thunder and lightning from the immortal realm, and all kinds of inscriptions were constantly being born and destroyed. Suddenly, the power of this palm caused a large area of the void to condense. In the light screen in front of a large number of spectators, another burst of data appeared, 1.8 billion cauldrons. Chapter 495. It was a battle of life and death. Xiao Han versus Li Xiaotian. Both of them were people with special constitutions known for their strength. Their battle style was simple and violent. Li Xiaotian had the earth attribute, and his defense was impenetrable. His body could transform into a celestial body and dominate the starry sky. Although Li Xiaotian was still many times away from the great success stage of the immortal body, once he attacked, he would definitely be able to destroy thousands of troops. Just 60% of his strength had reached a terrifying 160 billion ding. Li Xiaotian thought that this palm could kill Xiao Han directly. However, he never expected that Xiao Han's strength would not lose to him at all. Moreover, the Thunder God Tyrant body, through the refinement of immortal pills, was definitely better than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. Xiao Han also attacked. 60% of his strength had reached 180 billion ding. The two of them were tit for tat, and they were going all out. They fought with reason, and did not give an inch. Boom, 160 billion ding against 180 billion ding of strength, boom. The entire arena seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. Countless cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the surrounding space. It was almost breaking. Boom boom boom, following Xiao Han's attack, the fine and dense electric light wriggled like dragons and snakes, penetrating into Li Xiaotian's body through every opening. It caused Li Xiaotian to feel numb for a moment. Roar. In this direct attack, Li Xiaotian did not gain any advantage at all, but was defeated. On one hand, he underestimated Xiao Han's strength. He did not expect Xiao Han to improve again in just 3 days. On the other hand, his constitution had not been refined by immortal pills, and could not be compared to Xiao Han's constitution. Moreover, the earth attribute's defense was strong enough, but in terms of tearing and explosiveness, it was completely defeated by Xiao Han's lightning attribute. For example, the same 1 trillion ding of strength, when the lightning attribute burst out, the lethality was definitely more terrifying than the earth attribute. However, the earth attribute's defense was slightly stronger. Pooh! Li Xiaotian suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. His giant body, which was hundreds of feet tall, was like an ancient giant, and retreated quickly. Streaks of lightning arcs, and waves of power lingered. Li Xiaotian guided them to the ground of the arena to reduce the damage as much as possible. The arena rumbled and collapsed. Smoke and dust billowed and billowed. Kid! Your strength has actually skyrocketed again. What kind of freak are you? What kind of physique do you have? Roar! I, Li Xiaotian, have been famous for thousands of years. My earth physique is mighty and awe-inspiring. It is impossible for me to lose to a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears. Furthermore, your strength will be depleted in 3 days. It had increased from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. This was definitely abnormal. You have a special physique, and your bloodline and genes will allow you to ascend. At the very beginning, your strength was less than 10 billion ding. 3 days ago, during the top 32 battle, your bloodline ascended. Raising his strength to 700 billion ding meant that he had successfully ascended. Perhaps, your bloodline will have a second chance. The third time. Multiple bloodline ascensions. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to complete a second bloodline ascension in such a short period of time. You can increase your strength from 700 billion ding to almost 2 trillion ding. 2 consecutive bloodline ascensions in such a short period of time will cause you to explode. Right. I know, you must be forcing yourself. Right now, you are exhausting your life potential, exhausting your bloodline genes, and stubbornly resisting. Ha ha ha. I know. You can't hold on much longer. Die. 80% of your strength. As his enormous figure retreated, Li Xiaotian, who had been so confident all this while, finally let out a roar of panic. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He did not believe that Xiao Han had the strength to fight back. Suddenly, his body expanded again, and he transformed into a giant spirit like a demon god. Once again, he launched a palm strike toward Xiao Han. This palm strike contained 80% of Li Xiaotian's strength, reaching a total of 2,100 billion ding. As the palm strike was thrown out, the arena was filled with a bleak yellow aura, and it was as if dusk had fallen. Time flowed like water, and time was like a song. An ancient and desolate aura was revealed. 2,100 billion ding. As for Xiao Han, although he couldn't expand as much as Li Xiaotian, he was still surrounded by crackling lightning, and countless mysterious magical designs appeared behind him, as well as a projection of the god of lightning. His aura was just as shocking as Xiao Han's. Furthermore, although Xiao Han's body had suffered from the recoil of Li Xiaotian's attack, this violent recoil hadn't harmed his body in the slightest. However, it only caused Xiao Han's internal organs to tremble for a moment. Humph. I've swallowed so many immortal pills. How can my body be compared to a barbarian like you? Die. I won't waste any more time. Full strength. 3 trillion ding. After fighting with Li Xiaotian, Xiao Han's confidence was boosted. Moreover, Xiao Han believed that this battle would not be too complicated. This was a collision of strength against strength, and physique against physique. There was no skill, no calculation, and no battle experience. It was just brute force. Boom! Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He immediately unleashed 3 trillion ding of strength. This power was simply all-encompassing, condensing the void, obliterating the past, and destroying everything. The invincible power enveloped Li Xiaotian. Lightning from the immortal realm surrounded Li Xiaotian. Countless lightning bolts condensed into thick and powerful lightning dragons, and lightning tigers. They all pounced on Li Xiaotian. The earthy yellow aura, the aura of the earth, was washed away into nothingness. Ah! In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, a shattering sound came from the light screen. The first thing Xiao Mingchu saw was Xiao Han striking out with 180 billion ding of force, neutralizing Li Xiaotian's first attack. Then, before Xiao Mingchu could recover from his shock, Li Xiaotian in the light screen rallied and started his counterattack, striking out 200 and 100 billion ding of force. But Xiao Han was even more tyrannical, striking back with 300 billion ding of force. In the light screen, one after another, horrifying numbers were rising. Finally, BM. The light screen shook violently and exploded with a loud bang. Then, all the images disappeared. It's destroyed. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Han and that Li Xiaotian's strength destroyed the light screen. Xiao Mingchu let out a shriek. In Naga's wooden house, Naga had perfectly defeated his opponent. He smoothly entered the top 8. He had a cold smile on his face as he calmly observed the other matches. At this time, when he saw the battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian, his light screen was also destroyed. Oh! Such a strong brute force? Even stronger than Li Xiaotian? Interesting. It's really interesting. It seems that Li Xiaotian is going to die. Naga smiled strangely. Then, he turned around and walked away from the light screen with an indifferent expression. An ant that is slightly stronger than Li Xiaotian, in the arena. Li Xiaotian was heavily injured again. He used 80% of his strength, too. 1 trillion ding. He thought that he could directly kill Xiao Han, but he didn't expect Xiao Han to unleash 3 trillion ding of strength. This had already exceeded Li Xiaotian's limit of 7 trillion ding. Furthermore, Xiao Han's lightning-attributed attack was too ferocious. It only lasted for a short while. Not only did it send Li Xiaotian flying, but the earthy yellow armor on Li Xiaotian's body. Cracks appeared inch by inch. Pooh! Li Xiaotian spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face extremely ferocious. Impossible. How is this possible? In 3 days, his strength has surpassed mine. Li Xiaotian couldn't believe it. Didn't you want to refine my bloodline gene? You really don't know what's good for you. Die for me. Xiao Han didn't spare him. Straightening his body, he had already caught up with him. Once again, he struck out with his palm. 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's palm struck out with all his strength, and his entire body began to expand. Although it didn't expand to the terrifying extent of Li Xiaotian's, it was still half the height of a person, and his aura was even more like a giant spirit. A god descending to the mortal world, every pore of Xiao Han's body spewed out thunder astral energy, faintly conveying ancient songs praising the thunder god, connected to the immortal world, and even surging earth, fire, wind, and water, as if there was a supreme thunder and lightning world quietly brewing in Xiao Han's body. Ultimate strength. 7 trillion ding. Meteorite armor to protect me. Now, Li Xiaotian was really scared out of his wits. All of his confidence, his past pride, and his ambitions were all shattered by Xiao Han. At the same time, in his heart, an ominous premonition like a beast on the verge of death surged. He tried his best to reverse the situation. Li Xiaotian also struck out with his ultimate strength, and his entire body was filled with the aura of the earth. In a breath, a layer of dark yellow armor condensed on the surface of his body. At this time, Li Xiaotian seemed to have become one with heaven and earth, showing an indestructible and terrifying defense. Li Xiaotian's earth physique was originally known for its defense. In his realm, as long as he defended with all his strength, even the tower master of his realm couldn't hurt him within a few moves. However, Xiao Han's attack was not as simple as strength. The thunder god's tyrant body supported the bombardment of the divine lightning of the immortal world. Traces of thunder and lightning bombarded the surface of Li Xiaotian's armor, swallowing, destroying, and disintegrating inch by inch. Poof! Li Xiaotian blocked Xiao Han's attack, but he still couldn't stabilize his momentum and was forced to retreat again. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He straightened up again and struck out with his palm, sweeping across all directions, covering heaven and earth, swallowing the sky, and destroying the starry sky. In Xiao Han's attack, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth. The airflow in all directions was first distorted, then caved in, then expanded, and finally exploded. Go away. Go away. The yellow horn helmet on Li Xiaotian's head was shattered, and his long hair was disheveled in the wind, making him look unprecedentedly embarrassed. He waved his hands, trying to block Xiao Han's attack. Bang! 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 Xiao Han continued to beat him violently. Inch by inch. Each strike was a full 3 trillion ding, and each strike was the eruption of his strength to the extreme. He beat Li Xiaotian to death. Xiao Han's expression was a little ferocious. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Bang! 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 Xiao Han continuously threw hundreds of punches, and Li Xiaotian blocked hundreds of punches. The armor on his body showed signs of cracking. However, the earth defense was indeed tyrannical to the extreme. Logically speaking, Xiao Han had consumed close to 4,000 Thunder God quenching pills, so his physique should be much higher than Li Xiaotian's. He should be able to defeat Li Xiaotian in a few moves, but Li Xiaotian relied on the defensive advantage of the earth physique to resist stubbornly until now. Of course, Li Xiaotian could only defend now, and he had no chance to counterattack at all. Explode! Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a roar, and his fists rained down like a storm. His legs also kicked out in the air. His fists were like heavy hammers, and his legs were like guillotines. Xiao Han's attack speed was several times faster than before. Several times faster. Moreover, the power of each attack was still 3 trillion ding. Xiao Han's physique was really abnormal. His body didn't have any burden on it at all, and he could completely bear it. One had to know that such a fierce power, if he used all his strength every time, without this physique, his body would have exploded long ago. However, Xiao Han was still more and more energetic, and the more he fought, the more excited he became, and there was no sign of decline at all. On the other hand, Li Xiaotian was like a lamp without oil. In fact, there was even a hint of breathlessness in his voice. At this time, after Xiao Han increased the speed and frequency of his attacks, the void around the battle stage suddenly split open, and countless thick lightning bolts rushed out. These lightning bolts were not of the mortal world, and there was a chaotic aura that came from the immortal world. Thunderous rumbles sounded, as if the immortal world was brewing within them. Ah! There's the aura of an immortal. There's the aura of an immortal in your body. You're creating an immortal body. Roar! How did you do it? Finally, Li Xiaotian burst into a howl of despair, and in the next moment, countless lightning wrapped around Li Xiaotian, who was hundreds of feet tall, and then, exploded. The entire arena seemed to have turned into a chaotic color, and strands of 3 trillion ding of violent power exploded on Li Xiaotian's body. Bang! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The earth armor on Li Xiaotian's body was blown up inch by inch, and shattered into pieces. His tall and sturdy body was like a punctured balloon, deflated and condensed to an extreme degree. His skin, flesh, and blood were all blasted apart. Even his bones were blown apart and splattered everywhere. His whole body was directly blown up by Xiao Han's endless violent attacks. Broken. Destroyed. Chapter 496. The battle between Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian did not have any technical content at all. It could even be said that this was a battle that could be seen at a glance. Both of them were acting recklessly. Whoever had greater strength and tyrannical physique would defeat the opponent. Without a doubt, in terms of strength and physique, Xiao Han completely surpassed Li Xiaotian. As a result, the arrogant Li Xiaotian was now completely destroyed by Xiao Han. The earthen meteorite armor, which was known for its supreme defense, was also smashed into pieces by Xiao Han's wild hammering. When the arena returned to its calm state, Xiao Han had completely retracted the ancient thunder god's berserk demonic aura from before. His entire person had become quiet. His temperament was elegant, like a god holding a flower. As for Li Xiaotian, he had already been destroyed. There was not even a complete corpse. The ground was filled with wriggling flesh and blood, pieces of muscle tissue, and pieces of bone fragments. Congratulations, outstanding young demon. You are getting closer and closer to the final success and victory. You have taken a solid step forward into the top 8. You are also one of the strongest mortals under the age of 10,000 under this starry sky. According to the rules, you will receive a reward of 76 million immortal stones. Junior, 1 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. After entering the second floor of this Emperor's treasure trove, you can use the immortal card. The battle to advance to the top 8 has ended. Junior, you have 3 days to rest. After 3 days, you will once again randomly draw an opponent to advance to the top 4. As Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice echoed on the arena, countless immortal stones rolled into the light yellow brocade bag floating above Xiao Han's head. Furthermore, the dozen or so immortal cards in Li Xiaotian's brocade bag were also taken by Xiao Han and automatically entered Xiao Han's brocade bag. I entered the top 8. Xiao Han secretly nodded his head. At this moment, Xiao Han lowered his gaze and saw that a storage ring had fallen from the arena. It's Li Xiaotian's storage ring. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. He reached out and grabbed the storage ring through the air. He grabbed it. After dripping his blood to recognize the owner, Xiao Han's mental power seeped into the storage ring and carefully examined it. Finally, Xiao Han took out a brocade bag from the storage ring. From the brocade bag, he poured out a large amount of pills. This was a khaki-colored pill that gave off a feeling of the heaviness of the earth. Furthermore, it was emitting dense immortal qi. It's an immortal pill. That's right, it must be the Earth Emperor's body-enhancing pill that Li Xiaotian exchanged for. Xiao Han was well aware of this. Then, he put away the storage ring. Before leaving the arena, Xiao Han put Li Xiaotian's dismembered corpse into his storage ring. We have 3 days to rest and reorganize. I'm going to study the dual attribute physique that Li Xiaotian mentioned. He returned to his wooden house from the arena. Xiao Han only casually chatted with Xiao Mingchu and the rest before going into seclusion again. In the storage room of the giant hall, there were no more Thunder God body tempering pills, so Xiao Han's seclusion wasn't to temper his Thunder God tyrant body. During his battle with Li Xiaotian, he had learned many things about people with special constitutions from Li Xiaotian. Now that he knew about the dual attribute physique, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind clear of all distracting thoughts. His expression was one of deep contemplation as he muttered to himself. There are many types of special physiques. The most basic special physique. There are the earth physique, the lightning physique, and the fire physique. The wind physique, the water physique. By developing every special physique to the limit, one can create an immortal physique. However, the bloodline genes of people with special physiques in the mortal world are definitely not enough to create an immortal physique. For example, Li Xiaotian has the earth physique, but it's still far from an immortal physique. His potential has been exhausted, and at most, he can only act like a tyrant in the mortal world and ordinary planes. Unless he relies on an immortal pill to defy the heavens and change his fate. But in the end, Li Xiaotian is still immortal. It's impossible for him to enjoy the elixir. Even if he found a neutralizing medicine, he would only be able to consume 1 or 2 elixirs. It's absolutely impossible for him to consume thousands of elixirs like I did with the Thunder God body tempering pill, and me? Because I cultivate the indestructible golden body technique, I can use the indestructible golden body technique to refine immortal pills. Li Xiaotian originally wanted to kill me, refine the bloodline genes in my body, and obtain my lightning attribute. But now, I have killed Li Xiaotian and obtained his corpse and flesh, but I don't really know how to refine his corpse. But when I was refining the Thunder God tyrant body art, I didn't refine other people's bloodline genes. In other words, I have the Earth Emperor's body refining pill in my hands now. If I use the indestructible golden body technique to refine it, would I be able to perfectly refine and absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill, just like how I refined the Thunder God's body refining pill? If my indestructible golden body technique can really refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill, then I only need to find a few other types of immortal pills, and I can become a person with a tri-attribute or quad-attribute physique. Thinking of this, Xiao Han gradually became excited. I'll give it a try. I should be able to succeed. Even the violent medicinal power of the Thunder God body enhancing pill can be refined by the indestructible golden body technique, so why can't I refine the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill? In comparison, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is more stable and solid. It's not that domineering. Xiao Han was eager to give it a try. With a flip of his right hand, an Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was already in Xiao Han's palm. The Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was bright and had a soft luster. It was like a gem, and its entire body was an earthy yellow color. Countless earthy yellow rays shot out continuously, and the fragrance of the earth lingered in the air. Celestial chi rose in spirals, and rays of celestial light revolved around the pill. Thick and solid earth essence chi was released violently, as expected of an immortal pill. It's indeed extraordinary. This Earth Emperor body enhancing pill is not inferior to the Thunder God body enhancing pill at all. It's an immortal pill of the same level, Xiao Han exclaimed sincerely. When Xiao Han's spiritual energy permeated the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, he was even more astonished. There was actually a small world inside the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. When Xiao Han probed it with his spiritual energy, he discovered that there was a small world inside the pill. It was filled with majestic mountains that were boundless, and it was impossible to tell how deep and how far they were. Mountain after mountain rose from the ground. Some of them were tall and towering, some of them were beautiful, and some of them were rugged and surrounded by waterfalls. It was a place with excellent feng shui, an immortal pill. A world. Such a miraculous immortal pill will definitely be able to refine a celestial body. There's no doubt about that. Let's see if my indestructible golden body technique can refine the medicinal power of this Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and directly put the immortal pill in his mouth. Right now, Xiao Han's thunder god body had already begun to take shape. Therefore, he wasn't worried that his body would explode the moment he swallowed the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. At the very least, he still had the indestructible golden body technique to protect him. The moment the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill entered Xiao Han's mouth, it immediately dissolved. A thick medicinal power. Along with a thick earthy fragrance, it directly dispersed. It dispersed into Xiao Han's internal organs, meridians, and bones. Boom, suddenly. Xiao Han's body inflated like a balloon. Soon, he felt as if he was going to explode. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. He activated the indestructible golden body technique to the extreme, and a tidal wave of golden light washed through Xiao Han's body. The warm, comfortable, and brilliant golden light enveloped him. In an instant, it enveloped the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Refine. Xiao Han refined the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill just like how he refined the Thunder God body enhancing pill. The golden light started to break down the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. At the beginning, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, it surged and swelled in Xiao Han's meridians, pores, and cells. However, as soon as the indestructible golden body was activated, a golden light enveloped him, and the medicinal potency started to break down. Gradually, the medicinal potency was soothed and transformed into streams of heat that fused into Xiao Han's genes. I can refine it. It feels exactly the same as when I refined the Thunder God body enhancing pill. Xiao Han was ecstatic. In an instant, the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was completely tamed by the heat of the indestructible golden body technique, and it started to merge with Xiao Han's blood and genes. This caused Xiao Han's body to feel heavy and sturdy. However, at this moment, when the medicinal power of the immortal pill was absorbed by Xiao Han's body, it was instantly repelled. It was forcefully dispelled. What? Xiao Han was shocked. What repelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was not Xiao Han's will, but the powerful lightning gene in Xiao Han's blood. The Thunder God tyrant body forcefully dispelled the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. It feels like two tigers cannot share one mountain. Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately after, he did not believe it and took a few more Earth Emperor body enhancing pills. Just like before, the indestructible golden body could indeed refine the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. However, as soon as Xiao Han's body absorbed the supreme medicinal power, the Thunder God tyrant body enhancing pill came out and squeezed out the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill. Wisps of precious medicinal power shot out from Xiao Han's pores and cells. What's going on? Xiao Han stopped trying and frowned as he pondered. After a while, Xiao Han murmured to himself. Repelled. Because my body does not have the earth element in my blood and genes. Instead, I have the lightning element. Therefore, the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill was repelled. I can't absorb it at all. In other words, if I had obtained the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill previously, I would definitely be able to create an earth element body. However, it is impossible for me to create the Thunder God tyrant body enhancing body. Relying on the indestructible golden body enhancing technique, I can only create one out of the few special body constitutions. It seems like it's not that easy to become a person with a dual special body constitution. If I want to create an earth element body constitution, I have to dispel the lightning element gene and give up the Thunder God tyrant body that I have painstakingly created. This is obviously impossible. Is there any way for me to forcefully absorb the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body enhancing pill without being repelled by the Thunder God tyrant body enhancing body? Xiao Han fell into deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Chapter 497. After Xiao Han killed Li Xiaotian, he obtained a number of Earth Emperor body refining pills from Li Xiaotian. This made Xiao Han want to use the Earth Emperor body refining pill to try to create a dual attribute special physique. However, when he used the Earth Emperor body refining pill, there was a rejection phenomenon. Xiao Han's indestructible golden body technique could indeed successfully refine the Earth Emperor body refining pill and break down the Supreme Immortal Pill's medicinal power for Xiao Han to absorb. However, Xiao Han's Thunder God Tyrant body simply did not allow the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill to stay in Xiao Han's body. The moment the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill spread into Xiao Han's bloodline gene, it was dispelled and forcefully squeezed out, spraying everywhere. Rumble, 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 streams of earthy yellow air shot out from every pore of Xiao Han's body. The air condensed into a thick city wall, and yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, Xiao Han did not give up easily. After thinking hard, Xiao Han's heart suddenly moved. The Thunder God Tyrant body forcefully expelled the Earth attribute Immortal Pill's medicinal power because there is no Earth attribute in my bloodline gene at all. Bloodline gene? Suddenly, Xiao Han flipped his right hand. There was actually a small piece of flesh in his hand. It was a small piece of flesh from Li Xiaotian's corpse. Xiao Han held his breath, and his mental power suddenly swept towards this piece of flesh. This piece of flesh was completely different from the flesh of an ordinary martial artist. In fact, it was only a very small piece of flesh in his hand, but it was incomparably heavy. This small piece of flesh weighed at least 100 cauldrons. At least 100 cauldrons. So heavy. It's really more than 1,000 caddies. Xiao Han concentrated his mental power, and strands of mental power, as thin as gossamer, penetrated into the piece of flesh in his hand. Very soon, Xiao Han saw that in this piece of flesh, there was a boundless land. Yellow sand and thick soil. Rivers and cities. There were even towering mountains and precipitous ridges that rose and fell continuously. This is the flesh of a person with a special physique. For example, my flesh and blood cells are densely covered with lightning, and the inner walls of my meridians have formed a spatial crystal wall. Xiao Han was also not surprised. Using his mental power, he carefully scanned Li Xiaotian's flesh and discovered that there were countless faint yellow spots of light within it. These spots of light seemed to be the source energy of the Earth attribute. Faint yellow spots of light. Xiao Han immediately understood the secret behind Li Xiaotian's body structure. It's the origin energy of the Earth attribute that forms every cell, every meridian, every bone, and even every drop of blood in Li Xiaotian's body. This is the bloodline gene that Li Xiaotian was talking about. Refine. All I need to do is refine some of these earth and yellow spots into my body. That's why I have a tiny bit of earth-type genes in my blood. Perhaps the Thunder God Tyrant body will no longer reject the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. However, how should he refine the Earth attribute source energy in Li Xiaotian's flesh? Swallowing Li Xiaotian's flesh like a celestial pill? In fact, it even ate all of Li Xiaotian's remains? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xiao Han's stomach twisted and wriggled. He felt like retching, feeling disgusted. His hair stood on end. Xiao Han shook his head abruptly and couldn't help but say fiercely. Swallow Li Xiaotian's flesh and remains? This is no different from eating a human. He's completely an uncivilized barbarian who eats raw meat and drinks blood. If you really want me to eat a human, I'd rather not cultivate this earth physique. Xiao Han directly eliminated the method of eating a human. He once again pondered. Other than eating Li Xiaotian's disgusting flesh and tissues, is there any other way to plunder the earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? As Xiao Han pondered, he played with a few Earth Emperor body refining pills in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was emitting a golden light. The invincible golden body technique was circulating naturally. The Earth Emperor's body refining pill was emitting a thick medicinal aura. Each strand of medicinal aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Xiao Han from all directions. However, when the medicinal aura pressed down on Xiao Han's body, the golden brilliance glow would naturally dissolve the medicinal aura of the Earth Emperor's body refining pill and refine the medicinal aura into Xiao Han's pores. However, as soon as the medicinal aura entered Xiao Han's body, it was immediately repelled by the aura of the Thunder God before it could transform Xiao Han's body. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Invincible Golden Body Technique. Invincible Golden Body Technique can refine the Thunder God body refining pill. It can also refine the Earth Emperor body refining pill. Then, can the Invincible Golden Body Technique also refine the Earth attribute gene in Li Xiaotian's flesh and blood? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. In the next moment, Xiao Han carefully held Li Xiaotian's piece of flesh in his hand. His mental power penetrated it and directly locked onto the yellow spots in the flesh and blood. At the same time, Xiao Han's body emitted a golden light. A pillar of golden light shot directly into the piece of flesh in his hand. Under the precise control of his mental power, the golden light successfully penetrated into the flesh and blood and wrapped around the yellow spots. Boom boom boom, the golden light produced by the invincible golden body technique burst out with a surging sound like a tidal wave. It was incomparably domineering and wrapped around the yellow spots, forcefully refining them. The yellow spots began to struggle and resist. Buzz 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 buzz, in the flesh and blood, the golden light and the yellow spots began to fight fiercely. The entire piece of flesh and blood was wriggling violently. Not long after, bang! The piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand directly exploded and scattered into nothingness. Countless dust-like yellow spots scattered in all directions. I failed. Xiao Han frowned. Those yellow spots of light, the source energy of the Earth attribute, are extremely rebellious. My invincible golden body technique can't easily refine them. However, let's try again. Xiao Han took out a small piece of flesh that weighed about 1,000 cauldrons from his storage ring. Mental power fluctuations and the golden light beam. At the same time, the yellow spots of light in this small piece of flesh were even more dense. As soon as the golden light beam entered, it began to encircle and annihilate. However, pang! This piece of flesh exploded into nothingness. Xiao Han didn't believe it. He became ruthless and continuously took out pieces of Li Xiaotian's flesh from his storage ring. He used the invincible golden body technique to refine the Earth attribute energy within. After repeated failures. Finally, on the 23rd attempt, the yellow spots of light in the piece of flesh in his hand began to yield to the golden light beam. Surrender. The next moment, xiao xiao xiao, countless tiny yellow spots of light were sucked out by the golden light beam. As soon as these yellow spots of light left the piece of flesh in Xiao Han's hand immediately decayed. From a weight of more than 1,000 cauldrons, it became as light as a feather. Xiao Han hurriedly threw away the rotten flesh in his hand. His mental power was highly concentrated. He saw that the densely packed yellow spots of light were wrapped by the golden light beam and moved towards Xiao Han's body inch by inch. Xiao Han's breathing. He became nervous. He suddenly restrained the aura of the Thunder God tyrant body into his pores and cells, absolutely not letting it leak out. Very soon, the golden light and yellow spots of light that lingered around Xiao Han's body began to enter Xiao Han's body one after another. Please don't be repelled. Those yellow spots of light, the Earth origin energy, please don't be repelled by the Thunder God tyrant body. Xiao Han prayed in his heart. Time itself seemed to have stopped moving. Finally, all the golden light and the yellow spots of light, like tired birds returning to their nests, all converged into Xiao Han's body. The golden light beam was Xiao Han's original cultivation technique, the invincible golden body technique. Once it entered Xiao Han's body, it naturally circulated through Xiao Han's limbs, bones, meridians, and internal organs. It was protecting After being refined by the invincible golden body technique, the pale yellow spots of light merged with Xiao Han's body. There was also a close connection. At this moment, once the pale yellow spots entered Xiao Han's body, they began to disperse into Xiao Han's blood. Xiao Han nervously looked inside his body. In Xiao Han's blood, there were densely packed thunder attribute genes. Every drop of Xiao Han's blood seemed to be able to brew a thunderstorm. And at this moment, the pale yellow earth origin energy particles also dispersed into Xiao Han's blood. Moreover, these earth origin energy particles actually began to fuse with Xiao Han's blood. The current situation, for example, was like Xiao Han already had a legal wife in his home, thunder attribute genes, explosive personality, and would not allow a magpie's nest to be occupied by a dove. And now, Xiao Han had a concubine, earth attribute genes. This concubine was gentle and soft, and she tried her best to please Xiao Han, wanting to be a husband with the thunder attribute genes as his legal wife. Xiao Han was so nervous that he was suffocating. Once the thunder attribute genes in his bloodline and bone structure rejected the pale yellow spots of light that had been refined by the invincible golden body technique, just like the Earth Emperor body tempering pill, the Earth origin energy would reject them. Then, Xiao Han would never be able to have dual attributes in his lifetime. Fuse. 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 The pale yellow earth attribute genes were slowly fusing with Xiao Han's blood and bone structure. The thunder attribute genes were watching from the side, as if they could expel them at any time. Xiao Han's body was covered in cold sweat. During this process of bloodline fusion, Xiao Han could not exert any strength. He could only watch quietly. Time seemed to be stretched out. He did not know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was very long, perhaps it was very short. Finally, the pale yellow spots of light completely dissolved into Xiao Han's bloodline and bone structure. They had fused with Xiao Han's life genes. The thunder attribute genes did not expel them. All of a sudden, Xiao Han felt as if he had a very intimate connection with heaven and earth, with the starry sky. This seems to have succeeded. Xiao Han was completely excited. He directly jumped down from the bed, took off his boots, and stepped on the ground with both feet. A very solid feeling, as if he had fused with the ground, directly gripped Xiao Han's heart. At the same time, a pale yellow light continuously rotated on the surface of Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's heart moved, and thunder and lightning flashed again. However, the thunder and lightning and the pale yellow light intertwined, complementing each other. They did not clash with each other, but instead fused as one. Extremely intimate. I think I have become a dual attribute special body. Xiao Han's body trembled with excitement. Chapter 498. Xiao Han had finally managed to refine the earth origin energy contained in Li Xiaotian's flesh into his bones and life genes. As a result, Xiao Han finally had one of the basic special body constitutions, the Great Earth Physique. In Xiao Han's body, the lightning and earth elements did not conflict with each other. Instead, they coexisted with each other and were extremely close. Water and milk intertwined. However, the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were far more abundant and powerful than the earth element genes. For example, if the lightning element genes in Xiao Han's body were as many as an ocean, then the earth element genes were just a small pool of water. Such a small amount of earth element genes could not change Xiao Han's body at all. Xiao Han stood barefoot in the room. He could feel the rhythm of the earth and the breath of the earth. The fragrance of the earth drifted in from the window and came from the mountains far away, captivating Xiao Han. This great earth physique is indeed special. Xiao Han sighed with satisfaction. However, it was far from enough for Xiao Han to activate the earth origin energy in his body for battle. This little bit of earth physique could only allow Xiao Han to be more harmonious with the heavens, the earth, the rivers, and the stars. However, Xiao Han had his own plans. After pacing around the wooden hut, Xiao Han returned to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He flipped his right hand and took out a round Earth Emperor body tempering pill from his storage ring. Now, I will do what Li Xiaotian could not do. I will use the Earth Emperor body tempering pill to refine my body. This will allow the little bit of Earth physique in my body to grow into a true immortal physique, the Starry Sky Dominator physique. I will be able to enjoy the immortal pill unscathed. However, Li Xiaotian could not do so in his entire life. Therefore, in terms of Earth physique, my achievements will completely surpass Li Xiaotian's. Moreover, the body that I have created in these 3 days will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's. It will definitely surpass Li Xiaotian's lifetime accumulation. Xiao Han was completely confident. Consume. Suddenly, Xiao Han put the Earth Emperor body tempering pill into his mouth. Boom, the pill dissolved in his mouth. It dispersed with a loud bang. The thick, heavy, and stable medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill surged into Xiao Han's blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and life genes. As the medicinal properties were absorbed, the earth and yellow motes of light in Xiao Han's bloodline genes let out a carefree cry of joy. Like a gluttonous whale, it began to swallow the medicinal energy. At this moment, the lightning element finally stopped rejecting the medicinal power of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill. That was because Xiao Han had successfully obtained the Great Earth Physique. Right now, the berserk nature of the thunder element had already allowed the absorption of the Earth Emperor body tempering pill's medicinal power. Moreover, because of Xiao Han's current form, the indestructible golden body technique had been cultivated to the extreme. Therefore, in the next moment, Xiao Han grabbed a large handful of Earth Emperor body tempering pills and swallowed them all. Hong hong hong, inside and outside of Xiao Han's body, golden light surged. The immortal golden body incantation was helping Xiao Han's body absorb the medicinal energy. He consumed a large amount of Earth Emperor body tempering pills. This caused the surface of Xiao Han's body to glow with a yellow light. His entire body had undergone a new transformation. Li Xiaotian didn't have the fortune to enjoy this Earth Emperor body tempering pill, so he didn't know its profoundness. Now that Xiao Han consumed a large amount of it, he crazily absorbed the source energy of the earth from the celestial realm, causing the source energy of the earth in his body to soar. Ascend. Ascend again. Moreover, the medicinal energy of each Earth Emperor body tempering pill was many times superior to Li Xiaotian's Great Earth Physique. The tiny bit of the Great Earth Physique in Xiao Han's body had already undergone a great transformation, entering a new level. In Xiao Han's blood and bones, the earth and yellow motes of light were increasing in number and density. Vaguely, they were catching up to the thunder element gene. Li Xiaotian had exchanged a total of about 2,000 Earth Emperor body tempering pills in the storage of the giant hall. Now, all of them were being consumed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han swallowed large amounts of immortal pills, and the terrifying medicinal energy completely erupted in Xiao Han's body. Waves of medicinal energy condensed into earth dragons, earth snakes, earth flood dragons, earth birds, great walls, towering mountains. These earth dragons and earth snakes revolved around Xiao Han in a chaotic manner. Powerful life force and immortal aura were injected into Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han's flesh and blood actually glowed with an intense earthen yellow color. Every piece of his flesh and blood was incomparably strong and sturdy. Xiao Han's entire body shone with an earthen yellow luster. It was as if his body, cells, meridians, and blood vessels had all evolved into celestial bodies, starry skies, meteorites, stars. It actually gave off a feeling of indestructibility. In the end, the blood vessels and meridians in Xiao Han's body also shone with a holy luster. Every drop of his blood seemed to have evolved into a yellow crystal. His blood seemed to have solidified into a solid state. It was as solid as gemstones and heavenly crystals. The surface of his skin was even more dazzling, and it released a terrifying defensive ability. Moreover, the current Xiao Han not only had his defensive ability increased, but his strength was also rising steadily. The strength of his body broke through the shackles and continued to soar. 200 billion ding. 3,300 billion ding. 3,400 billion ding. At the same time, the lightning attribute in Xiao Han's body also roared. Rays of lightning from the celestial world and the light of the earth intertwined and shone, forming a perfect combination. The two attributes of lightning and earth were perfect and harmonious. As a result, Xiao Han's current body not only possessed the tearing and explosive power of the lightning attribute, but also the stability, defense, and size of the earth attribute. Once this earth attribute body was created into a celestial body, his entire body could transform into a planet. Its power was definitely not weaker than the thunder god tyrant body. However, even in the celestial world, there were not many celestials who had a special body with two attributes like Xiao Han. Lightning refines my divine soul, and earth refines my body. Xiao Han was still crazily swallowing the Earth Emperor body strengthening pills. Inside his body, lightning would burst out one moment, and yellow light would spread the next. His body was also expanding and pulsing. His heart erupted with a violent rhythm, like a heavy hammer, tearing the air apart. His left eye was lightning, and his right eye was earth. His aura became more and more terrifying. Outside the area where Xiao Han was lodging in the wooden house. In the garden, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others looked at Xiao Han with astonished eyes. Looking at Xiao Han's wooden house. Junior brother Xiao Han successfully advanced into the top 8. Unbelievable. He actually used brute force to defeat Li Xiaotian. That's 300 billion cauldrons of strength. He directly destroyed the light screen. Too tyrannical. Moreover, junior brother Xiao Han improved to such a heaven-defying degree in just a few days. What did he do? Xiao Mingqiu said in a daze. The top 8 battle will begin in 2 days. Little brother Xiao Han is in seclusion again. I don't know. I don't know if this seclusion will be like the previous 2 times, and his combat power will soar again. If he can obtain another heaven-defying improvement. That's too monstrous. Luo Tianyu said in a trembling voice. Inside another garden. Naga. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin sat beside a stone table. Naga leisurely looked at the colorful butterflies dancing on a cluster of flowers. His eyes surged with a kind of divine light that comprehended the great Tao of nature. As for the bewitching man with reddish-brown skin, he seemed extremely nervous. Li Xiaotian is dead. He died in the hands of that young man. He shouldn't have died. Oh. Naga smiled faintly. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Why shouldn't Li Xiaotian die? He was not as skilled as others, so he deserved to die. No. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin screamed in shock. Something's wrong. That kid. In less than 10 days, his strength soared twice. From less than 10 billion cauldrons, it soared to 700 billion cauldrons, and then reached 300 billion cauldrons a few days later. He's not an immortal, how could he improve so quickly? In such a short period of time, his body accumulated such a violent power, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Naga, that kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Now. The top 8 battle is about to begin. You might encounter him, and I might also encounter him. What should we do? If it's in the next battle. If he improves again, we might not be able to resist him. What should we do now? Naga said nonchalantly. No matter how much he improves, I will only need one sword to kill him. After a pause, Naga's gaze drifted far away. On the contrary, I don't want to encounter him so early. Instead, I want him to become more and more bewitching, stronger and stronger. Let him improve as much as he wants. This way, when I kill him, it will have a different taste. A relatively stronger ant can make this boring battle a little more interesting. In a garden at an extremely high place. A white-browed youth stood with his hands behind his back. His aura oppressed the starry sky and universe, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and defiance. This person was also one of the top 8 in this time's Immortal Stone competition. Senior martial brother, a group of beautiful, elegant, and otherworldly girls surrounded the white-browed youth like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Senior brother, this time, you are aiming to obtain the purple immortal key and become the strongest person under 10,000 years old in the current universe. Senior brother, you are really ambitious. One of the young girls flattered. Humph, the white-browed youth snorted coldly. Senior brother, looking at the top 8, there are only 2 people who can pose a threat to you. One is that terrifying Naga, and the other is the kid who killed Li Xiaotian. A young girl with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn water said with slight worry. Forget about Naga, he is indeed a genius. Killing people above his level is like cutting melons and vegetables. However, how can the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian be this young master's opponent? He is the same as Li Xiaotian, they are both barbarians. Boorish. Nothing to worry about. The white-browed youth said disdainfully. But, senior brother, that youth's improvement is very fast, ha 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 ha. The battle with Li Xiaotian must have exhausted all of his potential. He has a special lightning attribute physique. If this young master's guess is not wrong, he should have used the immortal pill, Thunder God's body tempering pill. This young master discovered that the Thunder God's body tempering pill and the storage has been exchanged twice. The timing of the exchange of the Thunder God body tempering pills was extremely coincidental with the time that the kid had improved. However, the storage of the Thunder God's body tempering pill has long been exhausted. This time, that kid will not improve an inch. However, it is strange that he can enjoy the immortal pill. If this young master encounters that kid, this young master will definitely capture him and interrogate him properly. The white-browed youth said proudly. Inside Xiao Han's wooden house. All of the lightning and yellow light were absorbed into Xiao Han's body. At this moment, Xiao Han was strangely stable. His entire body seemed to be one with heaven and earth. 2108 Earth Emperor body tempering pills have all been consumed and refined by me. Xiao Han smiled slightly. I have finally become a person with a special dual attribute physique. Now, I will need around 6,000 Thunder God body tempering pills to create the Thunder God dominating body immortal physique. I will need around 8,000 Earth King body tempering pills to create the Earth immortal physique and the Star dominating body immortal physique. Once I successfully create both immortal physiques, I will have a dual attribute immortal physique. My strength has skyrocketed to 5 trillion cauldrons. My defense is incomparable to before. Moreover, my body was created with the nourishment of the immortal pill. Its quality is definitely 10 times higher than Li Xiaotian's celestial meteorite body. The current me would dare to fight against a pagoda master in the entire mortal world. Xiao Han's calm eyes glowed with a domineering divine light. Chapter 499. Xiao Han encountering Li Xiaotian in the battle for the top 16 was undoubtedly a great opportunity. This battle allowed Xiao Han to successfully plunder the Earth attribute genes, and through the Earth Emperor body refining pill, he created an Earth physique that was far more majestic than Li Xiaotian's. Now, not only did Xiao Han's defensive power skyrocket, his entire body would expand between breaths, and he could evolve into a starry sky giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Moreover, once the Earth physique was refined into an immortal physique, then Xiao Han's body could even evolve into a planet. At the same time, in this kind of impregnable stability, Xiao Han's physique also had the tearing and destructive power of thunder and lightning. This was the strength of a dual attribute physique. If Xiao Han encountered someone like Li Xiaotian again, he could definitely explode with a few punches, like picking up grass, without any suspense. 500 billion cauldrons of strength. Xiao Han retracted all the aura in his body into his pores, wrapped in the spirit turtle true qi, and restrained his sharpness. He nodded to himself. With my current strength and defense, even if I fight against the tower master of my plane, I can still beat him to death. The strongest human in my plane, the tower master, is no longer my opponent. Xiao Han felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming to the genius area, Xiao Han was still being controlled by the tower master, and was still not a match for this half-immortal body. But now, after experiencing the tempering of the illusory demon palace and the baptism of the immortal stone competition, Xiao Han had already grown to a level that even the tower master could not compare to. All of this happened too quickly. His improvement was godly. Moreover, with my current accumulation, when I go back and cultivate true qi, I will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This time, the accumulation of my spirit. It even far surpasses the last time in the demon city. Xiao Han was very confident. Immediately, Xiao Han relaxed his body and came before the light screen. His spirit wave swept in. The top 8 battle will begin tomorrow. Xiao Han scanned the images of the top 8. Other than himself, the other 7 were all chosen. They were from the ordinary planes of the universe, which were as numerous as the eternal sands. They were the outstanding talents of the human race under 10,000 years old. As expected, Naga also successfully entered the top 8. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao Han's spirit wave swept into the light screen again. At this point, the various treasures in the storage had been completely exchanged. Even those dazzling array of immortal pills had all been exchanged. Originally, Xiao Han wanted to see if there were any more Earth Emperor body refining pills in the storage. But he could only return in disappointment. The only thing left in the inventory. It was a blue immortal key, blue immortal keys, each worth 50 million immortal stones. It's a necessity to enter the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Moreover, this blue immortal key can bring 70 people into the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Xiao Han muttered. This blue immortal key is the most precious immortal key apart from the purple one. I must obtain the purple immortal key. But... forget it. In any case, I have enough immortal stones and more than 10 immortal cards. So, I'll just exchange them for some fun. With a thought, Xiao Han took out 50 million immortal stones from his bag and exchanged for the last set of immortal keys he had in his storage. A key shimmering with an ocean blue immortal light was held in Xiao Han's hand. The key was engraved with obscure and mysterious runes. It was engraved with dragons and tigers. It was a spectacular sight. Moreover, the entire key was flowing with an indescribable power of teleportation. Xiao Han played with the key and clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the blue immortal key. Junior, congratulations on obtaining a place to enter the second stage of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. This is an extremely high-quality blue immortal key. Apart from allowing you to enter the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, it can also allow you to bring more people with you. Including you, there will be 70 people entering the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. With you activating this blue immortal key, the number of people who can bring into the second level of the Absolute Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure trove will not be limited. It can be an ordinary human over 10,000 years old, or even an immortal. Now, you can refine this blue immortal key with a drop of your blood and absorb it into your body. Only after refining it will the blue immortal key take effect. Moreover, after refining it into your body, only you can use it. This will prevent others from snatching it. This is also to protect you. Oh. Is that so? Drop a drop of blood to refine it? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Then, he activated strands of saber qi and gently cut his right index finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the blue immortal key in his hand. Boom! The blue immortal key was burned by Xiao Han's blood. Then, it transformed into a ray of ocean blue light and entered Xiao Han's body. It seemed to have become a cell in Xiao Han's pores. It was very magical. Once I obtain the purple immortal key, I should refine it into my body like this. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Then, Xiao Han communicated with Xiao Mingchu and the others and left the wooden house. In the garden outside the wooden house. Junior brother Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to kill a fierce person like Li Xiaotian and enter the top 8. Amazing, amazing. Xiao Mingchu was amazed. Then, he smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao Han, when I was watching your battle with Li Xiaotian, my heart had risen to my throat. I was afraid that you wouldn't be a match for him. Ha 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 ha, I never imagined that you would actually be able to erupt with a mighty force of 30,000 billion cauldrons and smash Li Xiaotian alive. Junior brother Xiao Han, your improvement is really too monstrous. Little brother Xiao Han, you are truly a genius. Now, even I suspect that you are the reincarnation of an immortal. Luo Tianyu also looked at Xiao Han with a shocked gaze. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed, then changed the topic. I have only entered the top 8. There are still a few life and death battles waiting for me. I must not let my guard down. The opponents I will encounter in the top 8 will definitely be more difficult to deal with than Li Xiaotian. That's right, eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, I have nothing to do, so I exchanged for a blue immortal key and refined it into my body. I can bring 70 people into the second floor of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Hee hee. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, when the time comes, I'll bring you guys into play. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Return to the sect master. Senior brother Fong Ling, senior brother Dong Fong Qin, bring them in as well. Let them also experience the immortal fate. Sure. Xiao Mingchu quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said, Junior brother Xiao Han, tomorrow is the top 8 battle. You can take this opportunity to study the battle strength of the other 7 people and find their flaws. This. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Then he smiled and said, I won't go and casually study other people. If I continue to study them, it will not be beautiful. I might as well focus on everything and deal with all changes. In Xiao Han's tone, there was already a kind of confidence and demeanor of a peerless expert, causing Xiao Mingchu and the others to be speechless. In the depths of their hearts, sincere admiration and admiration rose. Junior brother Xiao Han. Now that you have truly risen, when you return to the plane, you will definitely be an invincible figure. You're definitely an invincible supreme being. Even the Tower Master is far from being your opponent. Xiao Mingchu clicked his tongue and sighed. In another garden, Naga and the bewitching man with reddish-brown skin sat beside an ancient stone table. Naga, tomorrow is the top 8 battle. I hope we don't encounter each other early. The bewitching man with reddish-brown skin said solemnly. Naga, this is a matter of life and death. We can't let our guard down. Go back and study the situation of the other opponents, especially the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian. I don't need to study anything. Naga said arrogantly. Only others study me, Naga. I, Naga, never need to study anyone. I, Naga, am invincible. In a garden at an extremely high level. The white-browed man had a jade-like face, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He was leaning against the bosom of a young and beautiful woman wearing a veil, and the woman was feeding him a delicious immortal fruit, mouth to mouth. There were also a few stunning beauties who were massaging his chest and back. Senior brother, tomorrow is going to be a tough battle. Senior brother, you should rest early. A girl in a white veil said gently. Ha ha ha. It's fine. The white-browed man stretched out his hands and began to play with the white-veiled girl's chest. He teased the white-veiled girl until her entire body trembled. Her cheeks burned as she let out a whimper. Only Naga is slightly troublesome. The rest are all idiots. The white-browed man said proudly. He immediately lifted the chin of a stunning beauty. Moreover, with your help, I will be invincible. Even if I encounter Naga, I will still have the power to fight. Little sisters are willing to help senior brother. Sweep away all opponents. The group of stunning beauties vowed solemnly. At the same time, in a large number of gardens, those who were still in the giant hall area and had not been teleported away were discussing in groups of 3 to 5, it's right for us to stay. The remaining battles are getting more and more exciting, more and more classic. It's a feast for our eyes. Yes, these battles are very inspiring. After watching them, I have gained many insights that can help me improve. There are still 8 outstanding people left. Who do you think will win? I think Naga will win. I support Naga. I still support Naga. Obviously, I support Naga. Naga is indeed too powerful. One sword to kill a god is unstoppable. However, the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian has made great progress in every battle. He might be able to pose a threat to Naga. Ha 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 ha. Childish. That kid, when he defeated Li Xiaotian in the last battle, he did burst out with 300 billion ding of strength. However, it was all brute force. How can he defeat Naga with brute force? Isn't that a fool's dream? That's right. True experts still compete in true chi cultivation, divine martial arts, and not strength. Naga's swordsmanship is godly. Legend has it that he received guidance from a sword immortal. He can't defeat Naga with just a few gene of brute force. Yes, when skill reaches Naga's level, it has already surpassed the level of strength. Don't mention 300 billion ding of strength, even if that kid had 400 billion ding or 100 billion ding, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Naga. Naga will most likely become an immortal in the future. He will definitely become an immortal. It's a pity that Naga uses a sword. The 4th floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure has the inheritance of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's Supreme Saber Dao. I wonder if Naga can inherit Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. To be continued. Chapter 500. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest, Xiao Han returned to the wooden house and sat cross-legged on the bed, recuperating. I heard that many of the spectators are discussing the upcoming quarterfinals. Their views are very consistent. They all believe that Naga will be able to enter the finals and defeat all his opponents without shedding a single drop of blood. He will become the champion and obtain the only purple celestial key. Xiao Han smiled lightly. Ah. Only one person can survive. Then, according to everyone's wishes, Nagas should live. I, Xiao Han, and the others should naturally die in battle. However, there are many things in this world that don't always go according to one's wishes. Shockingly, Xiao Han's eyes were filled with battle intent. His left eye was filled with thunder, and his right eye was filled with the earth. His entire aura changed, and he exuded an invincible aura. You are a peerless expert. If I, Xiao Han, am able to defeat you in the arena, the accumulation of my soul will be indescribable. When I return to the ethereal plane, I should be able to convert my Jinqi into true talismans, and my results will definitely far surpass those of the expanding acupoint realm. It was a quiet night. That night, Xiao Han did not cultivate at all. His mind and body were completely relaxed. He adjusted his vitality to its peak. The next day, noon. After a night of complete relaxation and rest, Xiao Han's current state of mind was extremely full. His entire person was filled with spirit, as if he had been reborn. The embryonic form of the Thunder God Tyrant body and the embryonic form of the Starry Sky Dominator body were becoming more and more integrated. They were inseparable. All of Xiao Han's bones, blood vessels, and cells were filled with an invincible aura. He walked steadily to the front of the light screen. The battle for the quarterfinals. If everything goes smoothly, including this battle, then there are only 3 battles left. The Genius Area exploration is finally about to come to a perfect end. Xiao Han's lips curled into a steady smile. Right at this moment. Wang on the screen. Suddenly, the sound of a flute could be heard. Xiao Han tensed up slightly. Then, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice resounded, "Ha ha ha ha, 3 days of rest. The 8 strongest heroes must have adjusted their vitality and mental state to the best, right? Ha 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 ha. Good, all of you should be impatient. Now, we will randomly draw your opponents for the quarterfinals." It's about to begin, after Xiao Han refined the embryonic dual attribute immortal physique. His every movement was filled with the conviction of victory. At such a young age, he already had the bearing of a grandmaster of a generation, a lofty person. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Who will be my opponent? But it doesn't matter anymore. At the same time, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the other evil heroes who were watching the battle. They all stared at the screen nervously. They all knew that the quarterfinals would once again be a time when the degree of brilliance and cruelty would reach the peak. 4 battles, 4 peerless geniuses would fall. Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest were all praying and cheering for Xiao Han, hoping that he would win again and enter the top 4. Who will be the dead soul under my sword? Ha! I can't wait. Naga's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He used the eyes of killing gods and demons to sweep across the other 7 evil heroes on the screen. When his eyes swept across Xiao Han's image, he could not help but mutter to himself. Your progress is very fast. In these 3 days of rest, you must have made new progress, right? This potential, even I am a little moved. I hope that I don't meet you so soon. I, Naga, hope that you have enough room for improvement, so that when I kill you in the end, it will be a different kind of fun. Otherwise, everything will be too boring. Outside the wooden house, in a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, in the sky above the garden, there was a canopy of 5 emperors. Under the canopy, there was a white-browed man with a jade-like face, gentle and radiant. His eyes were cold and indifferent, looking down on the world. He sat under the canopy, and from all directions, there were a total of 36 enchanting and graceful girls, serving him attentively. The orioles sang and the swallows danced, and the fragrance of cosmetics drifted in the air. The opponents for the quarterfinals will be randomly decided soon. Junior sisters, follow me to battle. The white-browed man said with a cheeky smile. Yes, senior brother, the girls answered in unison, their voices soft and lingering. At this moment, some of the evil heroes who were watching the battle poked their heads out from the wooden house. Some of the evil heroes who were watching the battle could not bear to see the white-browed man's extravagance, and could not help but mutter. In a battle of life and death, he actually came up with such a gentle atmosphere. What a weirdo, how dare you? Presumptuous. Dog mouth. Hearing this, the girls around the white-browed man all scolded him. You're dead. The white-browed man stretched out his finger and pointed at the evil hero who spoke rudely to him. I'll remember you. When we leave the genius zone, I'll destroy your entire family. In other words, he's only at the 9th level true chi realm, at this moment. 7-colored treasured umbrella. Heaven suppressing suppression. Suddenly, waves of true chi shot out from the true acupoints of the white-browed man, condensing into a 7-colored umbrella. In the sky, petals fluttered, and it was a spectacular sight. Junior sisters, lend me a hand. Suddenly, 36 girls turned into rays of light and entered the 7-colored umbrella, turning into maids in palace attire on the umbrella. At the same time, the white-browed man's cultivation soared. From level 9 True Chi Treasure Realm, it continued to climb, and finally reached level 10 True Chi Treasure Realm. Furthermore, a vertical eye directly bloomed between his eyebrows. He actually relied on the help of these girls to directly open the heavenly eye. Rays of divine light that could destroy everything bloomed from the white-browed man's body, descending to the world. The evil hero who had previously contradicted the white-browed man immediately wet his pants in fear and directly fainted. Go! The white-browed man, holding the umbrella, turned into a ray of light, and flashed into the wooden house. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. At this moment, hum, on the light screen. The images of the 8 evil heroes began to spin at lightning speed. The speed of the rotation was abnormally fast. Faster and faster. At the very beginning, Xiao Han could still rely on his tyrannical and boundless mental strength to grasp the positions and trajectories of the 8 images on the light screen. But towards the end, the images of the 8 evil heroes were completely distorted, turned into rays of light, and even Xiao Han's mental fluctuations could not be seen clearly. At this moment, boom! The light screen shook. The images of the 8 evil heroes suddenly changed. One by one, matched in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of 4 groups against each other. 4 groups against each other, half of the 8 evil heroes would fall on the arena. This was a cruel battle. In the end, there would only be 4 evil heroes left. Evil heroes, the battle of the top 8 officially begins. Your respective opponents have been randomly chosen. After 10 breaths, you will be teleported into the arena. The Immortal Stone's reward for the battle of the top 8 will exceed 20 billion. You can exchange for at least 20 immortal cards to use in the second floor of this Emperor's treasure. Enough idle talk, the battle begins. You will be teleported into the arena. Good luck to everyone. The opponent was chosen. Xiao Han scanned with his mental strength. He discovered that the opponent matched with him, on the light screen, matched with Xiao Han's image was a white-browed man, handsome and elegant. The corners of his eyebrows and eyes were filled with an evil aura. In his eyes, there was a kind of invincible, cold arrogance, as if he was looking down on the common people. This white-browed man held a flower umbrella in his hand. The umbrella was overflowing with colorful lights. It was magnificent and magnificent. My opponent for the quarterfinals is him. Previously when I watched this white-browed man's battle, he seemed to be relying on a true treasure, an umbrella, to fight and defeat his opponent. Xiao Han nodded slightly. At this moment, boom, in the light screen, a divine light burst out, a whirlpool bloomed, directly pulling Xiao Han in. It was chaos in all directions. In the middle, there was a square arena. Xiao Han stood quietly on the arena. In front of Xiao Han, it was the white-browed man. He held a rainbow-colored treasured umbrella. His whole body was glistening, giving off an unfathomable feeling. In between the white-browed man's eyebrows, there was actually a heavenly eye. Mystical and extraordinary. Oh. Immortal Eye Realm, opened the 101st True Meridian, opened the heavenly eye, is a pagoda master level. Xiao Han suddenly understood. Pagoda master level. Xiao Han raised his head and smiled faintly. Oh. I didn't expect that my opponent for the quarterfinals would be you. The white-browed man was also startled for a moment. He waved his hand, the treasured umbrella immediately floated above his head, continuously rotating, emitting a divine light that could destroy everything. In a trance, the shadows of beautiful women appeared in all directions of the treasured umbrella, slowly swimming around. Not bad, not bad. The white-browed man looked at Xiao Han from top to bottom with the eyes of an animal, and finally, he laughed disdainfully. Barbarian, N? Xiao Han frowned slightly. Your brute force is not bad. To be able to defeat a barbarian like Li Xiaotian, you also have some ability. The white-browed man sneered. There must be some secrets on your body. This young master observed before, your strength did not even reach 10 billion ding, but it soared to the limit of 700 billion ding. In the battle with Li Xiaotian, your strength once again exploded, reaching 300 billion ding. You must have used the rest time between the battle to cultivate in seclusion, that's how you obtained such progress. You have a lightning attribute physique. When you were in seclusion, this young master discovered that the lightning god's body tempering pill in the storage was continuously exchanged in large quantities. I believe that it must be you who exchanged for it. Your improvement is so monstrous. No matter how I think about it, only an immortal pill can do it. However, the lightning god's body tempering pill in the storage has long been empty. I believe that you won't have any more improvements in this battle. The limit of your strength is 300 billion ding, right? The white-browed man's expression was as if he had grasped everything. It was as if nothing could be hidden from his discerning eyes. Oh. You really guessed correctly. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. The lightning god's body tempering pill has indeed been used up a long time ago. I wanted to exchange for a few more, but I couldn't. You're actually able to consume an immortal pill. Not only did your body not explode, you even obtained a huge benefit and your battle strength soared. How about this? Tell this young master the secret of how to consume an immortal pill. This young master promises you that in this battle, I'll let you die peacefully and without pain. How about it? Since you're going to die soon anyway, it won't do you any good if you keep this secret to yourself, right? If you insist on doing things your own way and refuse to tell me this secret, then after I leave the genius zone, I'll definitely find your realm and behead all your family and relatives. I'll bring all your wives and concubines back to my realm and sell them to the brothel, where they'll be humiliated every day. How about it? You're courting death. The muscles at the corner of Xiao Han's eyes twitched a few times. I'll let you die a rhythmic death. Chapter 501. Throughout the course of the Celestial Stone competition, every opponent that Xiao Han encountered was extremely arrogant. They were all disdainful when facing Xiao Han. This white-browed man even threatened Xiao Han, demanding him to tell him the secret of how to consume the celestial pill. Otherwise, he would destroy Xiao Han's entire family. However, judging from the looks of this white-browed man, he did indeed have some ability. His current state was that he had opened 101 true acupoints, and each acupoint was filled with raging true energy that could shake the heavens and earth. As the 101 acupoints revolved, the illusion of a dragon and a tiger coexisting with each other was produced. His aura was extremely powerful and encompassed the 4 seas, as if he wanted to sweep all the time and space in the world into his acupoints. This kind of aura was almost invincible. Opening 101 true meridians and successfully opening the heavenly eye were the limits of a mortal's cultivation. One more step would be immortal ascension. In other words, the white-browed man Xiao Han was facing had almost reached the peak of a mortal's cultivation realm. He was a pagoda master. Moreover, this white-browed man held a treasured umbrella in his hand. The umbrella emitted an extremely powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe. As the treasured umbrella spun, the space around it was completely destroyed, leaving behind only the majestic aura of the mythological realm. The power of the epic realm and the legendary realm was breathtaking. He is indeed a powerful enemy. In terms of aura, he is even stronger than the pagoda masters of my plane. Xiao Han was well aware of this. However, I have the embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal physique. Even if I am facing a pagoda master, I don't need to show any weakness. My goal is to defeat all my enemies, crush them with brute force, survive, and obtain the purple immortal key. A mere pagoda master is nothing in my eyes. As he thought about it, Xiao Han's aura continued to rise, and his entire body began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, they were standing on the ground and pointing at the sky. He was like an ancient heavenly god. His left eye was filled with lightning, and his right eye was filled with the earth, staring at the white-browed man. You really don't know what's good for you. The white-browed man didn't expect Xiao Han to be so stubborn. In an instant, he was enraged. His face was filled with killing intent. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Since that's the case, I will capture you, break your arms and legs, gouge out your eyes, and interrogate you to my heart's content. Humph. Barbarian. The way you fight. It was extremely simple, primitive, and violent. In other words, it was a clash of brute force. Then, today, this young master will also give up on techniques and use the power that you are most proficient in to defeat you. Crush all your so-called confidence. A mere 300 trillion cauldrons of strength is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As the white-browed man spoke, the umbrella above his head slowly rose and gave off a brilliant divine light. A sharp aura enveloped the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Images of women in palatial attire swam in the air like heavenly maidens, scattering beautiful flower petals. At the same time, the sky turned dark, and all the light on the arena seemed to be sucked away by the treasured umbrella. The white-browed man's aura continued to rise to the limit. The heavenly eye between his eyebrows emitted wisps of immortal light to judge all living beings. Inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, Xiao Mingchu didn't dare to move as he stood in front of the light screen, watching the intense battle between Xiao Han and the white-browed man. Strange sounds burst out from Xiao Mingchu's throat. His heart was in his throat. Powerful. Too powerful. The aura of this white-browed man is definitely much stronger than the tower master of our plane, especially that umbrella of his. It's so majestic that it can kill people and devils. Let's not talk about the battle. If I were to encounter him, he only needs to take out his treasured umbrella. Just that aura alone would be enough to crush me. Junior brother Xiao Han is really not easy. He is actually as calm as usual when facing the white-browed man. He doesn't seem to be suppressed by the aura of the treasured umbrella at all. However, I don't know what junior brother Xiao Han's chance of winning this battle. This white-browed man is many times stronger than Li Xiaotian. Inside another wooden house. A demon warrior who was watching the battle was wearing a big red robe. There was a faint mark between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had opened the heaven's eye and was a domineering figure in the world. Oh. Young Master Beihai. His sect only has one male disciple and many female disciples. In every generation, there is only one male disciple. He has a high position and authority. The most outstanding female disciples in the sect are at his mercy. During the battle, he can even absorb the power of the female disciples and use it on his own body, condensing it into a true treasure umbrella with violent power. Among the tower masters, he is an outstanding talent. However, this young Master Beihai's cultivation base is only at the 9th level of true qi. Right now, he is relying on the help of many female disciples to increase his cultivation base. Even if he defeats his opponent, it will be an unfair victory, on the arena. It's over. I'll crush you with one strike. The white-browed man suddenly roared. From the rotating treasured umbrella, a large hand suddenly appeared. This large hand was surrounded by dense talisman characters. Moreover, there were countless women in palace clothes waving banners and shouting. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This large hand covered the sky and suddenly grabbed towards Xiao Han's head. The great power swept over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a dark apocalyptic disaster. All living beings must be annihilated. Xiao Han did not make a sound. All of a sudden, a thick earthen yellow aura gushed out from every pore and cell in Xiao Han's body. The yellow aura condensed into a great wall, mountains and rivers in the void. Xiao Han's aura suddenly rose. Indomitable spirit. Connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, the light screens in all the spectators' wooden houses emitted a destructive vibration. Then, a golden number rose up, 600 billion ding. The white-browed man's ultimate attack had actually reached the level of 600 billion cauldrons. Although this was a power that exploded from true qi and was different from the pure physical strength of Li Xiaotian and Xiao Han, its power definitely far surpassed the physical strength of Xiao Han and Li Xiaotian in the battle. Ha 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 ha. Lose to this young master. Brat, your mere strength of 300 billion ding is not a match for this young master. The power of this young master's true qi attack is twice as powerful as yours. Reaching 600 billion ding, it can destroy a plane and destroy a planet. You die. This young master's true qi divine technique can sweep the world. Dominate the world. Just a barbarian like you is a match for this young master? On the arena, the white-browed man's arrogance was heard. It was an unbridled and wild laughter. At the same time, roar. Xiao Han finally exploded. His entire body exploded with earthen yellow light. His entire body began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rise. Rise again. The violent earth aura, containing abundant immortal qi, wrapped around Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han's physical body, blood vessels, and bones. Even every cell, every pore, every drop of blood, was filled with earth genes. One after another, the Earth Emperor's secret marks. Like a lotus flower blooming. 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet. 40 feet. Xiao Han's body continued to expand. The void was distorted, and a powerful force fluctuated. Xiao Han's frail body suddenly changed, and in less than a breath's time, he actually changed. He became an even more powerful physique. In the end, Xiao Han actually reached a height of more than 2,000 feet. His head was in the starry sky, and his feet were on the thick earth. He dominated everything. He seemed to have become an ancient giant, the ruler of the starry sky. A powerful force erupted from every inch of his flesh and blood. With a step, the space trembled. With a move of his body, the wind and clouds in all directions rolled. His power covered the sky and earth, and everything in all directions trembled under his power. Xiao Han activated the earth genes in his body to the extreme and completed the transformation. At this moment, after Xiao Han's transformation, his defense was many times stronger than Li Xiaotian's by who knows how many times. This was because Li Xiaotian relied on the earth genes in his body to continuously dig out his potential and cultivate to the limit. As for Xiao Han's earth body, it was tempered by immortal pills. In the blink of an eye, the white-browed man's attack, the limitless giant hand from the treasured umbrella, had already hit Xiao Han's giant body. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. When the attack dissipated, Xiao Han still did not move and stood there majestically. The white-browed man's attack that could destroy heaven and earth actually could not hurt Xiao Han. Ha ha ha. Good. The defense of the earth body is indeed indestructible. The defense of this earth body is far stronger than the thunder god tyrant body. I have swallowed more than 2,000 earth emperor body strengthening pills. With my body, it is a piece of cake for me to withstand a few trillion ding of true energy attack. Xiao Han let out a long roar, feeling very satisfied. In the process of this attack and defense, the advantage of the earth body was displayed vividly and vividly. As for the white-browed man, he originally thought that this attack would definitely kill Xiao Han. He did not expect that at the critical moment, Xiao Han would transform. This caused his all-out attack to not be able to break Xiao Han's defense. At this moment, the white-browed man lost the initiative. In his eyes, what appeared was Xiao Han's towering figure that was 600 feet tall, like an immortal god of war. What's going on? It's obviously a lightning body. Why? Why does it contain the aura of Earth? His defense is extremely abnormal. This. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Is it? Dual Attribute Special Body. It's the legendary Dual Attribute Special Body. The white-browed man let out a heart-wrenching scream. I miscalculated. To actually encounter such an abnormal person. It's a complete miscalculation. Previously, he was holding back his strength. Your attack seems too weak. Xiao Han looked down at the white-browed man who was like an ant on the arena. He took a step forward and directly stomped on the white-browed man. No. Monster. Get lost. The white-browed man waved his treasured umbrella continuously. Colorful divine rays burst out and poured down on Xiao Han's huge body like the pattering of raindrops. Every ray of divine light had the power to crush mountains and rivers and destroy everything. Every ray of divine light that burst out from the treasured umbrella had the power of 600 billion ding. Bang! 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 In less than a breath's time, the white-browed man had already launched a total of 999 attacks. Every attack had the power of 600 billion ding. With such a powerful attack, even a plane would definitely be destroyed. Die. Still not dead? How many attacks can you withstand? In the midst of the smoke, the white-browed man screamed ferociously. Poo 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 poo. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out, blowing away the smoke and lingering true qi in the arena. In an instant, Xiao Han's body that looked like an ancient heavenly god appeared. His body was covered with a yellow luster and the indestructible golden body was pushed to its limit. There were even thunder and lightning entangling around him like dragons and snakes. The continuous attacks just now still did not break through Xiao Han's earth defense. His entire body was practically immortal and indestructible. Indestructible by 10,000 tribulations. Are you done? Is it my turn to hit you? Xiao Han grinned. Chapter 502. Ah. No. How is this possible? Why can't I break his defense even after using all my strength? Why? Even the pagoda master of my dimension would be severely injured if he did not block it with all his strength. Why? Why is this brat unharmed? What kind of freak is he? The white-browed man retreated continuously. Fear and despair finally appeared in his supercilious eyes. All of his self-confidence and sense of superiority had vanished without a trace. Moreover, after going through the storm-like attack just now, the true chi in his 101 acupoints was almost used up. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. No. No, die. I, your father, will beat you into ashes. At this moment, Xiao Han's huge body started to shrink. The earthy yellow halo around his body started to fade and was replaced by the heavenly thunder. Crackle. Thunder and lightning. Xiao Han's aura also changed abruptly. From being thick, sturdy, and impregnable, it became restless, unstable, full of danger, and full of tearing power. The earth physique suddenly changed to the thunder god tyrant body. From defense to offense. On Xiao Han's side, his aura rose again. As for the white-browed man, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In terms of aura, Xiao Han had completely suppressed the white-browed man. He could not turn the situation around. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Han rushed towards the white-browed man. Xiao Han was domineering and indestructible. His body turned into an electric current and tore through the air. His whole body vibrated and mysterious thunder marks rose in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a dragon or a tiger, wolf or a leopard. He was like a god that had descended from the heavens. In an instant, he arrived in front of the white-browed man and punched. No one could describe the speed of this punch. No one could describe its domineering power. It dominated the heavens and the earth, shook time and space, and twisted the universe. The moment the punch was punched, a crystal-clear color appeared on Xiao Han's skin. The heavenly thunder flowed within it. The earthy yellow airflow and the golden glow surged within it. Xiao Han's internal organs let out a thunderous sound that sounded like a heavenly drum. The power of 5 trillion cauldrons was punched out. This punch was so powerful that it could even shatter a steel mountain. Bang! It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, like an ancient divine arrow. The punch that could kill all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens directly landed on the white-browed man's treasured umbrella. Pooh! Puff! 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 Pft! The power of the punch had destroyed all the forbidding auras and formations inside the umbrella. Moreover, the screams of countless women could be heard from within the treasured umbrella as fresh blood spurted out. The 36 stunning beauties that the white-browed man had taken into his treasured umbrella were all killed by Xiao Han with a single punch. Shatter. A beautiful woman perished. At the same time, the white-browed man's aura plummeted like a deflated balloon. The realm of his true chi cultivation. It also plummeted. His Jinqi had fallen from Jinqi 10 to Jinqi 9. One by one, his Jinqi acupoints were sealed shut, and the heaven eye at his glabella had also dried up. Oh. Ha 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 ha. He is just a level 9 Jinqi cultivator who relied on external forces to reach level 10 Jinqi and open his heaven's eye. I was wondering how strong he would be, but it turns out that he is just trash. Die. Bang. Xiao Han threw another punch at the white-browed man's body, causing a shocking dent to appear on his body. His bones were crushed and his tendons were broken. His internal organs were crushed and sprayed out from his mouth. Bang. Another punch. Bang. Another punch. Xiao Han was like a ferocious tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a few punches and 2 kicks, he had beaten the white-browed man into a pile of minced meat. Congratulations, outstanding Yao Rao, you have defeated your opponent and successfully advanced to the top 4. You will receive more than 20 billion celestial stones as a reward and take all the celestial stones from the loser's brocade pouch. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the arena. Boom boom boom, endless celestial stones were sucked into Xiao Han's brocade pouch like a river or a tide. Xiao Han retracted his aura and calmed down. He thought in his heart. Top 4. Finally, top 4, currently. Countless evil heroes that had been watching the battle in the giant hall had rushed out of their wooden houses and were discussing it crazily. The top 8 battles had all ended. The top 4 had been decided. However, among the 4 battles of the top 8, the most exciting one was undoubtedly the battle between Xiao Han and the white-browed man. Xiao Han had completely crushed the white-browed man with a crushing advantage. However, from the crowd's point of view, the white-browed man's battle strength was not weak. A single strike of 600 billion cauldron strength was enough to compete with a tower master. He was definitely not a weakling. However, such an expert was unable to break through Xiao Han's defense even after hundreds and thousands of attacks. In the end, he was destroyed by Xiao Han's punches. The disparity between the strong and the weak was enough to make one's hair stand on end. We have underestimated him. We have all underestimated the kid who defeated Li Xiaotian. He is far more than just a tyrannical attack. His defense is also abnormal enough. Among the top 4, it is definitely the strongest defense. Naga is in trouble. That kid has really hidden his strength. So it turns out that he has a dual attribute special physique. It seems that the final winner has been left in suspense. Naga might not be able to laugh until the end. That kid's attack and defense are both good. But Naga's sword is unconventional, coming and going with that one sword. This is hard to say, however, I still favor Naga. Naga's sword is known as the killing god's sword. No mortal in the world can block this sword. Not necessarily. As long as Naga's sword fails, he will most likely be defeated by that kid. Naga's undefeated legend might be ended by that kid. What a fool. How could Naga be defeated? In the top 8 battles, Naga also faced an opponent who had opened his heaven's eye and had 101 true acupuncture points in his body. Naga still killed him with one sword without any hesitation. I favor Naga. I still favor Naga. At the beginning, the spectating evil heroes were all one-sided and all favored Naga. However, Xiao Han's strong rise caused these spectating evil heroes to look at Xiao Han more highly. There were even a small number of evil heroes who thought that Xiao Han could defeat Naga and become the champion. In a garden high up, Naga leaned against the railing and looked down. A mocking smile flashed across his mouth. That kid. He is indeed not bad. He could actually defeat White Brow so easily. Dual attribute physique. Among them, his earth physique is even more perfect than Li Xiaotian's. Killing such an opponent is so satisfying. Really satisfying. I can't wait. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Xiao Han's 5 evil hero slaves, and a small number of evil heroes from Xiao Han's side were all extremely excited. A lot of supreme experts are praising junior brother Xiao Han. I heard that some Tower Master level demon heroes are now very afraid of junior brother Xiao Han and even said words of fear. Xiao Mingchu said with a trembling voice. Little brother Xiao Han used his strength to obtain dignity. Too monstrous. His progress is as fast as drinking water and eating rice. Luo Tianyu's voice was choked with emotion. I don't know how he did it. Junior brother Xiao Han seems to be in seclusion again. The top 4 battles are coming up soon. We must not disturb him. Xiao Mingchu said seriously. Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed. Dual attribute physique is indeed powerful. Just now, I actually managed to easily kill a Tower Master evil hero. When I obtain enough Thunder God body tempering pills and Earth Emperor body tempering pills, I will truly create a dual attribute immortal physique. Then, I will be invincible. I will definitely be invincible in the human world. Even if I meet an ordinary immortal, I will be able to fight against him. Xiao Han was indeed a little complacent. But very quickly, Xiao Han restrained the pride in his heart. The battle is not over yet. There is still the top 4 battles and the final battle. Just now, I saw the screen of Naga's top 8 battle. He still killed his opponent with 1 strike. A powerful evil hero that was not any weaker than White Brow was killed by Naga in a flash of thought. Naga must be my ultimate opponent. Naga is very strong, very strong. Moreover, Naga must have noticed me. He must have watched every single one of my matches. Naga is very clear about my battle strength. In the final battle, if I meet Naga, with my current methods, I might not be able to win. After all, Naga's sword was too strange. Not only was its attack power sharp and decisive, it even had a profound soul attack. The concept of that sword must have been great. My physical strength and special physique might not be able to block Naga's killer god's single sword. I must cultivate again. I cannot relax at the slightest, I cannot fall at the most crucial moment. Then, let's cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. Suddenly, Xiao Han's entire being calmed down. There were no distracting thoughts in his heart, and his sea of consciousness was clear. The liquid mental power star in his sea of consciousness slowly rotated, emitting obscure mental waves. It was comprehending heaven and earth, comprehending the great Tao. Naga, perhaps you will never guess that my greatest trump card is actually not my physical strength, nor is it my special physique, but my mental strength and saber intent. Break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique. Before this, I successfully broke through to the 19th spiritual finger technique. However, when I was trying to break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique, I was restricted by my physical body and could not break through. I wholeheartedly wanted to break through to the 20th spiritual finger technique, then continue to break through to the 21st spiritual finger technique, solidifying my mental strength. However, before this, my physical body was very weak and could not support such a violent mental strength entering my sea of consciousness. And now, my thunder god tyrant body has formed. Starry sky dominator body has formed. Raising my hand, I have 500 billion ding of strength, dominating the world. I cannot be compared to before. So what if I cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique again? Chapter 503. Xiao Han was trying to break through the 20th finger seal. In the end, Xiao Han was not satisfied with the increase in his physical strength. Because Xiao Han knew that mental energy and saber intent were his foundation. After solidifying his mental energy, the ripples of his mental energy could transform into a tangible killing weapon, killing people without a trace. Its power was not inferior to an immortal equipment. It could behead someone from 1,000 miles away. After solidifying his mental energy, it could form a horrifying mental energy star. With a slight tremble of the mental energy, a plane would explode. Furthermore, the cultivation of mental energy and saber intent complemented each other. Xiao Han believed that as long as he cultivated the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy to the 28th finger seal and reached consummation, he would be able to open the door to the ancient saber realm hidden in the cracks of space and receive the ancient saber soul, allowing his saber intent to enter spiritual mastery. Spiritual mastery saber intent could kill immortals. Furthermore, to kill the demon god's soul in Xiao Han's heart, a strong physical body was useless. He had to use spiritual mastery. This was the only way. The strength of my physical body and the embryonic dual attribute immortal body are actually the perfect foundation for me to cultivate the extinguishing heaven and earth mental energy. Xiao Han's mind was extremely clear. Soon, Xiao Han entered a profound meditative state. He had no thoughts, and his thoughts were clear. His hands were like butterflies flying through flowers, forming many profound and simple hand seals. The many hand seals followed the heavenly Tao of the universe and started to connect. Breaking through to the 20th finger seal. This 20th spiritual finger incantation consisted of a total of 100,000 subtle and profound hand gestures. In order to complete the 20th set of spiritual finger incantations, to complete the 20th set of finger seals, he had to connect these 100,000 hand seals. He had to connect them perfectly. Like moving clouds and flowing water. There could not be any mistakes or delays in the middle. Previously, in the illusionary demonic palace, Xiao Han had tried to break through to the 20th finger seal. However, when he reached the 200,000th hand seal, he encountered a bottleneck. It was difficult to surpass the 20,001 hand seal. If he forcefully cultivated it, his entire body would feel like it was about to collapse. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil. All the vitality in his body seemed to have been squeezed dry. This was because his body was not strong enough. It was far from being able to contain such blazing mental energy. But now, Xiao Han's body was definitely enough. Xiao xiao xiao, Xiao Han's hands danced rapidly, drawing out faint silhouettes that seemed to possess a life of their own, as he struck out several mysterious runes and talismans. In Xiao Han's brain. It also exuded layers of spiritual energy halos, shining like stars. Very soon. Xiao Han successfully completed the last bottleneck, the 20,001 hand gesture. Moreover, he still had strength to spare, and it was very easy. A portion of the hallucinatory demonic realm fragments that he had collected in the hallucinatory demonic palace still remained in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, and he had yet to completely refine them. Now that the strength of his flesh shell had been guaranteed, Xiao Han began to practice the 20th psychic finger art. Every hand gesture connected together, he slowly melted away the fragments of the hallucinatory demonic realm. Xiao Han's mental strength, which had been dormant for a long time, rose once again. The liquid spiritual power planet began to boil, and more dark golden metal fragments appeared. Hong hong hong, in Xiao Han's entire sea of consciousness, waves after waves of mental energy were emitted. The mental energy star was beginning to solidify. Countless dark golden shards began to form a combination. Secret rune shuttle. Xiao Han deeply felt that after the shackles of his physical body were gone, his mental power could freely fly out. Boundless and unbridled. There was no bottleneck. Even his life level had taken a leap. The spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness became increasingly condensed, sturdy, and dazzling. The density of his mental power had increased. His mental power was highly concentrated. His essence, qi, spirit, and bearing were flawless and extraordinary. In this strange and profound cultivation process, Xiao Han's mind was without any impurities. His entire mind was as clear as crystal. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that his spiritual power and soul were suddenly released, soaring into the sky, and permeating into the endless void. This feeling was as if his soul was floating out of his brain. Out of body. It's the same feeling as when I practiced the 19th psychic finger art. Out of body. My soul is in an out-of-body state again. Because he had a similar experience, Xiao Han was not so nervous and frightened now. Xiao Han's soul flew higher and higher. In the end, it seemed as if it had flown out of this genius zone, out of this space, and out of the 9 heavens. It's so light, as if I can fly to wherever I want. The whole world seems to be free of the shackles of space. What a strange feeling, as if my mental power can do all kinds of spatial jumps in this mysterious void. In the next moment, in the void, endless spacetime storms appeared. The heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon dimmed. In an instant, Xiao Han's consciousness was lost in an endless spacetime. He felt alone and helpless. In the depths of the spacetime, he felt as though he would never be able to return. All around him, he could see an endless storm howling and howling. Just like the last time, I felt the ancient gate of the Saber realm again. Xiao Han had experienced the same thing before. Now, Xiao Han knew how to deal with this matter. His mental power directly condensed. As expected. In the depths of the spacetime storm, Xiao Han vaguely saw a gate. However, this gate was very blurry, and its specific shape could not be seen clearly. However, that door seemed to have formed an instinctive attraction for Xiao Han. This caused Xiao Han to have a strong desire to rush over and open the gate to see what was inside. Buzz buzz buzz, shockingly. The great accomplishment stage saber intent that was floating in Xiao Han's soul suddenly let out a howl. The gate of the saber realm. The gate of the saber realm. I want to open the gate of the saber realm. I want the ancient saber's soul to be infused into my saber intent. Xiao Han's soul. Completely trembling. Deep in his heart. He let out a heart-wrenching howl. Extreme excitement and desire. Xiao Han's soul. All of them slowly swam towards the gate of the saber realm. However, when Xiao Han's soul was still a long distance away from the gate of the saber realm, it suddenly came to a halt. A dangerous aura that could crush the starry sky rushed towards him. The space-time storm, the turbulence of the starry sky. They came one after another. Xiao Han's soul was like a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, and it began to shake. A feeling like a moth flying into a flame welled up in his heart. This caused Xiao Han to feel a sense of imminent danger. No. It still won't work. My soul still can't get close to that gate. If my soul moves a little further, it will be completely crushed by the aura radiating from the gate. Annihilation. Although, this time, my soul is getting closer to the gate. It's already slightly shorter than the last time, but it's still far from enough. My soul is still too weak. Retreat. If this goes on, my soul will be shattered. Xiao Han's thoughts flickered, and he deliberately forced his soul to return to his body. After an unknown period of time, back again? Xiao Han's body trembled, and he realized that his soul had returned to his sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes again. Xiao Han's body was now soaked in cold sweat, and there was a large pool of sweat beside him. However, when his soul had left his body and roamed the void, Xiao Han's soul and mental strength had once again received an indescribable baptism and tempering. Suddenly, boom, the last gesture of the 20th mental finger technique was completed. This caused the density of the liquid mental strength star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness to soar once again, and his mental strength had increased by a huge level. Wang wang wang, the liquid mental strength star in his sea of consciousness let out a joyful roar, and waves of throbbing could be heard. Xiao Han looked inside, and he was surprised to find that at this moment, the surface of the liquid mental strength star was already covered with a layer of dark golden mysterious patterns, and on it was the outline of an ancient, mottled, and magical mark. However, this mental strength star was only solid on the surface, and its interior was still liquid. In the vast sea of liquid mental strength, there were a large number of floating metal fragments. It hasn't completely solidified, but it's almost there. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. However, although Xiao Han's mental strength hadn't completely solidified, the density of his mental strength had increased by who knew how many times, causing Xiao Han's mental strength to be more tenacious, more sacred, and emitting the light of the great Tao. The great success stage natal saber chi entrenched in the mental strength star like an evil dragon, and it was even sharper and larger than before. Its lethality was even more terrifying. When a wisp of great success stage natal saber chi slashed out, it would be able to forget the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and not be in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could kill people and ghosts, and slash through everything with a single thought. With my current saber intent, killing Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man is practically just a thought. They can't block it at all, can't dodge it, and can't resist my great success stage natal saber chi. Although it was only from the 19th finger gesture to the 20th finger gesture, the power of Xiao Han's saber intent had increased by who knew how many times. Phew, next, it's time to break through to the 21st finger gesture. Once I succeed, my mental strength will solidify, and my soul will also become stronger and stronger, and I'll get closer and closer to the gate of the ancient saber realm. The power of my saber intent will also reach a new level. I have a feeling that as long as I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then I will definitely be able to defeat Naga. As long as I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then opponents at the level of Naga will never be able to catch up to my footsteps. My level of existence will be far behind that of people at his level. Just like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. Xiao Han stood up and stretched his body. He walked in front of the light screen, and his mental strength swept across the light screen. So, I've already been in seclusion for a day and a night. There are still 2 days before the battle of the top 4 officially begins. Xiao Han had already spent an entire day and night cultivating the 20th finger gesture. And there are still 2 days left. I'll try to break through to the 21st finger gesture. Once I complete the 21st finger gesture and solidify my mental strength, then I will be able to sweep through everything. To be continued. Chapter 504. While Xiao Han was concentrating on his secluded cultivation, in the garden area outside, countless monsters gathered in groups of 3 to 5, discussing the top 4 battles that would take place in 2 days. From the top 32, to the top 16, to the top 8, and finally to the top 4. For the many spectating monsters, there were thrilling classic battles. Countless peerlessly talented and powerful demons had fallen, dying to even more dazzling opponents. The cruelty and tension of the competition was suffocating. It was even enough to make people collapse. The final top 4 would fight against each other. Then, the only winner would be decided. This would also be the craziest, most glorious, and most intense moment of the Immortal Stone competition and the entire Genius Zone exploration. It was also the most unbearable cruel moment. It's finally over. Some monsters were sighing. The long Immortal Stone competition is about to end. We will also end the Genius Zone exploration and temporarily return to our respective planes to prepare for the exploration of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The Immortal Stone competition is indeed cruel to the point of making one's hair stand on end. But fortunately, it has nothing to do with us. We all obtained the treasures we wanted. All kinds of immortal pills, immortal equipment, and even offensive and defensive immortal equipment. Come to think of it, we are also extremely lucky. In fact, there is no need to fight for the purple immortal key. It is wisest to quit while you are ahead. What's the point of sacrificing oneself for some empty reputation? In the top 32 of the Immortal Stone competition, there are some geniuses who will definitely become tower masters in the future, and even have the possibility of becoming immortals. But to die here, it is truly a pity. They all have the hearts of the strong. To be able to die here, perhaps it is the most perfect fate, in another garden. Naga strolled leisurely in the garden, admiring the flowers of the immortal world. The reddish-skinned man with a golden sword hovering above his head stood behind Naga. His expression was one of shock. His expression was slightly uneasy. Naga, 2 days from now, it will be the semifinals. If I meet you, I'll definitely kill you. If I meet you, it is very likely that I will not be a match for you. But from the looks of it now, there's another troublesome fellow besides you. If I were to encounter you, even if I were to die in battle, I would accept it wholeheartedly. But if I were to encounter that brat, I really won't accept it. He has a special dual attribute physique, and is considered to be a natural-born lucky person. His cultivation base has been refined by relying on the special advantages of his bloodline genes. He wasn't like us, who relied on our talents to cultivate to a higher realm and battle prowess. To lose to such a person, you really won't be able to rest in peace. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin said angrily. Kid. Naga turned around. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Now that you've encountered me, you'll definitely die. You cultivate the way of the sword, and so do I. But your sword is still too weak. However, if you encounter that kid, you might be able to defeat him. Naga. He has a dual elemental special body type. The earth body type has abnormal defense, and the lightning body type has quick and violent attacks. The devilish man with reddish-brown skin, Jida, argued. In fact, the scariest thing about that kid isn't his power. Instead, it was his defense and the speed of his improvement. At the very beginning, in the top 32 battles, he only had an attack power of 700 billion cauldrons. But now, yet, it has reached 500 trillion cauldrons. In such a short period of time, he has improved so much. This monstrous level is truly frightening, ha 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 ha. Naga let out a disdainful laugh. Kid, your swordsmanship should be considered outstanding in your realm, right? Gid was stunned for a moment before he spoke in an unconcealable tone of arrogance. Among sword cultivators under 10,000 years old, I'm the best in the realm. Moreover, my swordsmanship can be ranked in the top 3 on the devilish hero ranking list. He's only second to some old antiques. Your talent in swordsmanship is indeed strong, Naga commented. However, there are some flaws in your mind. Furthermore, your insight is lacking. As such, you will never be able to reach the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Let me tell you. Suddenly, Naga's aura became fierce. Swordsmanship and saber skills are specialized in breaking through body cultivators. No matter how strong a body cultivator is, even if he has a special physique, he will not be able to pose a threat to a sword cultivator and a saber cultivator. Gid was stunned for a moment before he spoke in a serious tone. Naga, please give me some pointers. Whether it is a body cultivator or a special physique, their bodies are strong, but the cultivation of their souls will not be too strong. The Creator is fair. If he gives a strong body, then he will not give away the soul and true Qi realm. This world follows the order of stability and fairness. Body cultivators, true Qi cultivation, and soul cultivation cannot be at the same time. In that case, if you fight that kid, your sword Qi and sword intent must not attack his physical body. Ah. Naga. I understand now. Jida's eyes lit up as a feeling of enlightenment surged through his body. Naga, you've really woken me up from my daydream. Why should I care about his physical strength and defense? Just use your sword essence to attack his soul. My sword essence has long reached the great accomplishment stage, and my body has produced natal sword Qi. Natal sword Qi slashes through nothingness. It has the power of a soul attack. When I fight with that kid, I can directly attack his soul and kill him in an instant. After pausing for a while, Jida became even more confident. That kid is the same as you, Naga. His Jinqi cultivation is a mess. He is only at the expanding acupoint realm. Furthermore, he doesn't cultivate any superior Jinqi divine technique. He only focuses on body tempering. Yes. If Naga did not remind me, then when I fight with him, I will definitely use my strongest sword Qi to cut his body, and instead neglect to attack his soul. That kid only cultivates the body, while Naga, you walk the path of the soul and sword. Gid was very excited. Thank you for your pointers. But, come to think of it, Naga, what realm has your swordsmanship reached? Could it be that you have already opened the door to the sword world in the cracks of space? Ha 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 ha, opened the door to the sword world? This only exists in myths and legends. But don't try to guess the realm of my sword Dao. Naga smiled coldly, and then turned to leave. It is said that Naga once received pointers from a sword immortal, and obtained the teachings of a sword immortal. He is indeed invincible. Originally, I hoped that Naga and that kid would meet in the top 4. It would be a fierce battle, and both sides would be injured, allowing me to reap the benefits. But now it seems that Naga has found a way to deal with that kid. If that kid meets Naga, it is very likely that he will be killed in one strike. Could it be that I, Gid, will die in Naga's hands in the end? This. Gid looked at Naga's back, his expression desolate as he muttered to himself. I still underestimated Naga. Thus, just like Li Xiaotian, I had the mentality of getting lucky and entered the top 32. But Naga's strength is beyond my imagination. Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han was using all his strength to break through the 21st finger technique. Once the 21st finger technique was completed, it was a new level of life. In terms of spiritual power, it was a qualitative leap. Simply put, the 21st finger technique and the 20th finger technique could not be mentioned in the same breath. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. There was a heavenly chasm between them. Hence, in terms of the difficulty of cultivation, the 21st spiritual finger technique definitely crushed the 20th spiritual finger technique. The 20th finger technique is made up of 100,000 complicated and profound hand gestures. However, the 21st finger technique is made up of 1,000,000 hand gestures. The more hand gestures there were to form each finger technique, it meant that to complete these hand gestures in one go, a large amount of spiritual power was needed. Insufficient foundation. Without enough accumulation, it was impossible to complete these hand gestures. When Xiao Han was cultivating the 21st finger technique, he finally encountered a bottleneck. He was stuck. The 21st finger technique, 1,000,000 hand gestures. At the 999,980th hand gesture, Xiao Han's accumulation of spiritual power in his sea of consciousness was completely used up. The countless psychedelic magic mirror fragments that he had accumulated in the psychedelic magic palace were all refined and absorbed, but in the end, he was still unable to complete the last 20 hand gestures of the 21st finger technique. Xiao Han tried many times, but all of them ended in failure. Every time, when he was trying to break through the 999,981 hand gestures, he would be completely unable to continue. His entire brain would suddenly go blank, and his head would hurt. It was as if there was a terrifying magical force that had sucked everything out of his brain in an instant. This feeling was extremely frightening. Phew, I failed again. The liquid spiritual power star in my sea of consciousness and the metal fragments were about to completely condense and form a solid body, but at the crucial moment, I always fail. Xiao Han weakly sat on the bed and gave up on trying. The last time I failed to break through the 20th finger technique, it was because my flesh shell foundation was insufficient. This time, I failed to break through the 21st finger technique. It was because my spiritual power foundation was completely used up. Xiao Han was extremely speechless. Difficult, too difficult. Cultivating this extinguishing heaven and earth spiritual power technique is too harsh. I must have both the spiritual power foundation and the flesh shell foundation at the same time. Now, I must once again accumulate a terrifying amount of spiritual power, only then can I complete the 21st finger technique. I'm too tired. After continuously trying to break through the 21st finger technique, not only did he not succeed, but it also caused Xiao Han to show signs of exhaustion. He had no choice but to give up on cultivating, and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. Dragging his tired body, Xiao Han arrived in front of the light screen and swept through it with his spiritual power. Oh no! There's less than 4 hours left before the battle of the top 4. Xiao Han's mind tensed up, and he immediately returned to the bed. I must seize the time, have a good rest, and adjust my condition. Otherwise, if I encounter a strong opponent in the battle of the top 4 a few hours later, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for me. Xiao Han quickly lay down, got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and entered a deep sleep state. After an unknown period of time, the light screen in Xiao Han's wooden house shook, and Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came out. The most outstanding and the most amazing demon heroes, the battle of the top 4 that you have been waiting for a long time has begun. I believe that all of you are already prepared, right? Then. This emperor will not be long-winded. Prepare to randomly pick the top 4 battles and choose your opponents. Chapter 505. After 3 days of rest and reorganization, the exciting semi-finals had finally begun. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came from the light screen in the wooden house. Xiao Han had forcefully cultivated the 21st spirit finger technique, causing his spirit power to be overdrawn, and he was extremely tired. After sleeping for a few hours, he gradually recovered and jumped to the front of the light screen. At this moment, on the light screen, there were only the images of 4 fiends, including Xiao Han. The last 4 people. Naga, and a brownish-red-skinned sword cultivator, and a black fiend with a white cloth wrapped around his head. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and frowned slightly. Who will be my opponent this time? Suddenly, on the light screen, the images of the four fiends began to spin rapidly. It was so fast that even Xiao Han's spirit power could not keep up. Random pairing. Xiao Han stared at the light screen. Boom! Suddenly, the light screen shook. The images of the four fiends suddenly lined up one by one, matching each other in pairs. In an instant, it became a situation of two teams against each other. It was clear at a glance. In this cruel battle, there would only be two fiends left. Dear heroes, the battle of the top four has officially begun. Your opponents have been randomly selected. In 10 breaths of time, you will be teleported to the arena. The prize for the battle of the top four will be more than 40 billion immortal stones. It can be exchanged for at least 40 immortal cards to be used in the second floor of this Emperor's treasure. Let's cut the small talk, the battle begins. You will be transported to the arena. Good luck to everyone, the opponent had been selected. Xiao Han scanned with his spirit power and discovered that the opponent matched with him. On the light screen, Xiao Han's image was matched with the brownish-red skinned fiend man. Above his head, there was a golden misty sword light flashing. Jida. The brownish-red skinned fiend man. It was Jida, who was on good terms with Naga. On the light screen, Jida's image looked extremely fiend. The golden sword light above his head flickered and had a kind of aura that could slash through the void and sweep through the wilderness. It's this person. This person's previous battle scene. I have seen it many times. It is a sword cultivator. His sword Dao cultivation has reached a higher level and has reached the great accomplishment sword intent. He is an extremely difficult opponent. It should be compared to Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man. Even more troublesome. In this world, the martial artists with the strongest attack power should be sword cultivators and saber users. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Just then, Hong, in the light screen, a beam of divine light burst forth, and a vortex bloomed, directly pulling Xiao Han in. It was chaos in all directions. There was a square arena in the middle. Xiao Han stood quietly in the arena. Standing in front of Xiao Han was the devilish man with reddish-brown skin. Jida. Xiao Han remained calm and collected. He quietly observed his opponent. Although Xiao Han had an embryonic dual attribute immortal physique and had completed the 20th finger technique of the extinguishing heaven and earth mental art, his grand completion saber intent was even more condensed and glorious. Xiao Han would not let down his guard just because of this. None of the chivalrous heroes who could enter the top four were weak. The reddish-brown Jida also looked at Xiao Han with a sinister expression. Whoosh, suddenly, from the top of Kid's head. A golden sword light soared into the sky. The golden light directly connected the sky, the clouds, the sky, and the earth, like a giant pillar supporting the sky. This sword light flickered. The dragon and the snake moved. Jida was wearing a red robe. His hands were empty, and he did not carry a sword on his back. However, his entire body was showing off. His aura coincided with the supreme way of the sword. Just by standing there casually, there was a feeling of tearing through the sky and cutting through all things. It was as if the aura from his body could even pierce through the crystal walls of space, explode and tear them apart, and turn all things into powder. In his eyes, there was also the supreme sword chi brewing and surging. 2 sword lights appeared in his eyes. It was earth-shattering, and it was extremely sharp. He must be an extraordinary person who had mastered the supreme sword way and the secret ancient sword techniques. His life experience must be legendary. When Xiao Han faced him, he could clearly feel that the aura on his body was indeed stronger than that of Li Xiaotian and the white-browed man. As soon as he saw Xiao Han, a golden sword chi shot out from his body. This meant that his battle intent had been aroused by Xiao Han. It's you. It really is you. Suddenly, Jida spoke. I have been paying attention to you. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. You have been paying attention to me? Jida nodded slightly. He forcefully restrained the sharp sword chi that was about to burst out. He locked his aura on Xiao Han and said slowly, my good friend, Li Xiaotian, was also a peerless and fierce person. He had the great earth physique and was unparalleled in the world. However, he died in your hands. Oh, on the stage, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Li Xiaotian was defeated by me because he was not as skilled as me. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. For example, one of us will soon fall. You have indeed developed the temperament of a peerless expert. Jida nodded slightly. Kid, you are indeed worthy of my attention and research. In the beginning, your battle prowess wasn't even worth mentioning. At that time, if I had met you, I would have killed you like a pig or a dog. However, your improvement is too monstrous. In such a short period of time, you actually became an opponent that caught my attention. I have to say that you are unique. You must have had many fortuitous encounters and many secrets, but today, you have met me. This is the end of your journey. Your life will come to an end here. Oh. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. You are dead. Jida said heavily. You will die under my sword. There is no doubt about it. At this moment, Jida's tone was filled with incomparable confidence. This was a state of mind and method that a sword cultivator must have. The path of a sword cultivator was to advance courageously and kill all enemies that stood in their way. Jida's spirit, chi, and spirit were highly condensed. It was as if he had reached the best state of his life. Naga's analysis of Xiao Han was beneficial to Jida. Because of Naga's guidance, Jida was able to find Xiao Han's weakness and fatal weakness. Thus, after the drawing of lots for the quarterfinals, Jida knew that his opponent was Xiao Han. He planted the belief that he would win in his heart. You are too confident. In the face of Jida's surging belief that he would win, Xiao Han didn't move, but he also started to speak with confidence and composure. It should be known that an ordinary person would easily collapse in the face of a supreme sword cultivator's confidence. This was because the attack power of a sword cultivator was known as the strongest and sharpest among martial artists. A sword cultivator's spirit was also extremely condensed. When a sword shio exerted mental pressure on the opponent and displayed the belief that he would win, the invisible sword essence that could cut through the void could easily penetrate and destroy the opponent's mental defenses, subduing the enemy without a fight. However, Xiao Han's willpower. What kind of perseverance was that? The liquid spirit star in his sea of consciousness was already infinitely close to solidifying. Thus, Xiao Han was not moved at all. Before this, every single opponent I faced looked down on me. They were very disdainful towards me. But I'm sorry, their final outcome was extremely tragic. They all died in my hands. I think today will be no exception. You will become a stepping stone for me to enter the finals. Strong confidence that did not lose to Jida, also came from Xiao Han's body. A violent aura rose. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's veins, bones, and blood surged. The earth physique gene and the thunder attribute gene in his body started to burn. Unknowingly, Xiao Han started to activate his aura, the embryonic form of the thunder god tyrant body and the embryonic form of the starry sky sovereign body. They complemented each other and brought out the best in each other. On Xiao Han's body, there was a strong battle intent. His confidence in victory surged out like floodwaters. His body seemed to grow taller and taller, until he looked like a giant from ancient times, like a god descending into the mortal world. His power continued to rise, and as he circulated his power, a sound like that of an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses galloping forward, charging forward, trampling everything in its path. There was even the sound of thunder and lightning that seemed to destroy the world. Xiao Han's aura was also overwhelming. In an instant, it formed a situation where it was equal to Jida's ancient supreme sword intent. The two powerhouses had not yet clashed, but each of them activated their own auras to resist each other, creating an atmosphere of turbulence. This caused this battle to be filled with suspense and excitement even before it officially began. Not bad. The muscles at the corner of Jida's eyes twitched a few times. I can see that you're not even 100 years old, but you've already cultivated the aura of a true powerhouse. Good, good. If you did not meet me today, you would definitely rise in the future. It is not impossible for you to become an immortal, but you will die by my sword today. After a pause, Jida's eyes burned with a crazed look. Sword intent and saber intent specialize in breaking all kinds of special constitutions. Kid, you have no chance of winning today. Just as the fierce battle between Xiao Han and Jida was about to erupt, in another battle of the top four, Naga had already defeated his tyrannical opponent with one strike and became the first heavenly son of heaven to enter the finals. Naga's battle was always so calm. It was as if no opponent could escape from Naga's sword after meeting him. At this moment, Naga had returned to his wooden house and was watching the battle between Xiao Han and Gid with great interest through the screen. Jida is too useless. Facing a barbarian who only knows how to refine his body, he can't even finish the battle quickly. How weak. However, if there are no accidents, Jida will kill that kid and meet me in the finals. Naga smiled indifferently. It's a pity that I told Jida about this kid's weakness. Otherwise, it is very likely that this kid will meet me in the finals. But, it doesn't matter. To me, no matter who the opponent is, it's just a routine battle. Apart from Naga, every monster warrior who was watching the battle had their attention firmly focused on the battle between Xiao Han and Jida. The atmosphere before the battle had already made it clear that this was a real battle between the strong. In the vast and endless universe, it was a collision between the strongest peerless geniuses under 10,000 years old. If it was not for the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, such a peak battle would not happen even once in a billion years. The monster warriors who were watching the battle all held their breath. Both of them are gathering their auras. At this moment, their auras have been brewed to the peak limit. They are going to fight. They are going to fight soon. Once they fight, it will be earth-shattering. A world-shaking battle. To be continued. Chapter 506. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others from Xiao Han's camp were so nervous that they were about to collapse. They could feel the aura of Xiao Han and Jida from the light screen. They also understood that Jida was the strongest opponent Xiao Han had encountered in the Immortal Stone competition until now. An extraordinary sword cultivator. Junior brother Xiao Han's opponent in the top four is a peerless sword cultivator. In the realm of cultivators, the ones with the strongest offensive power are sword cultivators and bladesmen. This sword cultivator's sword intent is divine. He is extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, all Xiao Mingchu could do was pray for Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han is actually a swordsman who has reached a higher level. However, after entering the genius zone, he gave up on his saber intent and focused on his body. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han's greatest trump card is the strength of his body and his special physique. His saber intent can't be easily displayed, otherwise, he will be directly suppressed by his opponent's sword intent. He will immediately be in a passive situation. On the arena, a storm was coming. Xiao Han and Jida's battle intent, spirit, vitality, and aura were indeed at their peak. The two of them could unleash a fatal blow at any time. At this moment, Jida could feel that Xiao Han had activated his dual attribute physique to the extreme. His body was surrounded by lightning and thunder. The earth was thick and the earth was so oppressive that the space in all directions was distorted and the air was destroyed. At that moment, Jida became even more fearless. His entire being was relaxed and filled with a carefree aura. He took a deep breath. What a powerful physique. A guy with a special physique is really extraordinary. However, as Naga said, the stronger your physique is, the easier it is for me to defeat you. This is a battle. I will control it. This battle, I'll be the master. Then, let's see what you have. Ice and Fire Universe Divine Sword. Suddenly, Jida took the initiative to attack. Boom! Around Jida. Sword light burst out. The sword chi broke the void. At this moment, his body was like a sharp sword. In a breath's time, the spatial crystal wall was cut open like tofu. He instantly displayed the essence of the supreme sword Dao. Fuse with the sword, fuse with the way, fuse with the way, fuse with the heaven, fuse with the heaven. Suddenly, ancient sword chi burst out from his body, and two swords that were formed from true chi and sword chi flew out of his body. Boundless radiance. These two treasured swords. One was of the ice attribute, the other was of the raging fire attribute. The two swords combined to attack each other. Like two swimming dragons, they danced in the air. With a flash, they formed an ice-fire taiji sword formation. Subtle and profound, transcendent and saintly. The densely packed sword patterns revolved. Ice and Fire Tai Chi, the twin swords combined and blasted towards Xiaohan. In an instant, the entire arena erupted with lava, snowflakes filled the sky, and sword chi was oppressive. Jida's aura was like that of an invincible swordsman or a grandmaster of the sword Dao. He stood proudly in the cold snow, at the peak of a volcano. He was proud, emotionless, lonely, and cold. He drew his sword and looked around. He was the only one who could seek defeat. He could not find an opponent. Moreover, Jida's Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation not only contained the two extreme powers of ice and fire, but it also displayed the profound mysteries of swordsmanship to the fullest. The Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation was ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, it displayed thousands of supreme swordsmanship techniques that could only be encountered but not sought. It was unpredictable. Hack, slash, slice, press, wash, stab, pick, drill, spin, all sorts of wondrous swordsmanship techniques were displayed. Jida's first move was an ultimate killing technique. He had unleashed the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The Ice-Fire Cosmos Divine Sword formation blotted out the sky and covered Xiaohan. The true chi vortex continuously expanded, contracted, and changed. It stirred up the airflow and distorted the light. It exploded with destructive power that could destroy everything. How good is Naga's eyesight? He pointed out this kid's weakness with one sentence. Now, when I meet him, my confidence in defeating him continues to rise. Now, I will first use my ultimate swordsmanship to attack his physical body. If I can break through it, then I don't need to waste my mental strength to attack his soul. If I can't break through his defense, then I will use the method that Naga taught me. I will use the Great Accomplishment Stage's natal sword chi to pierce through his soul and kill him instantly. Jida controlled the battle. However, he did not attack Xiaohan's soul right from the start. This was because to attack Xiaohan's soul, he needed to use the Great Accomplishment Stage's natal sword chi and a specialized soul attack sword technique. This would also consume a lot of energy for Jida. Jida had to strive to kill Xiaohan with the least amount of effort. Then, in the finals, he would face Naga in his best condition and fight to the death. Heh. The power of this swordsmanship can't even break through my defense. Xiaohan was fearless in the face of Jida's ultimate swordsmanship. Roar. Suddenly, Xiaohan roared and his body began to expand. His entire body shone with a dazzling earthy yellow light. His body began to grow taller. In a breath's time, he had grown to more than 200 feet. His aura was like that of a god descending to the mortal world. On the surface of Xiaohan's skin, a pale yellow earth armor condensed. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Jida's Ice and Fire Cosmos Tai Chi sword formation had already enveloped Xiaohan. Hundreds of millions of meteor-like sword lights directly pierced Xiaohan's huge body. Countless extremely cold, extremely hot, and Gingjin's sword chi burst out, circling and strangling. It presented the most mysterious arc of swordsmanship, cutting a large area of Xiaohan. Every sword had the power to pierce through the void and cut through all living things. On Xiaohan's earthy yellow skin, dense sparks burst out. There were thunder and lightning flashing in between, and there was also the golden glow of the indestructible golden body surging. The scene was so dazzling that it was impossible to know the situation of the battle immediately. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house. Xiao Mingchu, who was staring at the light screen, felt as though his heart was about to be crushed. The power of this sword is enough to destroy the world. Can junior brother Xiao Han block it? Can junior brother Xiao Han block it? The other chivalrous spirits who were watching the battle also made their own assessments. This is a battle between a shield and a spear. A battle between a sword and a body. The defense of the earth physique is indeed unique and impregnable. However, I don't know if it can block Jida's storm-like sword chi attacks. In Naga's wooden house. Naga sat cross-legged on the couch, a faint smile on his face. This Jida has underestimated that kid's defense. He had underestimated that brat's defense too much. With the special physique of the earth, it was absolutely not a problem for him to withstand his sword chi attack. He can only use soul attacks. Only then can he defeat that kid. In the arena. Amidst the countless destructive sword lights. Impressively, a giant hand covered the sky. It was grabbed out. His 5 fingers were filled with lightning, and all of them were ancient behemoths. The roar of a divine beast from the heaven realm. Absolute power surged out. This was not an ordinary power. It was mixed with the tearing and destructive power of the heaven realm's thunder and lightning. The stability of the starry sky earth was absolutely invincible. Unparalleled power that transcended the mortal world. Pucci, all the sword lights were destroyed by the grab. All the principles of swordsmanship were shattered. Amidst the shattered sword lights, Xiao Han took a step forward. The earthy yellow armor on his body was sliced into countless hair-thin cracks, but it wasn't damaged at all. As the golden light of the indestructible golden body washed over it, the cracks on the earthy yellow armor quickly healed. Jida's killing blow could not break through Xiao Han's defense at all. The tyrannical earth physique, coupled with the great perfection realm and the indestructible golden body's healing ability, allowed Xiao Han to easily block Jida's attack. Is that all you can do? Xiao Han walked towards Jida step by step. With every step he took, Xiao Han's aura increased by a notch. Too weak. Xiao Han let out a ferocious roar as he threw a punch at Jida. A force of 5 trillion cauldrons was unleashed as he launched his counterattack. The power of this punch violently vibrated, and circles of ripples radiated from the center of the fist. In an instant, the space in the arena shattered like tiles. There were also lightning bolts that looked like dragons and snakes flying and biting. He's too strong. Jida's sword was actually blocked by that kid. That's too easy. Moreover, that kid immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Jida's attack is all bark and no bite. He can't even break his opponent's defense. In terms of attack power, Jida's sword can actually penetrate everything. However, his opponent's defense is too abnormal. He has a special physique. This is what a special physique is like. It seems like Jida is going to be defeated. I didn't expect this kid to be able to defeat Jida, a sword cultivator who has inherited the ancient sword Dao. He is the dark horse of this celestial stone competition. In fact, the reason why Xiao Han could perfectly block Jida's heaven-defying sword was because he had consumed too many immortal pills. His physical defense could be said to be perfect in the entire human realm. If it was Li Xiaotian, even if he could block this sword, he would definitely be injured. Sword Chi Barrier. In the face of Xiao Han's desperate counterattack, Jida did not panic too much. He also roared, and layers of sword aura shot out from every pore of his body, forming a barrier. Pucci, Xiao Han's punch landed on Jida's sword chi barrier, shattering it into pieces. However, Jida had already used the sword chi barrier to block. His body turned into a stream of light and dodged the attack. While attacking and defending alternated, Xiao Han had the upper hand while Jida was in a difficult situation. However, Jida's expression was still fearless. His body was suspended in the void of the arena. His aura was disdainful in all directions as if he was the king of the world. Forget it. I should have used the method that Naga taught me earlier. Kid, my sword chi is still unable to break through your defense. If not for Naga's reminder, you would have had the upper hand in the attack and defense just now. Then, would have definitely panicked and lost my composure. It is very likely that I would have been defeated by you. However, before this battle, Naga told me all your weaknesses, so I have two plans when facing you. The first plan is completely ineffective against you. Then, I will use the second plan. This time, you will definitely die. Heh, the second plan. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Many of the heroes who were watching the battle in front of the light screen also heard Jida's words. What? Jida has a second plan? However, he has already used all his strength in that sword strike just now. He has displayed his ultimate attack power. What second plan does he have? That's right. In the face of absolute power, swordsmanship techniques are useless. Wait. I think I have guessed the second plan that Jida mentioned. In the arena. Die. Great accomplishment stage natal sword chi. Infinite shadow sword. Xiao xiao xiao. Suddenly, the golden sword light floating above Jida's head split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. The golden sword light that filled the sky was like a swarm of locusts, strangling Xiao Han. Every strand of sword light seemed to be extremely tiny, and did not possess any particularly powerful offensive power. In fact, they were soundless and traceless. However, Xiao Han suddenly felt that each sword light seemed to avoid his physical defense and strangled his soul. Pooh pooh pooh, it seemed that each sword light was forcibly pulling Xiao Han's soul. The other heroes who were watching the battle in front of the light screen, what kind of move is this? The power of this wave of attack seems to be far inferior to the previous sword strike. Such a weak attack, it is impossible to defeat that kid, right? Why is Jida still so confident? No. This is not a physical attack. This is a soul attack. A sword cultivator's essence, spirit, soul, and natal sword chi evolved into a sword light and directly pierced the opponent's soul, crushing the opponent's soul. Ah! Too powerful. I can't believe that Jida still found a way to defeat people with special physiques. Yes, yes, yes. We have all forgotten that the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage can kill nothingness. As for people with special physiques, their bodies are as strong as the abyss, but their souls are definitely weak. Jida is going to turn defeat into victory. That kid will definitely not be able to block a soul attack. Chapter 507. At this very moment, the battle between Xiao Han and Jida in the top 4 was in full swing in the arena. Two powerful experts were about to meet. One had to die, and the other had to survive. Only then could they advance to the finals. It was extremely cruel. One was a peerless abnormal young man with an embryonic dual attribute immortal physique. His physical defense was invincible and impenetrable. The other was a peerless sword cultivator who had obtained the secret inheritance of the ancient Tao of sword. His great accomplishment sword intent could sweep through everything. However, in this peak battle, Xiao Han had an overwhelming advantage. Jida's peerless sword Tao could not penetrate Xiao Han's defense at all. At the critical moment, Gid, who had received Naga's instructions and was given strict instructions, finally used the killing move that was deemed to be enough to kill Xiao Han. Soul attack. Using the great accomplishment sword intent and natal sword chi as the foundation, using mental strength and soul as the driving force, he displayed a sword technique that specialized in attacking the soul. In the blink of an eye, the arena was densely covered with sword chi that was as thin as gossamer rain. The sword chi was very gentle, and did not display any offensive power. It was very dense, and every strand of golden sword chi was engraved with psychic patterns. As they weaved through the air, they emitted a depraved sound, and like a swarm of locusts, they completely enveloped Xiao Han. Kid. It's over. I have found your weakness. Fatal weakness. Jida was like a monarch who had everything in his grasp. He looked at Xiao Han with disdain. He had completely crushed him. Indeed, this is a tough battle. You are outstanding enough. In terms of body refinement, I'm afraid that in the countless ordinary planes of the universe, among all living beings under 10,000 years old, you are invincible. You are invincible. You are as tyrannical as an ancient beast. His body moved, stirring up trouble. However, you also have a fatal weakness. That is, your soul. You have such a majestic body, but your soul must be very weak. It is almost impossible to have both the soul and the body at the same time. Might Spring Silkworm Drizzle's soul-wounding sword chi specializes in attacking the opponent's soul. It is all-pervasive. Everything is over. Jida was very satisfied. However, as he spoke, his complexion became increasingly pale. It was clear that he had overexerted himself. That's right. Every strand of golden sword chi that filled the arena was imbued with Jida's essence, energy, spirit, and soul power. All of them were released at once to attack Xiao Han. It also caused his vitality to be greatly damaged. Generally speaking, when a sword cultivator faced an enemy, they would not be able to use their full strength. After all, the risk was too great. Once the opponent's spiritual energy was stable, not only would the spiritual energy sword chi not be taken advantage of, but it would also backfire on the sword cultivator. However, Jida had been forced into a corner by Xiao Han. He only had one move left. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by Xiao Han on the stage. However, Jida was extremely confident that Xiao Han would definitely die under this move. There was no way he could turn the tables around. Xiao Han did not move at all. At this moment, the golden sword chi that filled the sky had already completely wrapped around Xiao Han, causing him to look as if he had been wrapped in a golden cocoon. These golden sword chi contained a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. They emitted a deep and dignified Buddhist chant. It was like an elegy at dusk, heart-wrenching. Every strand of golden sword chi had the power to absorb the opponent's soul, causing the opponent's soul to cave in and collapse. Boom boom boom, within Xiao Han's body, the power was still circulating. The aura of the earth was erupting. There were also thunder and lightning dragons dancing in the air. The golden rays of the indestructible golden body were also gushing out. It was as if he was trying his best to use his physical strength to resist the endless golden sword chi. However, it was completely useless. The golden sword chi was like a silent drizzle. It did not seem to have any physical attack power. It gently seeped into Xiao Han's skin. Then, it followed Xiao Han's blood vessels and entered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. There was even a large amount of golden sword chi that directly entered Xiao Han's brain. It went straight into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao 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 xiao, in an instant, countless golden sword chi swarmed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. On the contrary, it was completely harmless to Xiao Han's body. Ha 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 ha. You still want to use your physical strength to resist it? Jida, whose face was as white as paper, saw with his own eyes that his soul sword chi had completely entered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. He finally let out a long sigh of relief. I have won this battle. All of my soul sword chi has already successfully entered your sea of consciousness. Your sea of consciousness has no defensive ability at all. It's like an empty shell, so my soul sword chi can enter without any obstruction. In the next moment, with a single thought of mine, thousands of soul sword chi will mince your sea of consciousness into powder. As he spoke, Jida's hands formed a sword sign. At the same time, Xiao Han's entire brain began to swell and squirm. Above Xiao Han's head, there was a terrifying illusion of thousands of swords descending. Ha 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 ha. With just a thought, your head will explode and you will die. Jida was getting more and more proud. Xiao Han did not move. The expression on his face was slightly strange. Inside Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, oh no. Junior brother Xiao Han is in a bad situation. Xiao Mingchu witnessed the reversal of the battle and his face turned pale with fright. Originally, junior brother Xiao Han had the absolute advantage. It was very likely that he would be able to decide the outcome of this battle in an instant. However, the battle was full of ups and downs. At the last moment, this Jida actually used a soul sword chi attack. Junior brother Xiao Han seems to be too careless. This Jida is an outstanding sword cultivator. His sword intent has reached the great success stage. His soul and mental strength are naturally tyrannical. However, junior brother Xiao Han is also an extraordinary swordsman. He also has the great success stage saber intent. Furthermore, in the illusory Devil Palace, he displayed a terrifying mental strength. Logically speaking, even if Jida used his soul sword chi, junior brother Xiao Han should be able to block it with all his strength. However, from the looks of it now, junior brother Xiao Han did not make an effective defense at the first moment. It was as if he opened the door to the thief and allowed Jida's life sword chi to enter his soul. Too reckless. Junior brother Xiao Han is too reckless. How could he do this? For a heaven-defying sword cultivator like Jida to casually send a wisp of sword chi into his sea of consciousness. It could cause great damage. Sea of consciousness. Soul. These are all very fragile. Such a round of soul attack, even if it does not kill junior brother Xiao Han, it will definitely injure junior brother Xiao Han's soul and cause him to go crazy on the spot. At the same time, the other evil heroes who were watching the battle also expressed their opinions on the battle at the first moment. It's over. This battle is about to end. It's going to end soon. The sword chi that specializes in attacking the soul is already very difficult to resist. That kid actually allowed countless soul sword chi to enter his soul. In just a moment, his sea of consciousness will definitely shatter and he will die. He really has all brawn and no brains. Indeed, if his physical body is too strong, his brain will not work well. He still wants to use his physical strength to resist the soul sword chi. Is there such an idiotic person? The soul is the weakest part of the human body. Jida is such a powerful sword cultivator. Even if it's just a little bit, once it enters the opponent's soul, the opponent will immediately be crippled. Not to mention the huge amount of soul sword chi that entered this kid's brain. Even if this kid has a backup plan and doesn't die on the spot, he will definitely become an idiot after such a torment. Jida is still one step ahead. In terms of intelligence, he completely beats that body refinement kid. At the crucial moment, he turned defeat into victory. He grasped that kid's weakness. He turned defeat into victory and completed a complete reversal. Between life and death, he turned defeat into victory in a breath's time. This will definitely sharpen Jida's temperament and cause Jida to undergo a transformation. In terms of sword Dao, he will definitely advance bravely. This way, in the finals, when facing Naga, who is even more powerful and terrifying than himself, Jida might be able to create a miracle. Now, we can start looking forward to the pinnacle battle between Jida and Naga in the finals, inside Naga's wooden house. If I had used this move earlier, I would have won in an instant. Why go through so much trouble? What a fool. Naga shook his head in disappointment. Naga, really can't find an opponent. I originally thought that this body refinement kid could bring me surprises and excitement, but he was too stupid. He allowed Jida's soul attack to enter his sea of consciousness. Who does he think he is? With so much sword chi swarming into his brain, even a great principal golden immortal can't save him. Looks like I've overestimated this idiot. He's far from being a match for me, Naga. As for Jida, he is also a fool, on the stage. At this moment, Xiao Han did not make any movements. His expression was very strange. And inside Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, xiu, dense golden sword qi gathered inside Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like a swarm of locusts. Every strand of golden sword qi contained Jida's soul force. They were extremely sharp and could explode at any time. However, Xiao Han's mental energy had already condensed into a star. On the surface, there was a layer of dark gold that was engraved with terrifying spirit patterns. At this moment, Xiao Han's mental power star was completely unaffected by the countless golden sword qi that Jida had sent into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Xiao Han's mental power star was still very stable. There was not the slightest bit of disorder or fluctuation. So many soul sword qi attacking my sea of consciousness. These soul sword qi are actually like the hallucinatory demonic territory that I encountered before. My extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique can perfectly refine these soul sword qi. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, in the depths of Xiao Han's heart, a burst of wild laughter burst forth. This daddy cultivates the extinguishing heaven and earth mental technique, the 21st spirit finger technique. I want to solidify my mental energy, but I am still a step away from perfection. The reason is that my own mental energy accumulation has been exhausted. My mental energy foundation is insufficient. And now, this idiot Jida actually directly transformed his soul force into sword qi and sent it into my sea of consciousness. This is no different from providing me with nourishment. Ha 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 ha. As long as I completely refine these soul sword qi, I can possibly break through the shackles and complete the last 20 hand seals of the 21st spirit finger technique. Then, my soul will directly soar, my mental energy will explosively increase, and my mental power will solidify. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect to encounter such an idiot. At this moment, I won't waste any more time. Then, everything is over. Jida looked at Xiao Han indifferently. Then, he pointed his sword qi at Xiao Han. Explode for me. All the soul sword qi. Directly explode. Explode for me. To be continued. Chapter 508. Jida finally triggered his killing intent. He wanted to kill Xiao Han in one go. His face showed a fierce and savage expression. At the same time, he displayed the attitude of a victor. His words and laughter turned into ashes. He formed a sword seal with both hands. With a single thought, he directly communicated with the sword qi that had entered Xiao Han's soul and exploded. Just like that, thousands of golden sword qi, under Jida's control, were about to explode in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. This kind of explosive force could almost destroy a planet. It could destroy a mountain range. Even if it was a powerful tower master, if they dared to recklessly let so many soul sword qi into their sea of consciousness, Jida would definitely destroy their soul with a single thought. Barbarian, die. Following Jida's hoarse roar, there was a sudden burst of rolling thunder in Xiao Han's brain. Boom. 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 A terrifying, earth-shattering, tsunami-like fluctuation and earth-shattering natural disaster erupted from Xiao Han's brain. It directly shook the surrounding space of the arena, causing it to shatter. Such a powerful explosive force acted on the brain. His soul would definitely be shattered. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden house, the light screen shook violently. Rumble. It's over. This terrifying explosion completely acted on junior brother Xiao Han's brain. Xiao Mingchu's face was ashen as he sat on the ground. Some of the other evil heroes who were watching the battle had a frightened expression on their faces. He died so tragically. His soul was blown into pieces, at this moment, Xiao Han, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Densely packed golden sword qi. As expected, they all exploded together. They turned into countless sword chi and soul fragments, crazily bombarding Xiao Han's spiritual power planet. However, the mind power planet only wiggled a little, yet it easily neutralized these terrifying explosions. As for Xiao Han, it did not cause any harm at all. After Xiao Han completed the 20th spiritual finger seal, the surface of the spiritual power planet had actually solidified. The surface of the spiritual power planet had already solidified. However, the interior of the spiritual power planet was still a viscous liquid, with countless metal fragments floating around. Xiao Han's spiritual energy star was solid enough. This series of explosions didn't even leave a shallow mark on Xiao Han's spiritual power planet. Heh. This Jida's soul spirit and mental strength are nothing compared to mine. I casually let his sword chi explode in my soul spirit. It doesn't hurt me at all. It just makes my brain. It's just a little swollen. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. It was over. My top 4 battle is finally over. I've also defeated a prodigy and turned defeat into victory. This is also a form of training for my mind. When I go back, my swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Jida put his hands behind his back and was full of smiles. However, at this moment, he realized that not only was Xiao Han's soul not destroyed, his face was calm and his eyes were full of vitality. What's going on? Suddenly, Jida's eyes bulged out as he stared at Xiao Han. His eyes looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets. Impossible. Such a fierce soul spirit attack, no mortal or pagoda master would be able to withstand it. What's going on? Jida was shocked to the core. What an idiot. Xiao Han curled his lips in disdain. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards Jida. You trash. You're a complete trash. How could a piece of trash like you possibly harm me with your lowly, insignificant tricks? You're too childish. I can't believe that after cultivating for so many years, your mind is still so childish. Impossible. Jida let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, both of his hands formed a sword art and pointed at Xiao Han's head. Soul Spirit Sword Chi. Explode again. Explode. 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 Boom. 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 The golden sword light that densely covered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was controlled by Jida's mind. Once again, it went on a rampage and exploded violently, bombarding Xiao Han's spiritual power planet. But it was to no avail. This level of soul spirit attack could not cause any harm to Xiao Han's soul. Xiao Han moved his neck and let out a sinister smile. He walked towards Jida step by step. He walked extremely slowly, but every step seemed to step on Jida's heart. This caused Jida to panic and his mind to be on the verge of collapse. At the same time, in every wooden house that was watching the battle, there was a deathly silence. The expressions on the faces of every chivalrous hero watching the battle were completely stiff. Their thoughts had completely stopped. They were going crazy. None of the spectators dared to accept what was happening on the light screen. He allowed such terrifying and dense sword chi to attack his soul and then explode one after another, causing the most direct damage to his soul. Yet, he was completely fine. Once these sword chi exploded, it could easily destroy a worldly kingdom. How could a mortal's soul be harder than a worldly kingdom? But the truth was that Xiao Han was calm and composed. He was completely unharmed. This guy, was he still human? Naga's wooden house. What was happening on the light screen was completely out of Naga's expectations. Naga was finally moved. That arrogant, unruly, and indifferent expression of his all year long had finally revealed a look of shock. He rushed to the front of the light screen, his pupils constricting as he looked at Xiao Han. Even this didn't kill him? Not only did it not kill him, it didn't even cause him any harm. This is such a terrifying soul, such powerful mental strength. He paused for a moment. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. I, Naga, have finally found an opponent worthy of the sword in my hand. Ha 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 ha. Dual attribute special physique, invincible body. Coupled with such terrifying mental strength, amazing. Enough to be my opponent. Enough to make me, Naga, serious. Ha 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 ha. Defeat such an opponent. My Naga's nature will be honed. Finally, an opponent of this level. Jida, you look like an ant now. Very quickly, Naga's solemn expression relaxed. He revealed a pleasing smile, and his entire person seemed very happy. He was ready to make a move. Deep in his eye sockets, a never-before-seen berserk battle intent blossomed. On the stage, Jida was hysterical. He continuously activated the soul sword chi, detonating it in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. However, Xiao Han did not care at all, and walked towards Jida leisurely. What's going on? What kind of pervert is this? Not human. Kid, you are not human. Jida was in a daze. Suddenly, Jida closed his eyes and sensed with his soul. His soul began to sense the released soul sword chi. Xiao Han did not interrupt him, and allowed him to sense. Finally, Jida saw it. He saw Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there was a huge dark golden planet. On the surface of the planet, there were spirit patterns carved on it. It emitted a domineering spirit wave that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Ah! His mental strength has already condensed into a planet. Jida subconsciously formed a sword seal, his face ashen. Soul sword chi. Come back. Jida wanted to retract the soul sword chi that had entered Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. However, ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's hands formed a few hand seals. Boom boom boom, suddenly, the spirit power planet in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness moved a little, and it actually absorbed all the soul sword chi that Jida had released. Then, the spirit power planet was like a furnace, and it began to refine these golden sword lights. It refined all of Jida's soul power on these golden sword lights, turning them into nourishment for Xiao Han's mental strength, which was then absorbed by the spirit power planet. Ah! Suddenly, Jida let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. His soul was twitching in pain. Most of his soul power was attached to the sword chi to kill Xiao Han. But now, this soul power was being forcefully refined by Xiao Han, causing Jida to be unable to retract it. This way, 90% of Jida's soul power was being refined by Xiao Han. Ah! Miserable. Miserable. I, Jida, was a hero, an invincible genius, and a shocking talent. But in the end, even my soul was devoured by the enemy. Ah! Jida could not bear the pain of his soul and actually fell to the ground. He kept hugging his head and rolling, twitching, foaming at the mouth, and rolling his eyes. Nourishing. This soul sword chi is indeed nourishing. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had obtained an unparalleled benefit. How strong was the soul of a sword cultivator with great accomplishment sword intent? Now, 90% of his soul had become Xiao Han's nourishment. How impressive was this? Now, Xiao Han's mental strength was rising steadily. Forget it. You can be considered as helping my cultivation. I will give you a quick death. As he spoke, Xiao Han used his divine strength and pressed his finger. Pfft! Jida was directly pressed into powder. The top 4 battle has ended. Xiao Han raised his head slightly. The final battle against the Nagas, at this moment, congratulations, Junior. You are strong enough to fight your way into the finals. You have also obtained a huge amount of immortal stones as a reward, as well as all the immortal stones in the pouch of the opponent you defeated. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the arena. A dense amount of immortal stones were inserted into the light yellow pouch above Xiao Han's head. Then, a spatial whirlpool appeared and wrapped around Xiao Han. It was about to transport him out of the arena. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the sky. The corner of his mouth drew a faint smile as he murmured, "Nagas, let's fight in the finals." Inside Nagas' wooden house, Nagas looked at Xiao Han's face on the screen. He seemed to feel Xiao Han's declaration of war. In Nagas' eyes, the battle intent had also reached its peak. There is a feeling of an old enemy. It seems that I will have to face this tribulation in the unseen world. Let's fight. If I can overcome this tribulation, my achievements will be limitless. Kid, your appearance is the perfect foundation for my Naga's rise to power in this starry sky. Let's fight. Finals. To be continued. Chapter 509. In the Battle of the Top Four, Xiao Han used an extremely shocking and eye-popping method to defeat the amazing sword cultivator, Kid. Xiao Han's body could ignore Kid's swordsmanship and sword aura attacks. What was even more insane was that Xiao Han could even let Kid's soul sword aura explode in his sea of consciousness and soul, allowing these destructive soul sword auras to explode in his sea of consciousness. Surprisingly, he was fine. In the end, he easily killed Kid with a finger. In fact, this battle of the top four, which had ups and downs, looked like a battle between a strong man and a child in the end. The gap between the two was so big that it could not be measured. It was like a firefly competing with the bright moon in the starry sky. After the battle ended, a large number of chivalrous heroes rushed out of the wooden houses and gathered in the garden area in twos and threes, discussing, "I didn't expect this. I never thought that Kid would be so defeated. Kid, it feels really weak, wrong. Actually, Kid is not weak." Every chivalrous hero who could participate in the battle of the top 32 was an amazing person. Kid could rely on his peerless swordsmanship to overcome all difficulties and finally enter the top four. He was definitely an outstanding talent under 10,000 years old in the billions of ordinary planes in this starry sky. Killing people above his level was as easy as eating and drinking for him. We have seen Kid's battle scenes before. He does have amazing swordsmanship and ultimate skills. He is not someone with an undeserved reputation. His defeat was not because he was weak, but his opponent was too strong. So strong that it defied the natural order. Monster. That Kid is really a monster. His physical strength can move the earth and move the sky. He has the power to tear a planet with his bare hands. That's not all. But I never thought that his soul and mental strength were also so monstrous. You all saw it. That Kid was completely unguarded and let Kid attack his soul. But Kid's explosion of 10,000 swords did not shake his soul. This is too terrifying. What kind of soul is this? It's so strong that it's a mess. Body and soul refinement. Both are very strong. Now, Naga is really in trouble. It's time to discuss the final between Naga and that Kid. A battle of the pinnacle. In the truest sense of the word, this was a battle of the pinnacle. Among the younger generation of countless ordinary planes, Naga and that Kid were second to none. They ruled the world, and no one could match them. Both of them were geniuses with immortal ascended qualities. Even immortals wouldn't be able to resist watching this battle, right? Ha ha ha. We are just mortals. In his lifetime, he would be able to witness a battle of this level with his own eyes. My life is not in vain. Now it's hard to say if the Nagas will win. If that Kid only had the body refining technique, then Naga could easily beat him. But the problem now was that the Kid's soul and mental strength were even stronger than Naga's. This was a situation where they were evenly matched. No. In fact, that Kid's combat power is slightly higher than Naga's. Ha ha ha. How ignorant. A middle-aged man with scales on his forehead, a scarlet mark on his forehead, and a mysterious mark on his neck took a step forward. His aura suppressed the starry sky and encompassed the entire universe. He was also a top-notch expert. The Nagas will win. Oh. A large group of geniuses who were in a heated discussion all looked over. Why do you say that? One of the geniuses asked in an unconvinced tone. Physical strength is completely useless in a battle with Naga, the scaled man said coldly. Even so, it's not just his physical body that's strong. His soul is even stronger than his physical body. His soul is strong, but so what? The scaled man said with extreme disdain. His soul is strong, but he has almost no way of using soul power. A method to use soul power? That kid did not actively use his soul power during his battle with Jida. Why is that? Because he does not know any soul attack techniques. It was Jida who took the initiative to throw his soul sword chi into that kid's sea of consciousness. That was exactly what the kid wanted. If that kid knew the Tao of soul attack, with his soul power, he would be able to kill Jida in a second. The current situation is that the kid has an incomparably tyrannical soul power, but he does not know how to use it. Do you think that Naga would be stupid enough to voluntarily send his soul power into that kid's sea of consciousness like Jida did? Moreover, with the battle with Kid, Naga already knew the kid's background in detail. And that kid does not know Naga's background at all. All of Naga's battles ended in a single strike. He must have many more trump cards, many more terrifying trump cards, but no one knows. As soon as this was said, all the geniuses could not help but secretly nod. That's right. That kid's body refinement and soul strength are two of his trump cards. Naga, on the other hand, seems to have kept all his cards hidden. Every time he defeated an opponent, he defeated them effortlessly with a single sword strike. Naga must have even more powerful, strange, and invincible sword techniques that he has yet to display. If that's the case, it is indeed Naga who is stronger. That kid may not have any more trump cards. Just like what this sir said, he does not have the initiative to use his soul to attack his opponent. He can only passively wait for his opponent to send his soul into his sea of consciousness. What a pity. If that kid knew a little about soul attacks, maybe he could really deal with Naga. All of a sudden, almost all the geniuses had a higher opinion of Naga. The scaly man spoke in an unparalleled and confident tone, as if he was in control of the universe. The highlight of the finals is not the outcome between Naga and that kid, but whether that kid can force Naga to use his second strike. Naga's one strike can kill gods. In the vast universe and countless ordinary planes, I'm afraid that no geniuses under 10,000 years old can force Naga to use his second strike. The biggest highlight of the finals is whether that kid can fight back and withstand a few more strikes. The scaled man took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. Naga's one strike is too terrifying, too dazzling, too glorious, too cruel. Moreover, under this strike, there are no survivors. No one can say how they felt when facing that strike. I hope that Naga can display his second strike in the finals. TSK, I'm afraid Naga's second strike has the aura of an immortal. The aura of an immortal. In the eyes of all the geniuses. They were full of anticipation. In a pleasant garden. Master, today I heard many spectating geniuses talking about the finals between you and Naga. It's really infuriating. They actually think that you can't defeat Naga. Thus, the focus of their discussion is whether you can force Naga to use his second strike. One of Xiao Han's slaves said indignantly. Ah. Xiao Han smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Indeed. Naga is too powerful and unfathomable. His attack power. It can be said to be unfathomable. He only uses one strike to kill. At this time, Xiao Han paused for a moment, his face revealing a thoughtful expression, and then he slowly said. I saw a few matches where Naga faced opponents at the 10th level True Chi realm, the Immortal Eye realm, and even opponents with the Heaven's Eye opened. He killed them all with one strike, not giving them a chance to resist. Strictly speaking, I can't do this. If I were to face an expert with the Heaven's Eye opened, I can't seem to do it. Of course, Xiao Han had some ideas in his heart. If he used his mental strength to control the great accomplishment stage life blade chi, he should be able to be like Naga and kill an existence with the heaven's eye opened in one strike. At the very least, he should be able to kill some peerless geniuses under 10,000 years old with the heaven's eye opened. Of course, even if it was Naga, he might not have the ability to kill those who were not limited by age and had the heaven's eye opened in some planes. Ah. 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 At this time, Xiao Mingchu's face was full of annoyance as he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Xiao Han was stunned. Junior brother Xiao Han, seeing your achievements today, I'm really shocked and gratified. But the finals are coming, and I'm very nervous. When the battle for the top 32 officially began, I once thought, Junior brother Xiao Han, you will definitely enter the finals. But today, when junior brother Xiao Han enters the finals, I can't stay calm anymore. Moreover, your opponent in the finals is actually Naga, a peerless monster that only appears once in a billion years. I can't stay calm anymore. Ah. If anything happens to junior brother Xiao Han, then... Xiao Mingchu's face was full of bitterness. He paused for a moment before continuing. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have a special dual attribute physique, and your physical strength can explode out to 500 billion cauldrons. You can completely crush our plane's tower masters. Moreover, your mental strength is so strong that it makes people speechless. If you leave the genius zone now and return to your hometown, you can definitely sweep the demon metropolis and become an invincible figure in our plane. But now, you have to fight Naga to the death. The rules set by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao are really cruel. Why can't I withdraw? Why can't I withdraw in the top 16, top 8, and top 4? Why must I fight to the death? Eldest senior brother, I know that you are burning with impatience. But you are worrying about personal gains and losses. You are afraid that I will die in Naga's hands in the finals. But, eldest senior brother, if immortal Emperor Zhu Dao didn't set this rule, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to grow to this stage. It is this kind of life and death struggle that has raised my battle strength to this stage. If I can win the last battle with Nagas, then the temperament of my mind will be immeasurably tempered. I am willing to fight to the death. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with an unparalleled fighting spirit. That's true. Luo Tianyu nodded in agreement. A general success is built on the bones of thousands. The most outstanding genius often rises by stepping on the shoulders of countless other geniuses. Little brother Xiao Han, there are 7 days of rest before the finals. You should properly adjust your condition. We won't disturb you for these few days. After 7 days, we will pray for you in the battle to the death. Alright, I do need to go into seclusion for a few days, Xiao Han said seriously. At this time, in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, there were still countless fragments of soul sword chi that had yet to be completely refined. The soul sword chi that Jida had used up 90% of his soul power to kill in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness could not be completely refined in a short period of time. He still needed a few more days. I will also go into seclusion and refine all these fragments of soul sword chi to strengthen and nourish my spiritual power. Then, I will break through to the 21st spirit finger technique. If I can break through to the 21st spirit finger technique and solidify my spiritual power, then no matter what tricks or trump cards Naga has, I will not be afraid. Naga's wooden house. Naga sat cross-legged on the couch, his hands forming an ancient and cryptic sword technique. An invincible aura radiated outwards from Naga's body, causing the air, time, space, and light in the wooden house to freeze and stop moving. Above Naga's head, there were layers of space-time storms. Suddenly, from Naga's body, a misty sword chi flew out and split the space-time storms into two, tearing them apart. The moment the space-time storm tore open, an extremely vast world appeared. The energy in that world was tens of millions of times stronger than that of an ordinary realm, perhaps even hundreds of millions of times stronger. There were faint traces of the celestial realm. Good kid. You made me, Naga, have no choice but to get serious. How interesting. How lonely. Only by continuously defeating the strong can I obtain a little bit of temporary joy. Naga smiled coldly. To be continued. Chapter 5:10. Xiao Han's wooden house. Xiao Han was also sitting cross-legged on the bed. Both of his hands formed the heaven and earth extinguishing mental technique to refine the soul sword chi fragments in his mental power star. This allowed Xiao Han's mental power to be constantly nourished and strengthened. At the same time, Xiao Han also calmed down and analyzed the opponent he would face in the finals. Naga. Naga who killed gods with one sword. The invincible Naga. This Naga, without a doubt, will be the strongest opponent I have ever met. He is stronger than any human in our plane. He could kill the tower master of our plane. I'm afraid he could kill the strongest demon emperor in the demon capital with one sword. I've heard some rumors that Naga is the reincarnation of an immortal, that he obtained the legacy of an immortal, and that the sword he cultivates is an immortal sword. These rumors are all more mysterious than the last, but one thing is for sure, Naga is definitely not an immortal. The first level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, the Genius Zone, is shielded from immortals. Any immortal who enters, even an immortal emperor, will be turned into ashes. So, Naga is ultimately an ordinary human. As long as he is a human and not an immortal, then I, Xiao Han, have a chance to defeat him. Oh. That's right. The strongest opponent I will face is not Naga, but the demon god's aura that leaked out from the demon egg. I have even met a demon god that slaughters immortals like they are grass. Why would I care about Naga? At this moment, on the eve of the final battle, Xiao Han's thoughts indeed emerged one after another. However, his entire mentality was becoming more and more relaxed, and his belief in winning was becoming stronger and stronger. 3 days later. Xiao Han had already refined all the soul sword chi fragments that Ji De had blasted into his sea of consciousness. Not a single drop was left. The soul power of this supreme sword cultivator who had comprehended the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage had indeed become the most perfect nourishment for Xiao Han's mental power. Now, Xiao Han's mental power star was becoming more and more solid. The density of his mental power was also infinitely close to a solid state. After refining Ji De's soul power, my mental power has obviously increased by quite a bit. Then, I will use this as my foundation to continue breaking through the heaven and earth extinguishing spiritual technique, the 21st finger technique. Last time, when Xiao Han cultivated the 21st finger technique, he was a step away from breaking through the invincible realm of mental power solidification. The 21st spiritual finger technique contained 1,000,000 subtle and profound hand gestures. Last time, Xiao Han had completed 999,980 of the gestures. Only the last 20 gestures were left. Of course, don't be fooled by these mere 20 hand gestures. They were the core of the 21st spiritual finger technique, the most crucial point. To break through and complete these last 20 hand gestures, every step was arduous and it was truly not easy. But now, Xiao Han had swallowed and refined a huge amount of soul power, so he had some confidence in completing the 20 most difficult hand gestures. Let's begin. Xiao Han's face was solemn and dignified. His hands began to form all kinds of hand gestures. The halo of spiritual energy in his head was crystal clear, emitting a blazing halo. With the replenishment of his mental strength, the bottleneck that he had been unable to overcome previously seemed to have become simple at this moment. Hong, one after another, Xiao Han broke through the 999,981, 999, 982, 999,983 hand gestures. The Naga's wooden hut. Above Naga's head, there was an origin energy that was tens of billions of times more powerful than that of a normal plane. At this moment, Naga was chanting something, as if he was chanting some scripture. At the same time, his hands formed a sword technique. He actually used his own mental strength and sword chi to set up a sword formation in the wriggling high-level energy above his head. Goo goo goo, impressively, a faint trace of origin energy from that higher-level world was drawn out by Naga's sword formation. These traces of energy were carefully integrated into Naga's acupoints, limbs, bones, blood, and genes. Refine. Naga was actually able to draw a trace of energy from a higher-level world in a different dimension, and then refine it into his own body's true chi. However, after refining this trace of high-level energy, the wriggling high-level world above Naga's head disappeared. His entire person also showed traces of fatigue. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a haughty smile. That kid, he's just a mortal, it's hard for him to compete with me. After saying that, Naga carefully took out a pill from his storage ring that was overflowing with immortal chi, and put it in his mouth. Then, he carefully nourished it, refined it, and absorbed the energy within it. An immortal pill. Naga was actually using an immortal pill that he had exchanged from the storage of this giant hall. Although he could not be like Xiao Han and crazily consume large amounts of it, he was indeed using an immortal pill that mortals would not be able to enjoy. Xiao Han's wooden hut. Xiao Han's cultivation was relentless. His entire body, mind, and soul were immersed in the cultivation of the 21st Spirit Finger technique of the extinguishing skies and destroying earth spirit technique. He forgot about everything. As he completed each of the hand gestures, the soul nourishment that he had absorbed from Jida was also consumed bit by bit. The last 20 hand gestures of the 21st Spirit Finger technique were each more difficult to practice than the last, and the consumption of mental strength was also more exaggerated than the last. Finally, Xiao Han had completely used up all the soul mental strength that he had obtained from Jida. Not a single drop was left. Everything was used to its fullest. Finally, Xiao Han had also completed the 21st Spirit Finger technique, and he had reached the 999,999 hand gestures. There was only one more hand gesture to complete the 1,000,000 hand gestures, and to solidify his mental strength. Really, unlucky. Too unlucky. Just a little bit more. Xiao Han helplessly struggled out of the cultivation state, and his mouth was full of bitterness, but he was indeed helpless. There was no other way, his mental strength foundation had been exhausted. He had the heart to break through to the 1,000,000 hand gestures, but he did not have enough foundation and accumulation. When it came to cultivation, it could not be forced. Especially when it came to cultivating the extinguishing skies and destroying earth spirit technique, this kind of peerless and miraculous immortal technique that seized the fortune of heaven and earth, had to satisfy the double conditions of the accumulation of the physical body and the accumulation of the soul mental strength foundation in order to succeed. Not a single one could be omitted. Forcefully cultivating it was tantamount to igniting a fire. Moreover, Xiao Han already knew that the accumulation of mental strength needed for the last hand gesture was extremely terrifying, even more than the accumulation of the previous 999,999 hand gestures combined. To complete the last hand gesture and completely solidify the mental strength planet, it is definitely not a simple matter. I must accumulate a large amount of soul mental strength, and then with a spurt of energy, I must forcefully break through the barrier of the eternal separation between heaven and man. But this kind of accumulation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to obtain in this genius zone. Even if there were a few Jidas releasing all of their soul power for me to absorb, I would not be able to accumulate enough to complete the last hand gesture. Xiao Han helplessly shook his head, stood up, and stretched his muscles. Then, he walked in front of the light screen, and his mental strength swept through. Tomorrow is the day of the finals. Xiao Han had been in seclusion for a full 7 days. After finishing his cultivation, he realized that tomorrow was the deadline for the life and death battle with Nagas. Immediately, Xiao Han no longer persisted in his cultivation. Instead, he invited Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest out for a stroll in the garden, and casually chatted to ease the tense atmosphere before the battle. At this moment, Xiao Han's mentality was indeed a cut above the rest. On the day before the battle, he was actually talking cheerfully and wittily, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the rest were dumbfounded and shocked. Night. Xiao Han went to sleep early. On the second day, when the first ray of dawn arrived at the giant hall area and entered the various wooden houses, boom rumble. Rumble. The light screen in Xiao Han's wooden house transmitted a huge vibration. It's here. It's here. Xiao Han's spirit shook, and his body moved, arriving in front of the light screen. At the same time, the voice of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao resounded from the light screen leisurely, two extremely powerful young people. In this vast universe, among the countless planes, the two of you are under 10,000 years old, the most determined, the most tyrannical, and the most talented existences. Then, at this moment, the exploration of the genius zone is about to end. This emperor has set up all sorts of rules in the genius zone for the sake of picking out the strongest genius. This strongest genius can obtain one and only purple celestial key. Yes, a purple celestial key is a symbol of supreme honor. Ha 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 ha. The battle has arrived. This battle will definitely be thrilling. Perhaps even the immortals will want to witness this battle with their own eyes. The clash between the two strongest geniuses. A supreme genius will be born. Then. I guess the two of you can't wait any longer, right? Good, good, good. After 10 breaths, the two of you will be transported to the arena. I wish you good luck, let's fight. Xiao Han's spirit was locked onto the light screen. In Naga's wooden house, Naga also stood in front of the light screen with his hands behind his back. Deep in his eye sockets, there was a fanatical expression. His entire body's aura was almost invincible. His raging battle-intent soared. That battle intent seemed to condense into a substance and soar into the sky. In this battle, I, Naga, will ascend to the position of the strongest genius in the mortal world. A monarch descends. Naga's eyes were like torches, his divine might awe-inspiring. Apart from Xiao Han and Naga, Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and every demon warrior watching the battle had already held their breath. Their hearts tightened, and they didn't even dare to breathe as they stared at the light screen. A pinnacle battle. It was about to begin. In Xiao Han's wooden house. Boom, a vast and resplendent radiance blossomed from the light screen. A majestic spatial vortex rippled, wrapping around Xiao Han. Xiao, in the next moment, Xiao Han was already swept into the light screen by this spatial fluctuation. To be continued. Chapter 5:11. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, who was ranked third in the history of the immortal world, was now in his lair. The first level of the genius zone was about to end. At the same time, the genius zone exploration had finally reached its peak, its most glorious and intense moment. Countless geniuses had gone through countless battles of life and death. Survival of the fittest. Finally, the final match between the two peerless monsters. Xiao Han against Naga. An incomparably breathtaking battle. At this moment, within the cracks of space, everything was chaotic and hazy. In the middle was a stage. A glorious stage. On the stage, Xiao Han and Naga were like old enemies, finally meeting face to face. At this moment, Xiao Han's expression was not as tense as an arrow on a bowstring. He had already cultivated the demeanor and aura of an unparalleled expert. He looked at Naga indifferently. As for Naga, he still had that proud and aloof temperament. He had chestnut-colored hair, linen clothes, and an ordinary long sword on his back. His eyebrows and the corners of his eyes seemed to have an innate disdain. His eyes were extremely cold. When facing Naga, it gave Xiao Han the terrifying feeling of facing a giant beast from the abyss. Moreover, Naga was a sword cultivator like Jida. However, Naga's sword was completely different from Jida's. Simply put, Jida's sword walked the path of righteousness. But Naga's sword seemed to walk the path of evil. A sword that was unconventional. From Naga's body, thin and dense sword chi rose in spirals. This sword chi was vague, illusory, and emitted an extremely evil and gloomy spiritual wave. Within Naga's sword chi, there was an indescribable will. This kind of will was like a king descending upon the world, looking down on all living things, causing all living things to kneel and submit. For existences with a slightly weaker heart, Naga did not even need to make a move. Just the sword chi was enough to completely shatter the opponent's mental defenses. This person's sword Dao can't be measured with common sense. Xiao Han was slightly vigilant. However, with Xiao Han's strong soul and spiritual force, he naturally would not be affected by Naga's sword chi. He is indeed a character. Through the continuous battles in the Genius Zone, they've developed a bit of a reputation. Naga was not in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he began to criticize Xiao Han. His gaze swept across Xiao Han's body, as if he wanted to see through all of Xiao Han's internal organs and secrets. It was as if he was looking at an animal waiting to be slaughtered. Barely enough to be my opponent, forcing me, the Naga, to be a little more serious. You should know that in the vast universe, in the endless ordinary planes, there are very few people who can make me, the Naga, really put my heart into it, except for some old-fashioned tower masters. Naga's tone was extremely arrogant and conceited to the extreme. If someone else said this, Xiao Han wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter. But strangely, when it came from Nagas, it gave off a very reasonable feeling. That's right, he did have the right to be arrogant. Ever since he entered the giant hall, Nagas had only used one sword to kill his enemies in the arena. He had never used a second sword. Even when facing a tower master who had opened the heaven's eye, he only used one sword to kill them in a split second. Indeed, Naga, among the tens of millions of heroes who entered the Genius Zone, you have the strangest combat power and the strongest strength. Xiao Han nodded slightly. But now that you've met me, your invincibility, your undefeatable legend will come to an end. Oh. Is that so? Naga smiled without anger. Kid, you probably think that you have the strength to challenge me, the Naga, just because you defeated Li Xiaotian and Kid. You're really stupid. You still don't understand the situation, then. I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Naga's entire body was filled with battle intent. He could no longer restrain himself and violently shot out. Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with flying sand and rolling stones. The sun and moon lost their light as sword chi surged. It was the end of the world. Xiao Han's figure did not move an inch. However, an imposing aura also spread out from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body became transparent and flawless, crystal clear and smooth. The lightning of the celestial world intertwined with each other, mixed with the fragrance of the leaves of the earth that seemed to come from the distant mountains, and the golden dawn treasure chi of the indestructible golden body, the two strongest people. Finally, the battle was about to begin. At the same time, every hero who was watching the battle held their breath. Their spiritual waves were locked onto the light screen. Their eyes did not even blink as they stared at this rare battle that could only be encountered by chance. Furthermore, many thoughts began to surface in their minds. This battle is indeed a battle of the pinnacle. However, the most peculiar thing is, the true chi cultivation of both sides is very weak. One is at the 6th level true chi, the expanded acupoint realm. The other is at the 7th level true chi, the talisman transforming realm. Unbelievable, the two strongest heroes are actually a mess in terms of true chi cultivation. These two true chi rookies actually killed countless 9th and 10th level true chi opponents, leaving them without a complete corpse. Moreover, there is almost no true chi fluctuation in the arena where they are fighting. Both of them are not using true chi as their battle power. This is really a treacherous battle. Soul power. Both of them have extremely strong soul power. Moreover, both of their soul and mental strength can change the surrounding environment. They can change the weather in a small area. Right now, the arena is extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person dares to enter the arena, they will immediately be affected by the soul and mental strength of both sides. In an instant, they will become an idiot or a madman. Naga is going to use a sword that can kill gods and Buddhas if they stand in his way. No one can block this sword of Naga's. I don't know if this kid can make an exception and force Naga to use a second sword, or even force Naga to use even more terrifying and fierce methods. On the arena. I want to attack with the first sword. Naga looked at Xiao Han arrogantly and coldly. This sword is not a soul attack, it is just an ordinary sword. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. Kid, your physical defense is extremely strong, to the point that even a sword cultivator like Jida could not break through your defense even if he used all his strength to attack with his great accomplishment life sword chi. However, I will now forcefully break through your defense. I will pierce through you. Naga was full of confidence, as if he had perfect control over the rhythm of the battle. This sword is hard to block. Kid, let's see your luck. If you can't even block this sword, then you are not worthy to be my true opponent. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-red sword light blossomed from Naga's body. Following that, Naga's body suddenly became blurry and distorted, as if he had suddenly disappeared from the arena. Then, Kang! The blood-red sword light, like a tidal wave, surged towards Xiao Han. This was Naga's sword. The sword of the killing god. Countless level 9 and level 10 true chi martial artists died under this one sword strike. Their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises, and they were completely destroyed. They did not even have the chance to resist or dodge. Now, this sword brazenly slashed towards Xiao Han. In Xiao Mingchu's wooden hut, Xiao Mingchu's pupils contracted. This sword was slashed by Naga. This is the sword. It looks ordinary, but no one can block it. Junior brother Xiao Han, will you be able to dodge this sword? Naga's exploding sword caused all the spectating chivalrous heroes to be shaken to the core. This sword again. It's no different from every previous battle, it's just this sword. Yes, seriously speaking, the chivalrous heroes who had watched Naga's battle knew that Naga's fighting style was not fancy. It could even be said that it was boring. It was just one sword. The sword light flashed, and the head fell to the ground. It did not display any profoundness of swordsmanship, nor did it display any techniques. But it was unparalleled. This sword made every spectating chivalrous hero sick of it. All the spectating chivalrous heroes, in their hearts, hoped that Naga could change his fighting style. But the premise was that the opponent was strong enough to block this sword. Can that kid block Naga's sword? Or should I say, it's the same as every previous battle of Naga. The sword light flashed, and the outcome of the battle was settled. Xiao Han faced Naga's sword head-on. Perhaps the other chivalrous heroes who were watching through the screen were unable to understand the true meaning of this sword. But Xiao Han, who was the first to bear the brunt, deeply understood it. There was no technique in this sword, only one word, fast. The blood-red sword light was like a wave, covering Xiao Han. Within the sword wave, there seemed to be dense sword chi surging, but Xiao Han saw clearly that this was just one sword. However, because they were too fast, it gave people the illusion that they were countless streaks of sword chi. This sword was so fast that it could suppress a person's soul and stop their thoughts. This sword was so fast that Naga's body seemed to disappear from the arena. If you don't face this sword directly and only watch the battle through the screen, you'll never be able to understand how fast this sword is. I know now, those who died under this sword actually didn't have the time to react and were cut to death by 1,000 cuts. Xiao Han's pupils began to contract. In his mind, there were no distracting thoughts, and the spiritual power star began to open. A powerful and brilliant spiritual power halo poured out from Xiao Han's head, illuminating the ages. Xiao Han's thinking and reaction speed increased by 1,000 times. 10,000 times. The stronger the spiritual power, the faster the soul's thinking and reaction speed. Therefore, this sword that was as fast as lightning suddenly seemed to slow down in Xiao Han's eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the blood-red sword chi wave, there was suddenly a strong vibration, and it accelerated again, seeking speed in the midst of speed. As it vibrated, the wave of blood-colored sword chi mysteriously disappeared, as if it had teleported. In the next instant, the wave of blood-colored sword chi suddenly appeared behind Xiao Han's head. The speed of this sword was so fast, and the vibration was so intense that it resonated with the heavens and earth. The entire space on the arena began to fluctuate. A large area of air was crushed by the sword chi, destroyed, and collapsed. The speed of this sword was tens of times faster than the speed of light. The secret of Naga's sword was speed. The sword chi could teleport, kill gods and slay ghosts, and be invincible. No wonder, Naga knew that Xiao Han's physical defense was invincible, but said that he would forcefully break through Xiao Han's defense. It turned out that he wanted to use the speed formula to break through Xiao Han's defense. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed could not be broken. As long as the attack speed was fast enough, even water could pierce through iron and stone. Not to mention Naga's Dasheng stage natal sword chi. The speed of Naga's sword, compared to Jida's sword, was definitely 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster. Xiao Han was sure that even with his great earth physique defense, under such a fast sword, it would definitely be pierced through and killed. However, Xiao Han's spiritual power was also incomparably strong. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body slightly flashed. Time on the stage seemed to have stopped all of a sudden. All the chivalrous swordsmen who were watching the battle saw Xiao Han's body flash through the light screen, and they all felt a strong time lag. This time difference had a sense of reversing the universe. It made every chivalrous hero watching the battle feel extremely uncomfortable and confused. Looking at the arena again. The blood-red sword chi wave dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared. Xiao Han and Naga were still facing each other. Fast sword. Xiao Han smiled at Naga. Naga, the secret of your ultimate killing sword is speed. Indeed, with such a fast speed, the sword chi can ignore the difference in realms, and kill people of a higher level. It is very easy and pleasant. But, a fast sword, to me, is useless. Of course, if you're able to make this sword move several times faster, or even 10 times faster, then I definitely won't be able to dodge it. My physical body's defense will be useless, and I'll be easily killed by you. However, I believe that the speed of this sword is already the limit that you can reach. Naga, your killer god's single sword, is still lacking some maturity. He dodged it. That kid actually dodged Naga's ultimate killing sword. Heavens! Ever since Naga entered the giant hall, he only needed one sword to kill people. No expert would be able to dodge this sword, but that kid actually dodged it. Moreover, he strolled leisurely, very relaxed. Now he is speaking with assurance, as if this sword did not pose any threat to him. Finally, a physical expert that can force Naga to use his second sword has appeared. On the arena. Naga's expression slightly changed, but it quickly returned to its indifferent state. The strength of your soul has allowed your thinking and reaction speed to catch up with the speed of my sword. Good, very good. You have successfully forced me to use my other techniques. You are a very good opponent, but you will die even more miserably. That sword just now was only the tip of the iceberg of my strength. To be continued. Chapter 5:12. The Celestial Stone Competition. Finals. It was thrilling. Xiao Han versus Naga. In this pinnacle battle, Naga still gained the upper hand by showing off his strength. He directly used that sword. Sword of Death. Killer God's single stroke. No matter what level of opponent Naga encountered, no matter what the situation was, he would kill them with one stroke. There was no other way. No one could block this stroke. And at this moment, Naga repeated his old trick. He also used this invincible stroke against Xiao Han. The scene was extremely frozen. All the spectating chivalrous heroes, after seeing Naga's stroke, even their thoughts and souls stopped. However, Xiao Han actually dodged this stroke. Moreover, Xiao Han did it casually, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. It could be said that he calmly dodged this stroke. Shock. The stroke known as Killer God was dodged by Xiao Han. All the spectating chivalrous heroes could not believe their eyes. They all stared dumbfoundedly at the screen. Although before the start of this battle, there were many spectating chivalrous heroes who were slightly optimistic about Xiao Han, subconsciously thinking that Xiao Han could possibly create a miracle. But when the real battle started, the moment Naga walked onto the arena, all the chivalrous heroes could not help but place their confidence in Naga. Because as long as Naga stood on the arena, he was a god. Because Naga's sword had never let anyone down. Therefore, when he executed that deadly, cruel and resplendent stroke, almost every spectating chivalrous hero instinctively thought that this battle would end with Naga's opponent being instantly killed, just like every previous battle. However, Xiao Han created a miracle. Xiao Han did not die. This kind of ending was completely different from all the previous times. The godlike Naga, his invincible stroke, missed. Ha 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 ha, every spectating chivalrous hero's throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, causing them to make strange owl-like sounds. On the arena. Kid, you should be proud to be able to block my stroke, your life is already valuable. Naga looked at Xiao Han coldly. Although this sword is only the tip of the iceberg, in this world, there are very few people who can dodge this sword. You were able to force me to use my second sword. Even if you lose, you will die a worthy death. Xiao Han couldn't help but mock Naga's arrogance. Naga, to put it bluntly, that sword of yours isn't that big of a deal. It's just that it's fast. The speed of the sword chi far exceeds the speed of light. However, I can clearly see the trajectory of your sword and the direction of your attack. Even if you slash out 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, I will still be able to dodge them without a scratch. Even so, Xiao Han secretly rejoiced in his heart. If his extinguishing skies and destroying earth spiritual technique had not been cultivated to this level, that sword just now would have cut him to death. Fortunately, before I came to the genius region, our tower master chose the path of the space springboard, and the path was filled with hallucinatory magical lands. This caused my mental strength to receive an indescribable tempering, and it rose steadily. Towards the cultivation of the extinguishing sky decimating earth spiritual technique, it was like a hot knife through butter. It was also fortunate that I met that idiot kid in the top 4, who gave me the spiritual sword chi to nourish my spirit. Otherwise, I really would not have been able to deal with Naga. Xiao Han indeed had some lingering fears. Trash. You're just like an ant, yet you dare to talk back. Naga was proud and arrogant. No one had ever dared to talk back to him like Xiao Han. His eyes moved, and the weather changed in all directions. The wind blew and the clouds surged. His figure once again became blurry. Shio 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 shio, waves of blood-red sword light shot out from Naga's pores. They were like evil dragons as they charged towards Xiao Han. These blood-red sword lights carried the power of 10,000 swords as they slashed towards Xiao Han. In an instant, they formed a huge sword formation that covered Xiao Han's head and face. Within this sword formation, countless hazy shadows appeared. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of ancient sword cultivators cultivating the way of the sword and practicing supreme sword techniques. It was like a dream. Naga was indeed a peerless demon. This time, it was not because he wanted to accumulate power to attack, but because he was angered by Xiao Han. Therefore, with a thought, sword chi automatically shot out from all the pores of his body, forming a sword formation that charged towards Xiao Han. This was the sword born from the heart. With a thought, the sword chi would take someone's life. Shio 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 shio, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. The mental power star in his sea of consciousness suddenly shrank, causing Xiao Han's mental energy to reach an unfathomable realm. He did not even need to use his eyes to see. Instead, he relied on his reflexes and thoughts to dodge Naga's sword chi attacks. He dodged through the gaps of the sword formation like a fish in water, avoiding the sword formation's attack. This is your second sword? It's only a so-so. Die. As Xiao Han dodged Naga's sword chi attacks, he also burst forth with a desperate counterattack. Xiao Han punched out violently. This punch was like a thunderbolt, containing an imposing force. It contained the strength of 5 trillion ding. With the thunder god tyrant body as the foundation, it violently hammered out. Wherever it went, the air shattered like tiles. A violent gust of wind grew from Xiao Han's fist, forming all kinds of wind blades mixed with lightning. Wind swords, wind spears, wind dragons, wind tigers, wind explosions, swept out in all directions. If it was said that Naga had deduced the sword Dao of the human world to its limit, then Xiao Han had deduced power to its limit. Pooh! Xiao Han's fist directly smashed into Naga's body. However, Naga's body twisted a few times and disappeared. In the next moment, Naga's figure flashed from Xiao Han's left side to Xiao Han's right side. Fast. Naga's movement speed was also as fast as a ghost. Naga's mouth suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. That sword chi attack just now was naturally not my second sword. That was just some sword chi fluctuations produced by my anger. When these words fell into the ears of countless demon warriors watching the battle, they were all so scared that they almost fainted. The countless blood-red sword chi that formed the ultimate killing sword formation could kill ghosts and gods, but it was actually not a serious attack from Naga, but a trace of anger in his heart. In other words, a trace of Naga's thoughts could be turned into an ultimate killing technique. Words followed the law. This was almost beyond the mortal world, close to the means of an immortal. The more they watched the battle, the more these demon warriors understood the difference between them and Naga. On the arena, Naga restrained his anger, the sword chi fluctuations in his body instantly calmed down. It could be said that he could control it freely, but his eyes were even colder and crueler. It seems that pure physical sword chi attacks are ineffective against you. The speed of my sword is tens of thousands of times faster than Jida's. I originally thought that without using other methods, I could still kill you, but I still slightly underestimated you. Then, die. Die under my second sword. Suddenly, the aura on Naga's body became extremely cold and bloody. He did not pull out the sword on his back, but used the index and middle fingers of his left hand to form a sword and pointed at Xiao Han. Just like that, there was no sharp sword chi fluctuations at all. Even the anger and killing intent was not as good as the sword chi attack just now. This caused the demon warriors watching the battle to be stunned. The second sword? This is Naga's second sword? Why does it look so ordinary, like it's played down? Naga has finally used the second sword. But this sword, I really can't understand it. It's too calm. On the arena, Xiao Han maintained a clear mind at all times. The mental power star in his sea of consciousness emitted waves of energy, nourishing Xiao Han, causing his mind to be pure, clear, and flawless. He maintained a fearless state of mind and the conviction to defeat Naga. The second sword? Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He believed that Naga's second sword must be many times more terrifying than the first sword. However, Naga's second sword did not have the slightest sword chi or sword intent fluctuations. For a thousandth of a second, Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Immediately, it was replaced by an inexplicable psychological shadow. At this moment, Xiao Han seemed to be possessed by some evil and ominous sign. An indescribable, nightmarish feeling grew in his heart. Strange. Xiao Han secretly cried out. Then, his body moved, his entire body seemed to forcibly tear open the space, and he directly retreated. However, as Xiao Han retreated, that ominous premonition still locked onto Xiao Han, like maggots on a bone. Xiao Han's physical body was incomparably strong. In every breath, he could advance and retreat, jump and fly. However, Xiao Han continued to move around the arena, but he could not escape from that nightmare. It was as if there was an ancient demon resting on top of his head. It's useless, all your struggles are futile. Die. My second sword. Great psychedelic heart devil sword. The corner of Naga's mouth pulled into a cold smile. The next moment. Boom. Suddenly, above Xiao Han's head, a sword chi appeared out of thin air. It was silent, like a shadow, like a ghost. In an instant, it poured down, directly into Xiao Han's brain. This time, Xiao Han did not dodge. However, this sword was still not tainted with the slightest bit of mortal fire, nor did it have the slightest bit of sharp killing intent. This sword was only mysterious, secretive, and ethereal. Hit. That kid did not dodge Naga's second sword. He finally got hit. What kind of mystery does Naga's second sword have? It doesn't seem to have any killing power. Hit. A sword chi, without a sound, directly pierced into that kid's brain. Naga's second sword must be 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the first sword. With such an irresistible force, that brat's brain is dead for sure. On the arena. This sword did not have the slightest sword chi fluctuation. It was so swift that I actually could not dodge it. Xiao Han's heart slightly tightened. Logically speaking, my mental strength is tyrannical. No matter how fast the sword is, I should be able to dodge it. However, Naga's second sword gave me a feeling of fate, as if it was a tribulation that I had to experience, a tribulation that I was fated to not be able to dodge. To be continued. Chapter 5:13. You must be wondering why, with the strength of your soul and the power of your mental strength, you couldn't even react to my sword chi. Naga's cold and steady voice resounded in Xiao Han's mind. You must be extremely unwilling, right? My first sword, you could easily dodge it, but my second sword, you couldn't defend against it. As an opponent who could force me to use my second sword, the great psychedelic heart devil sword, then I don't mind telling you the profoundness of my second sword, not just you. In the secular world, almost any mortal would find it hard to dodge my second sword. At this moment, Naga's tone was completely uplifted, filled with a sense of contentment, as if he was a king, a general, and a ruler in control of the spring and autumn. Because, as long as one is in the secular world, no matter how strong one's true chi cultivation is, no matter how perfect one's soul is, it is inevitable that a heart devil will be born. Even if one is at the 10th level of true chi, or at the immortal vision realm, those old antiques will definitely have a heart devil. Heart devils are a mysterious existence. As long as there is a self, there will definitely be a heart devil. However, those with weak hearts have a higher chance of triggering a heart devil. For those with a strong heart, the cracks and flaws in their hearts are well hidden, making it difficult to trigger a heart devil. But no matter how strong one's heart is, it is impossible to completely erase the heart devil. Legend has it that only those who successfully condense an immortal body and become an immortal can truly erase the heart devil. This causes the heart to be crystal clear and untraceable. However, in my opinion, do immortals really not have a heart devil? I'm afraid not. Of course, if one can cultivate to the immortal emperor realm and surpass all living beings in the universe, then they can completely vanquish the heart devil, and be eternally free, indestructible by 10,000 tribulations. Kid, although your soul is strong, you are still immortal. Therefore, you must have a heart devil. As long as you have a heart devil, you will not be able to dodge this sword. This is the law. My second sword is the heart devil sword. The essence of this sword is to cause the opponent's inner demons to be born as soon as the sword is unleashed. The power of this sword far surpasses my first sword. This sword can allow me to easily kill people above my level. Naga's voice resounded in Xiao Han's mind. So this is the sword of the heart's devil. As long as one is immortal, he or she will have a heart's devil. Therefore, no matter how fast my soul's reaction is, no matter how fast my movement speed is, I will not be able to dodge this sword. Because I am a human, I must have a heart's devil. Indeed, the power of this sword is 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than the first sword. No matter how strong one's cultivation is, as long as one's inner demons are stirred up, one will go berserk. Gradually, illusions began to appear in Xiao Han's mind. Layers of inner demons began to appear. Xiao Han's body didn't move at all. His expression became one of great difficulty. This move of mine, the great psychedelic heart devil sword, was imparted to me by a strange person. It is said to be an immortal's sword technique. The first sword strike just now was only the pinnacle of sword techniques in the mortal world. It might not be able to kill you, but against this immortal's sword technique, you will undoubtedly die. However, to be able to die under this immortal sword, it can be considered complete. You will not have any regrets in your life. Naga was completely giving pointers. To be honest, this move of mine, the great psychedelic heart devil sword, is also a type of soul attack. However, this soul attack technique is many times stronger than that Aunt Jida's soul sword chi. This sword isn't directly attacking your soul. Instead, it's triggering your heart's devil, blinding your eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, and body. It's causing you to doubt yourself, creating illusions, and wanting to kill yourself. Strictly speaking, the stronger your soul is, the more powerful your battle prowess is, and the deeper your heart's devil is hidden. But once it's triggered, it's even more powerful and difficult to kill. If I directly attack your soul, I might not be able to kill you, because my soul power is still inferior to yours. However, if I trigger your inner demons, it will be difficult for you to resist. Right now, your sea of consciousness must be extremely chaotic. Yes, now, when Xiao Han looked within himself, he discovered that the sword chi that Naga used to cut into his brain had already successfully triggered the numerous inner demons. The entire mental power planet was filled with densely packed Nagas. These Nagas were all created by Xiao Han's inner demons. There were thousands, tens of thousands, and more, hundreds of thousands, millions. Countless Nagas began to burden Xiao Han's mental power planet. Xiao Han's soul began to expand, and his perception of the outside world became more and more blurry. Kill. 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 Countless Nagas in Xiao Han's soul let out a thunderous roar, their murderous aura filling the heavens and earth. The current situation was that Naga had voluntarily admitted that his soul's mental power was not as strong as Xiao Han's. If he followed Kid's example and forcefully killed Xiao Han's soul, then he would very likely suffer a backlash and end up worse off. However, Naga was more than 1,000 times stronger than Kid. He had mastered the swordsmanship of the ancient martial arts, and could control the inner demons like drinking water and eating rice. With a sword of inner demons, he forcefully triggered the inner demons deep within Xiao Han's heart. Now, if Xiao Han wanted to balance the situation, he had to first kill the inner demons in his sea of consciousness. Even Xiao Han himself did not know that his face had become extremely hideous and terrifying. Every pore on his body was spewing out chaotic true energy. The chaotic true energy waves stirred up circles of ripples around Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han subconsciously took a step forward, his expression as if he was blind. At this moment, all the chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle could see that something was wrong. The second sword. Although Naga's second sword is formless and without a trace of murderous aura, it seems to have directly restrained that kid. It's very obvious. Naga had perfectly pinned down the kid, firmly holding him in place. That kid looks like he's having a hard time now. The true energy in his body is chaotic, and it feels like he's about to self-destruct. Too powerful. Naga is really too powerful. This kid's body is invincible, and his soul is equally invincible. But Naga easily defeated him. What's so special about Naga's second sword? Junior Xiao Han. Oh no. little brother Xiao Han is at a disadvantage. This Naga's methods are endless. It's too strange. Master. Master. Master is brave and invincible. He shouldn't have lost so inexplicably. That Naga must have used some despicable tricks to trick his master. Despicable. Shameless beyond belief. Now, everyone in Xiao Han's camp felt their hearts sink to the bottom. In their respective wooden houses, they let out heart-wrenching screams. From the light screen, Xiao Han was indeed at a disadvantage, and the situation was getting worse. On the other hand, Naga was becoming more and more confident. He displayed the demeanor of a peerless expert. On the arena. At this moment, Xiao Han discovered that his soul had been completely blinded by the inner demons. Moreover, his mental power star had also been compressed. What was even more frightening was that these inner demons had begun to surge into his heart like a tide. They were trying to pull out the demon egg within his heart, and pull out the demon god's soul within the demon egg. Amazing. Too amazing. This inner demon swordsmanship is indeed all-pervasive. But, up until now, I have not completely become a demon. Luckily, I cultivated the extinguishing skies and earth mental technique. Suddenly, the mental power star in his sea of consciousness exploded with a magnificent light. These inner demons are actually like the hallucinatory demonic realm, but much more powerful than the hallucinatory demonic realm. My extinguishing skies and earth mental technique can refine the hallucinatory demonic realm, so it can similarly refine these inner demons. If I did not cultivate the extinguishing skies and earth mental technique, then right now, I would have self-detonated and died. And refine them. Boom! Xiao Han's mind still retained its clarity. He immediately visualized the various gestures of the extinguishing skies and earth mental technique. This caused the inner demons that filled his soul's sea of consciousness to be slowly burned and refined. The inner demons that were refined actually became nourishment for Xiao Han's mental power. This caused Xiao Han's mental power to begin to grow in the face of adversity. Those inner demons that had invaded Xiao Han's heart and attempted to trigger the demon god's soul were also quickly suppressed by Xiao Han. However, these inner demons are too strong. If I want to refine them, I need some time. I can't refine them cleanly. Then I'll beat them at their own game. In a flash, Xiao Han already had a countermeasure. Roar! Roar! Xiao Han purposely let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had suffered a serious injury. But in the dark, Xiao Han began to gather strength. Like a drunkard, Xiao Han began to sway on the stage as he staggered back and forth. Naga only sneered at Xiao Han. After a few breaths, this is the moment. Suddenly, Xiao Han had already gathered his physical strength to the extreme. Without any warning, he suddenly punched towards Naga. This punch was the culmination of Xiao Han's physical strength. It directly shattered the space, forming a vortex of power. Within it lay a terrifying power that even immortals would have to retreat. Moreover, Xiao Han first pretended to be weak, then suddenly attacked. It was like a sneak attack. If Naga were to be hit by this punch, it would definitely shatter every inch of his flesh, bones, and muscles, turning him into ashes. Huh! The proud expression on Naga's face suddenly froze. His body moved slightly, wanting to dodge. However, the timing of Xiao Han's punch was just too perfect. Coupled with the fact that it was a sneak attack, Naga actually couldn't dodge it. Bang! The punch landed on Naga's body. I hit him. Xiao Han was delighted. However, at this moment, Xiao Han only felt his body shake violently. His entire body was sent flying by a huge force. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Xiao Han's mouth. As expected, you are very tenacious. I really didn't expect that the endless demons in your heart didn't destroy you at the first moment. Instead, you seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Naga's sinister laughter sounded again. However, as long as there is a bit of demons in your mind, you can't hit me. Just now, you hit yourself. Ha 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 ha. In the light screen, all the chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle saw a very strange scene. On the arena, Xiao Han, in extreme pain and in an extremely unbearable situation, suddenly stood up and attacked Naga, throwing a punch. However, just as he was about to hit Naga, Xiao Han suddenly turned his fist around and punched his own body. He sent himself flying. He hit himself until he vomited blood. All the chivalrous heroes watching the battle did not understand what was going on. To be continued. Chapter 5:14. Xiao Han was sent flying by his own strength. Now, all the bones in his body were on the verge of breaking. That heavy punch just now had been charged up for a long time. He originally wanted to smash Naga into pieces, but it landed on his own body instead, causing Xiao Han to suffer greatly. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Han's flesh shell had an extremely strong defense, he would have blown himself up just now. Phew, Xiao Han half-squatted on the ground, countless thoughts churning in his mind. Damn it, although I'm refining the inner demons in my sea of consciousness bit by bit, as long as I don't completely refine them, I won't be able to defeat Naga. As long as there's a strand of inner demons left, Naga is invincible. Ha 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 kid, I'm standing right here, not moving an inch. I'll let you kill me. Ha 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 ha. Come, gather all your strength and attack me. I'll let you hit me. Let's see if you can beat me to death, beat me up, ha 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 ha. Naga let out a mocking laugh. Of course, Xiao Han could not attack Naga anymore. If he did not get rid of the inner demons, attacking Naga would be equivalent to attacking himself. Hey, Xiao Han stopped moving. In his mind, he was speeding up the process of visualizing the extinguishing heavens and destroying Earth's spiritual technique, frantically refining the inner demons in his brain. After the strands of inner demons were refined, they became nourishment for Xiao Han's mind power planet. It was very nourishing. Because I've cultivated the extinguishing heavens and destroying Earth's spiritual technique, it's impossible for me to become a demon. Even if there are endless inner demons in my sea of consciousness, I can slowly refine them. Instead, it will strengthen my spiritual planet. I'm only missing the last gesture to break through to the 21st spiritual finger technique. Furthermore, this hand gesture requires an enormous amount of psychic power. I need to obtain even more psychic power before I can successfully break through and solidify my psychic power. Right now, these inner demons are the spiritual nutrients I need. However, to completely refine these inner demons, I'll need some time. Xiao Han was a little anxious. He could not wait to immediately refine all the inner demons in his sea of consciousness. But there was no other way. He had to refine them step by step, bit by bit. On the stage, the situation became strange. Xiao Han was half-squatting with his head lowered. He did not move at all. Naga stood on the other side of the ring with his hands behind his back, looking at Xiao Han indifferently. Both sides of the battle had actually stopped fighting. What's going on? Why is there a stalemate? That kid is already showing signs of defeat. Naga should be chasing after him. How strange. However, the Nagas were undefeatable. That was for sure. That's right, the Nagas must be playing a cat and mouse game. Before I kill that brat, I'll play with him. Countless chivalrous Daoists watching the battle could not help but have some doubts. In the arena, time ticked by. After a few hundred breaths, Naga's expression finally darkened. Oh. The great hallucinatory heart devil sword chi, planted in your sea of consciousness, is weakening bit by bit. The expression on Naga's face was one of enlightenment. What a weirdo. Not only could he refine Jida's soul sword chi, he could even refine his own heart devil sword chi. Within your soul, there is a devouring power like a black hole in the universe. Originally, I did not intend to make a move. I wanted to watch you get devoured by your heart devil sword chi bit by bit and finally destroy yourself. But you do have some ability, to actually refine the Heart Devil Sword Chi. Then, I have no choice but to make a move and destroy you. At this moment, Naga's heart was also in a frenzy, violently shocked. Naga's great hallucinatory Heart Devil Sword Chi was not easy to refine. It was a supreme sword chi condensed from his life sword chi, essence, spirit, and his own heart devil. It grew in his body. This sword chi was not easy to obtain. After slashing out, his body would be empty and would not automatically regenerate. Every time he used this sword chi, after killing his opponent, he had to retract it back into his body. But now, Naga felt that this great hallucinatory Heart Devil Sword Chi, that he had spent 1,000 years to refine, was actually being refined bit by Xiao Han. This sword chi was constantly weakening. Moreover, when Naga wanted to forcefully retract this sword chi into his body, he felt that this sword chi was wrapped around by Xiao Han's soul. This made it impossible for Naga to retract it. If this sword chi was completely refined by Xiao Han, it would be the same as wasting Naga's 1,000 years of hard work. Naga would have to go into seclusion for another 1,000 years before he could refine a similar, great hallucinatory Heart Devil Sword Chi. Before this son of a bitch completely refines my great hallucinatory Heart Devil Sword Chi, I must kill him. This sword chi has been extremely difficult for me to refine until now. I was originally prepared to use it to conquer the world and deal with those Tower Master level antiques. I must not waste it on him. Naga was furious. His body flashed, and a blood-red sword chi was produced like a waterfall, directly blasting towards Xiao Han. Naga's sword was sharp and highly condensed. Puchi, the sword chi crazily swallowed the space around it. Within the sword chi was a boundless murderous aura, and within this overbearing murderous aura, there was also the aura of catastrophe. There was a power that could split the heavens and split the earth, sweeping through the sun, moon, and the universe. Everything in Naga's way would be crushed into powder by this blood-red sword chi. Moreover, the speed of this sword was also extremely fast. It had reached the level of sword chi teleportation. In fact, this sword was Naga's first sword. Swift sword. Xiao Han's pupils constricted. He absolutely could not allow this sword to slash his body. The speed of Naga's sword was hundreds of times faster than the speed of light. With such a terrifying speed, even water could pierce through iron and stone. No matter how strong Xiao Han's physical strength was, it was impossible for him to withstand such a fast sword aura. Once the sword aura touched his body, he would be killed and his body would explode. More dead than dead. Damn it. This son of a bitch, he doesn't intend to give me any more time to refine these inner demons. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. Just as Naga's sword chi was about to hit Xiao Han's body directly moved. Bang! The sword chi that could destroy everything exploded in the direction of Xiao Han's body. Space collapsed, evaporated, and was obliterated. Xiao Han had dodged this sword in a 10,000th of a breath's time. He almost died. In fact, the speed of Naga's sword was no different from the first sword he had used to kill Xiao Han. Previously, when Xiao Han had dodged this sword, he had been very calm. His body moved nimbly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, and he had dodged it. It made people believe that Naga's killer god's single stroke was unable to truly hit Xiao Han. And now, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Han to dodge this sword again. He had almost failed to dodge it. It was the same sword, but the difficulty of dodging was very different. There was no other reason. When he first dodged this sword, Xiao Han's mind was completely focused. His mind, chi, and spirit were highly concentrated, and his mental energy star was not overloaded. But now, in Xiao Han's mind, there was still a large number of inner demons that had not been completely refined. It affected the operation of his mental energy star, and also affected his thinking and reaction speed. Kid. I've played enough. Die. There are still a large number of inner demons in your mind, causing you to be unable to dodge my sword chi as usual. Just now, you almost turned into ashes. Humph. You were able to force me to this point, causing me to be slightly flustered. This is something I never expected. But, you still can't escape the misfortune of being killed by me. And, after I kill you, I will go to your plane and kill all the living beings in your plane. At this time, Naga was actually a little angry from embarrassment. Before meeting Xiao Han, Naga had never been in such a difficult situation in his entire life. Die. Boom! Naga once again slashed at Xiao Han. At this time, all the spectators noticed the change in Naga's emotions, and noticed that he had lost his composure. What's going on? The invincible Naga actually showed a flustered and exasperated look. That kid, in such a dangerous situation, actually forced Naga to this extent? Unbelievable. Too tenacious. That kid is simply indomitable. It's really impressive. At this point, he is still resisting. From the beginning of the battle with Naga, he has never surrendered. But, he is in danger now, and his life is hanging by a thread. His reaction and dodging speed is many times slower than before. In the arena. Pooh. 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 Naga continuously slashed out blood-colored sword chi, causing Xiao Han to retreat step by step. Several times, Xiao Han was just a hair's breadth away from death. It's useless. I want to see how many more times you can dodge. Naga roared ferociously. At this time, damn it. I won't refine these inner demons anymore. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly. Boom! An invincible sword chi burst out from Xiao Han's body. The great accomplishment stage natal saber chi that had been hiding in Xiao Han's mental power planet was finally released by Xiao Han. Xiao Han's aura began to rise. The terrifying and boundless sword chi swept across the sky. The dazzling saber light instantly pierced through the sky and the arena. The saber intent was like a god, the saber could split the Milky Way. The magnificent saber light, flawless, burst out from Xiao Han's body like fireworks. In the depths of each saber light, there was an eternal Milky Way. At this moment, Xiao Han's aura changed greatly. His entire being became domineering. Although his body was as still as a mountain, his eyes were like a king's. With a slight movement of his body, it was as if he could split the sky and cut through all things. Xiao Han's sword chi was revealed to its fullest. That was a king's descent, a king's peerless, tyrannical, and supreme sword chi. At this time, Xiao Han seemed to have no one in his eyes. All of his enemies were nothing in his eyes. The sword chi was the same as the sword chi. It could cut through the void and slay inner demons. Once Xiao Han's sword chi appeared, all the inner demons in his sea of consciousness were wiped clean. This caused Xiao Han's mental power star to once again return to its flawless state. The reason why Xiao Han had been enduring and did not use his sword chi was because he wanted to refine these inner demons and nourish and strengthen his mental power. He wanted to accumulate the foundation for breaking through to the 21st spirit finger technique. Once he used his sword chi, these inner demons would vanish. To Xiao Han, this was a waste of resources. But now, Naga's repeated coercion had finally angered Xiao Han. These inner demons, I'll kill them first. Naga, our battle has just begun. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with an invincible sword light as he roared. At this moment, Naga's mind was shaken. His face finally revealed a look of horror as he blurted out. Sword cultivator. So you're a sword cultivator. You've hidden yourself well. Heavens. That brat had finally revealed his final trump card. He's a supreme sword cultivator. This sword chi is not inferior to Naga's sword chi at all. Too powerful. He's hidden to the last moment, and now he's using his strongest trump card. All the chivalrous heroes watching the battle let out heart-wrenching screams. To be continued. Chapter 515. On the arena. Xiao Han had finally used his strongest trump card. He released the violent blade will of the unparalleled evil dragon. A terrifying aura radiated out with Xiao Han at the center, suppressing everything. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a saber god walking in the mortal world, carrying the will of the emperor of the saber world. His aura was rarely seen, and his strong confidence was burning. It seemed like no one in the mortal world was a match for Xiao Han. His confidence of winning was unleashed in the form of saber intent, shocking the world and causing the sky to change color and the earth to sink. At this moment, Naga's aura was completely suppressed and began to plummet. The blood-red sword chi on the arena began to distort, wail, and shatter. Naga, who was high and mighty just now, was now like a king who had fallen from his throne and was reduced to a beggar. His chestnut-colored hair was disheveled in the strong wind, adding a sense of desolation and awkwardness to his appearance. Gugugu, you hid so deeply. You really have a heart full of danger and a mind full of shrewdness. I was wrong about you from the beginning. Big mistake. Kid, you've been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Naga glared at Xiao Han, gritting his teeth, full of endless regret, resentment, and curses. Xiao Han looked at Naga indifferently. As his mind turned, the blade will became stronger and stronger, completely suppressing Naga. Under the influence of the chi, Naga would immediately be crushed by the supreme blade will if he made any movements. At this point, Xiao Han had completed the reversal of the desperate situation. Naga's first sword was a fast sword, the second sword was the heart demon sword. Seriously speaking, whether it was Naga's first sword or second sword, Xiao Han could block them all. He could even deal with Naga's heart demon sword alone. He could also refine the heart demon, nourish the soul, and obtain benefits. But when Naga's first and second sword complemented each other, Xiao Han could only use his strongest trump card, the blade will. The battle up to this point could be said to be full of ups and downs, full of twists and turns. All the chivalrous men who stayed in the giant hall to watch the battle were now amazed and exclaimed in amazement, "It's too classic." This pinnacle showdown was too classic. It caused one's heart to tremble, and also caused one's blood to boil. That kid was too strong. So, his true identity was a sword cultivator who had gained enlightenment. His natal sword will was slightly stronger than Naga's sword will, in the previous matches. He's always been hiding his trump card, always pretending, using his powerful body and soul power to confuse everyone's eyes, causing Naga to look down on him, but his true battle strength is even stronger than Naga's. That brat's mental fortitude is really too tyrannical. He had always been in a disadvantageous situation, and was practically being pressured by NAR. If it was anyone else, they would have long since revealed their trump cards, but he had been enduring until the most crucial moment. He turned the tables and knocked Naga down from the peak to the bottom of the cliff. I always thought that Naga was the strongest. Wrong, really wrong. It turns out that the kid is the strongest. A peerless demon with 3 major cultivation bases: body refinement, soul, and sword. Powerful body refinement, unparalleled soul, and invincible sword. Freak. I can only use freak to describe him. Naga lost. The invincible Naga, the proud Naga, the godlike Naga is going to die in this arena, and become a stepping stone for that kid's strong rise. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others in Xiao Han's camp were shaken to the core by this unpredictable and unexpected turn of events. There were many times when Xiao Han was on the verge of death and was about to be killed by Naga. But at the last moment, Xiao Han actually used a crushing advantage to regain control of the battle. I didn't think that junior brother Xiao Han's sword would advance to such a shocking level. Xiao Mingchu was shocked. But very quickly, Xiao Mingchu slapped his forehead. I should have thought of it. I should have thought of it. Since junior brother Xiao Han's soul and mental strength have improved greatly, then his sword and sword intent will definitely rise as well. On the arena. I must get the purple celestial key. Xiao Han's eyes were unwavering, but he calmly looked at Naga. Between the two of us, one of us will fall on this stage forever. He 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 he. Suddenly, a strange sound came from Naga's throat. His frightened and unwilling expression suddenly disappeared, and what replaced it was a kind of calmness. A strange kind of calmness. It was very strange. After Xiao Han turned defeat into victory, Naga actually reorganized his emotions and instantly calmed down. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly startled. Inexplicably, a faint ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Great accomplishment, saber intent, the peak of a secular bladesman. Great accomplishment, saber intent, your mental strength is extremely strong, causing the saber chi in your sea of consciousness to be pure and untainted, almost reaching perfection. Kid, I have to say that your attainments in saber intent are slightly above my sword intent. Naga's voice had also calmed down, but it was still very cold. You are too strong. In the secular world, you are indeed too strong. In the vast universe, in the endless ordinary planes, no one under 10,000 years old can be your opponent. In fact, you can even defeat most of the Tower Master level antiques. I can see from your life force that your true age is less than 100 years old. Heh. To be able to cultivate to this level before 100 years old, it seems that you have had some heaven-defying fortuitous encounters and opportunities, but... At this point, the aura on Naga's body quietly changed. Strands of holy light started to shine out from every pore on Naga's body. The declining aura on Naga's body was washed away by the holy light, causing him to reveal a kind of agile and elegant aura. I, Naga, have also had heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. Naga took a deep breath, no longer looking at Xiao Han, but at the sky. Kid, to be able to force me, Naga, to use my true trump card. You should be proud. As Naga spoke, the aura on his body became more and more extraordinary. With a slight movement of his body, the wind and clouds in all directions of the arena began to surge, and the heavens and earth were filled with thunder and lightning. The white tiger, cloud dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all appeared, thousands of thick beams of holy light appearing around them. Not only had Naga's aura changed, but even the environment and atmosphere of the arena had undergone a huge change. My strongest trump card. A trump card that I have never used in battle before. The corner of Naga's mouth curled up, revealing an evil and mysterious smile. His voice began to whisper. This is not a trump card that belongs to the secular world. The situation of the battle took a sudden turn for the worse. This caused the chivalrous heroes, who had started to look favorably on Xiao Han, to be dumbfounded. What's going on? The battle has taken a turn again? Too absurd. It's like a dream. Naga's aura. A sudden change. I can't see the specific change, but I can feel that Naga suddenly has a sense of transcendence. Last trump card? Naga actually has a trump card. Heavens. These two perverts, each using their trump cards one after another, it's overwhelming. This is too dramatic. That kid, when he was about to be killed by Naga, used his supreme sword will as his trump card. He suppressed the Nagas, but before the Nagas collapsed, he suddenly revealed a powerful trump card. What is Naga's trump card? What is Naga's trump card? All the chivalrous heroes who were watching the battle were confused. What was Naga's last trump card? However, Xiao Han, who was standing on the stage, felt that something was amiss. Immortal intent. There's a faint trace of immortal intent coming from Naga's body. And this immortal intent is getting stronger and stronger. Rising steadily. As if it can't be stopped. Xiao Han's heart involuntarily tightened a little. Xiao Han knew that his perception of the immortal was unparalleled among all the mortals in the world of mortals. The so-called Tower Master level had opened the heaven's eye and could see the faint, immortal chi, drifting between heaven and earth. This could be considered as having a certain understanding of the immortal. However, in Xiao Han's heart, there were countless seals left behind by immortals. Within each seal, there was some will of immortals. Furthermore, within the 10,000 immortal grand formation outside of Xiao Han's heart, there was real immortal qi flowing. This caused Xiao Han's perception of the immortal to absolutely surpass any tower master level and any half-immortal body. Therefore, Xiao Han could now confirm that Naga's body was constantly emitting immortal intent, and it was rising steadily. This Naga's last trump card must have something to do with immortal. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Kid, my strongest trump card can definitely crush any of your trump cards. It's over. Everything is over. Suddenly, Naga bent his right elbow and grabbed the hilt of the sword on his shoulder. At this moment, Naga's body exploded with fierce immortal qi. Pfft! All the holy light on his body condensed into one point and rushed upwards. Above Naga's head, a misty world was formed. In this misty world, there was a source energy that was thousands of times stronger than that of the mortal world. Naga's back was as straight as a sword, piercing through the sky. His body emitted all sorts of gorgeous divine light, shining brilliantly with the misty world that appeared above his head. His right hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, ready to draw it. At this moment, Naga's aura had accumulated to its peak. An immortal wind blew past. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, releasing fluttering sounds. His face was radiant, his face like jade. Within his eyes, a magnificent and majestic phantom of a heavenly palace appeared. Kid, die. Naga looked coldly and arrogantly at Xiao Han. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.